What's the crack? It's your boy Teriyaki. Back at it again, folks. I gotta tell you something, my fucking sleeping pattern's fucked, boys. You know what I mean? It's like I'm basically 9 hours. I'm waking up 9 hours too late. So I think I need to go on like I don't know, like basically push back the sleep for as long as I can so I can get basically snap this shit back into place essentially. Welcome in, everybody. Hopefully you enjoyed Easy's Verbal Combat. Like I said, I fucked up. The sleeping pattern's fucked up, all this kind of shit, but it is what it is. But folks, as we say, let's start the motherfucking show.
Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Man, we got a damn good show for y'all today, man. Damn good show. I think this is gonna be one of the best. We got one hell of a show for y'all today, man. Got a good show. We got a good show for y'all today, man. We got a damn good show. Man, we got a damn good show for y'all, man. Good show. We got a damn good show for y'all today, man. We got a damn good show. A damn good show.
A damn good show. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, we're kind of in that state where we basically want to sort out the resist gear as soon as possible, because the resist gear is a son of a beach, to put it lightly. You know what I mean? I'm also really behind in the 25 mans, but thankfully Kara has been kind. There's still like a couple of pieces like the belt and the legs, but realistically the rest of it is kind of sorted out. I have like the gloves, picked that up from the heroics, all this kind of shit. So the gear's not bad, but we clearly we still need a couple of bits from Kara, and obviously the 25 mans we need to fucking wake up for. You know what I mean? So that's the main thing at the moment, is just essentially to get as much gold as possible. Get this resist gear sorted out. Then we're not heading into phase 2, like scrambling for gear and overpaying, all this kind of shit as well. So like I said, just going to be slowly chipping away at that. So I think the next couple are going to be bases like gold farms and shit like that. Alright, so we got about 400 golds. Not the best, but not the worst, you know what I'm saying? But Crown was saying, Ni hao, get that gold. Get the gold. Ni hao, ni hao. Welcome in, pull up a chair, get comfy. I think I'm gonna have to do a bit extra today. You know what I mean? We're gonna be as they say, je ne sais quoi. Put that up there, put that there, put that there. And then make some of this shit while I'm here. But ni hao, so, ni hao. But yeah, like the main thing, like I was saying, is sorting out the gold thing, because that's going to be the main thing you need to sort out, or the main thing you need to like actually invest gold in terms of gear. It literally is just the resist, because everything else should come from raids and or PvP. And to be honest, you can just like basically focus on just the PvP. Sorry, just the PvE, like the raid and shit like that, and it should be Gucci. What's the crack? Best part of a woman, Kronos. Weren't expecting that one, were you? Yeah. Let's see what the daily is. Caverns of Time would be interesting. Holes Hill Brad. Fuck it, we'll do it. We'll do it, boys. We might as well. 5 badges up for grabs here. So, where is it? Gate from Durnhold. Select this tank. Not exactly a lot of groups, though. No, that's the perm vertical smile. Hey, mama. Let me think. Do I want to do heroic, or do I just want to farm? It's 4 a.m. And I think the farming could be because of the TAM on the server. We could be just better off farming the gold. To be honest, TBH. Trying to think. What do I want to do? Nah, I think probably the best place is this place. We'll go with it. We'll go with it. You know what I'm saying, boys? So, like I said, I'm thinking like there's places we can farm in the open worlds, like down here. We could do the quests as well. One sec. Let me. Because the main item we're missing, because like we have like the items necessarily. We just need the enchants, the chests. We can get better chests over time. Like they're going to be expensive, but I think the main thing now is just to get the necks, and then we could focus on the enchants, and then we could focus on trying to upgrade the chest. But it's going to cost a lot of fucking gold, because when you look at these necks, well, like there's none on the auction. Well, this one, for example, is 330 gold, and we need 4 of those. That's about 1,200 gold. We got the raid. Let me play the clip, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome in, folks. Welcome in. Hopefully you enjoyed verbal combat. Hopefully you got some logic.
Well, hang on. Stop. Let's start with this. What are the 3 laws of logic? What are they? No. Don't look them up. What are the 3 laws of logic?
Do you think this is an inconclusive
What are the
mathematical
3
statement?
laws of logic? There's 3. What are they?
I don't fucking know.
You don't know the fucking laws of logic, dude.
All right.
No, all right, dude. I don't know where. You don't even know the 3 laws of logic. This is fucking crazy. You're fucking crazy,
do you want to ask?
bro.
Do you want to ask Speakeasy if he knows?
Yeah, it's the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle.
His name is John C.
Anything else, shit?
Amazing. Absolute mic drop moment. Shout out to Easy. Like I was saying, hopefully you enjoyed the show. We got the winner. The reigning verbal combat champion, Mr. Dogs in chat. Welcome and looking forward to the to the avatar. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna guess it's gonna be a dog, but like hopefully it's kind of more like the wolf kind of thing. You know what I mean? But there's a lot you can play around with. There's a lot of different breeds of dogs, you know what I mean? You're like what are they called? Siberian Husky. Oof. You know what I mean? 100%. I fucking missed it, bro. My sleeping pattern is 9 hours out of whack. So I need to like basically kind of push back my sleeping today whenever the fuck I end up sleeping, but I need to push it back. I think like 9 hours, or do I subtract the 9 hours? I need to push it back 15 hours. Do I? Something like that, basically. Basically, it's not going to be good, okay? But because I have like the Sunday now to do it, like that's basically gonna be my main focus. But let me tell you, boys and girls, like fuck me, like there's so much to talk about Iran and all this kind of shit, and then on top of that we have the whole like ghost stories thing that we want to do as well. You know, FIFA for it. There's just like a lot of spice going on it now, a lot of creativity, a lot of ideas. You know what I mean? We were talking about like the gold card or the gold membership thing. Gold member. So it's basically like a membership that it's okay. It's a lot like a big price. Let's say 50 monthly, but you get, let's say, unlimited spins on the Wheel of Madness, and then maybe something for chat and chill, or maybe something for it's like additional perks that we can think of. You know what I mean? And then you have like that gold card experience. The way I think about it, it's like 50 a month. It's about 4 weeks in a month. You're kind of doing basically like averaging 5 free spins a month at least, doing it that way. You know what I mean? Potential, as they say. But like I said, this is like a teaser. This is like a teaser to the trailer. You know what I mean? Ah, shit. Never a good sign. Okay, so I think we do. Oh shit! Yeah, I actually have a heroic dungeon to do. We have to do that first. But at least we inspected this area and we found out that yeah, we can't do the open world farm. We're gonna have to do the dungeon farm, as they say. Welcome in, Creative Witch. That was hilarious, my man. Yeah, the fish that had fingers. I was kind of like, I don't know what I think about this. You know. Welcome in, welcome in. Pull up a chair. Welcome in, Shiva. And folks, if you do want to open up the panel, it is only $50. You know what I mean? And all donations count. Welcome in, welcome in. I am here. Also, I think Jack got to another semi-final. I mean, he was taken out by the solo judge. It is what it is. You know what I mean? But like I said, we take those. You know, I think there was a couple times where it's like I got to the final one, and then I was just like fatality'd off, or like I was the semi-final, like the I kept coming in second essentially for a good while as well. You know. Welcome, welcome, Ivan. Congratulations, Prince of Dogs. The undisputed VK champion of the world. Hell yeah, brother. I think I should be good for this. Like I said, should I add another extra 5 badges, then puts up to 20 badges? You know what I mean? Because we need the trinket from the thingamabob as well. You know? So I'm not too dead set on, oh, we need to do this one thing at the moment, because like I said, we're at that point where we can take a breath and kind of say, all right, do we want to do something, get something out of the way, and that we know that's coming up in the future, aka these sets. Because like I said, in terms of the epic flying, we don't really need it, because we're constantly just getting summoned to dungeons and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? It is what it is. I like that name change at the end, dogs. What was the name change at the end? You big bored, you big broed me. Hey, my man. Panel is open only for Sheev at the moment if he wants to come up. Yep, true that, true that. And Mangoes, what's up? What's up, my man? What's up? Open the panel. Yeah, I can open the panel. Once I get my $50, Mangoes, okay? The leprechaun needs to get paid. You know what I mean? We're trying to make a living here. You know what I mean? We got a pots of gold to fill. But please be patient. My mom does take time though. I miss on VK. Me too, man. I slept in. My sleeping pattern's 9 hours out of whack. What can I say? Prince of Blades. Oh yeah, you know. And Jack of Dogs. Prince of Blades and Jack of Dogs. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? The rules are the rules. I sent you to on Discord. Because if I put the link in chat, all these motherfuckers are gonna be like mangoes are gonna be clicking and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? But it's exclusively only to Shiva. Wait, what the fuck? Oh. Welcome to the show, Shiva. What's the crack?
Hello. Am I edible? Can you hear me? Oh yeah, there's audio.
Yes, you are edible. I think the only thing that's not edible is vegan shit. You know what I mean?
Definitionally, that's false, but okay. Well, actually, you're right. Vegan shit wouldn't be edible, but then neither would the shit of people who eat meat.
True. So what's the crack, Shiva? You been up to much?
Have I been up to... I mean, you could say that, I suppose. What sort of time frame are we talking?
I'd say just like any updates since the last stream.
Oh no!
Or if you want to talk about philosophy as well, because I think I have the arguments. I have the je ne sais quoi.
You have the arguments.
Yes, the je ne sais quoi. Or
I mean, I went on VK earlier.
Logos.
I did quite enjoy going on VK.
Nice. Oh yeah, I actually remember that. You were talking about the art has no meaning.
No, I didn't say that at all.
Wait, did you not?
No.
That's my bad. Please be patient. My mom did take Tylenols. Okay. I did just wake up.
What I might have said was that the intent of the artist is irrelevant to the experience of the audience. But that's not the same as saying art has no meaning.
True. Because I think that's was the thing that I wanted to point out. You know what I mean? And shout out to the Pseudo Master 7238 with the $5 says open panel, let's go. Or does the leprechaun want gold? If y'all rest y'all motherfuckers want to open up the panel, the leprechaun's got to get paid, motherfuckers. Okay, we got a gigantic pot to fill. We got bills to pay, all this shit. But we are also oh shit. 1 sec. God, I'm fucking up so much. See what I'm saying, Shiva? This is what happens when I fuck with my sleeping pattern. But we are 30% of the way already there, folks. So, like I said, get her done. We got Prince of Dogs. Oh, we're halfway there now. We got Prince of Dogs coming saying, to open panel, I'm off the bed. 23 hours is enough for one day. Give the leprechaun his gold. My man, and we got Shazzy with the $10 coming in saying, he here in spirit as pain is crying mode. That's me, the empathetic. LOL. Appreciate you, Shazzy. And let me give you a clip for that one. Because you are absolutely shredding it straight off the bat. Are we having fun yet, chat? We're halfway, only $25 more, and we can open up the panel if you want. But yeah, like the thing I wanted to get at in terms of that art thing was that it's like when an artist like paints a tree, although many different artists will paint a tree, like and even just an individual artist can paint a tree many different ways. It still has like some sort of like objective meaning behind it, where like it like every one of the spectators would all agree that it is a tree.
Right, but I think had you brought that up and were I on the panel, I would have dismissed it as being irrelevant to the prompt. Okay, because the prompt wasn't about meaning. The prompt was at least the one that I was debating. The one that I can remember the clearest was it's it was kind of asking like, is it to separate an art from the artist is philosophically impossible, and I was arguing against that prompt, saying no, it is philosophically possible. So it wasn't about the meaning of the art. I mean, that might have come up incidentally, just in terms of
like a tangent or something.
Well, yeah, but just in terms of the experience of, say, listening to a song might have that some person hearing a song like might have nothing to do with the intention of the artist. They might not even know who the artist is.
True, and like that's why like I'm kind of like, no matter what, if MJ done it or if MJ didn't do it, either way, Thriller's still a fantastic song. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I Want You Back is still a classic, you know? But I don't but here's the thing, like we all know that OJ was guilty. Technically he wasn't. But like do we take him off the Hall of Fame? You know what I mean?
I think that's for each individual to decide for themselves, isn't it, really?
Yeah, but the reason why I bring up OJ Simpson particularly is because like the league is the one that technically decides that's an actual decision. You know what I mean? Like it has to be like the organization has to kind of like make a decision on that. Are we taking him out of the Hall of Fame, or are we ignoring his stats anytime it gets
right? But that's like a business decision. That doesn't seem to me to be related to the prompt in a way, because I would expect that, you know, a corporation whose primary interest is in making a profit, they might want to act against something that's going to damage their profit margins. Yeah, sure.
But is it not the same thing? Like, was OJ Simpson like the running back, not the wife killer, but the running back aspect, just that aspect of him? Is that not separating Garrison?
No, because the prompt was that to separate them was philosophically impossible. Like what you're talking about is like not philosophy, like it's business or it's kind of, you know, culture, I suppose. But that's not philosophy. And it is philosophically. Sorry?
Oh yeah, but you're saying the prompt was set specifically for
yeah.
But like like philosophically it's possible to fucking, you know, fly off a building or some shit like that.
From the artist. That's, yeah.
Would you say like even culturally we should?
I think it depends. I mean, should implies a kind of moral thing, and as you know, I don't think morals really exist. But I think it depends, right? Like I think, like for example, I used to quite like the song by Gary Glitter, "Do You Want to Be in My Gang?" when I was a kid, right? Because, you know, it's a catchy fucking tune, and so of course it would appeal to children. As an adult, I can't really listen to that, right? Like just of the distaste that it produces. But that's not philosophy. That's kind of, you know, psychology.
Well, like you have like Kanye's song where like the one thing a lot of people seem to say was that when it comes to Yeezy, it was in terms of the beat or the music behind it, like was amazing. It's just the lyrics where that was put with it. But then like my argument would be in terms of like musical genius and musical creativity, like you cannot tell me that like Kanye's not a what would be the word, that he's not like coherent, because you can't produce
Well,
music at
I
that
can't
level.
tell you. I can't tell you that he is either because I've never listened to a Kanye West song because I have no interest in Kanye West.
Yeah, no, I get that. But in terms of the like what you seen across the 1 sec, let me just but across the culture it seemed to be that like the one thing that people like, even like people who were like against what like the Nazis did and all this kind of shit, the one thing that everyone was agreeing is like the beat is a slapping beat. The lyrics are, you know, unfortunate or whatever
Who's
terminology they
well,
wanted to go
no,
for. But
not everyone is agreeing to that.
no,
I'm
no, what
not
I'm saying is the majority.
because I've never heard a Kanye West song, so I can't agree to that. That the beats are sick.
No, no, what I'm saying is the song where it says HH, the latest one. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like the majority of people would be like, I disagree with the lyrics, but the
Right.
beat is a really good beat. You know what I mean?
Right. So yeah. Right. So, but that's and do you think that in their minds they are having to separate the art from the artist in order to arrive at that position? Like, I don't really like the message, but you know, the music makes me tap my feet no matter what I think.
I'd say they go one step even in further. They're separating the art from the art. Do you know what I mean? They're separating the lyrics from the whatchamacallit, from the actual
Okay.
beat.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So if you're even able to do that within like the fact that we've witnessed is, or at least I've witnessed that phenomenon, like it would argue that people are able to do it on a cultural level, like even within like separating art from art. But in terms of the thing that I was saying of art, like this thing of that there does seem to be some sort of like objective meaning to certain things, and art itself can almost prove that through, like I was kind of saying with the example of like an artist drawing a tree.
No. Because look, I don't think you can have any such thing as an objective meaning, because meanings are definitionally mind dependent. They're not independent of minds.
No, I'd argue that technically you have like what we point towards, like I said, that structure of a tree, like that
Right.
it technically is like wait, like to explain this, like that in terms of like our subjective minds, it is independent of those. But like
No.
the reason why that exists is because there is a divine intellect or an objective divine.
Well, hang on. No. Now you're fucking moving the goalpost so far. You're actually playing a different fucking game. Like,
No,
what the
thing, man. We're just playing. We're playing Gaelic football. You thought we were playing soccer, and you're kind of saying, "Hang a second, you've just picked the ball up into your hands." I'm like, "Yeah, we're playing Gaelic, bro." I said football, and you thought soccer. Crafty little leprechaun, you know what I'm saying?
Fucking sneaking in your transcendent minds. Fuck off.
What are you? The divine intellect, even Plato argued for it. What are we talking?
Maybe Plato was wrong. There's an idea.
But then why did the Greek philosophy inspire the West?
Just because something inspired something doesn't mean that the thing that inspired the second thing is true in an objective sense. It just means that it spoke to individuals and resonated with them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And as an instrumentalist, isn't that all that matters?
It's not. No. First of all, I'm not an instrumentalist. And secondly, even if I were an instrumentalist, I don't think you can make the claim that that's all that matters.
If it works or not, like fundamentally. You know what I mean?
Works. Like, when you read a poem, is the poem working?
How's the best way to explain it? Like when you look at like these tyrannical regimes and all this kind of shit, like you think of like Germany or Russia or whatever, oftentimes it's the fall comes from within it. It's like a coup d'etat or whatever, where like some subgroup within that population, like this whole thing of like tribalism, like that overcomes, right?
Right.
And what is that? And when you look to movies, it's the moment where like the corruption is so transparently shown to the public or to the masses. Like think of Gladiator, things like that. Like those scenes where the corruption is so broad that like even the populace themselves, it's undeniable.
I mean,
you know what I mean?
You know that Gladiator is not a historical document, right?
You know, I get that, but what I'm talking about is that a moment where like there's something about that moment where like no matter what your ideology is or your belief system is, it's like this is like that higher truth that like every single individual recognizes. You know what I mean? They might not act on it.
Wait, stop.
No.
Hang on, Teriak.
No.
How long? Right, how long have you been doing debates that you should use such sloppy language, and how long have you been having conversations with me that you're fucking using that sloppy language with me?
Yes, because what I'm talking about is I don't have a specific word for it. Like what I'm trying to point towards is that phenomenon. That phenomenon that I see.
Okay, the phenomenon of a society kind of falling apart due to internal pressures, which isn't how all societies end. All right, but not all societies end through corruption and whatnot, right? So,
or from within or whatever. What I'm saying is that like that moment, like where you see like that phenomenon take place off like the coup d'etat or whatever way they want to phrase it. Like that points towards that like there's something about that essence of corruption that the individual has been lied to. That fosters that rebellion.
I would fundamentally reject your proposition that there is an essence of corruption.
So like what I'm saying is that in terms of the essence of what they recognize or believe to be true, when that is shown to be false, and that you literally point to the specific liar, or like that's shown like in 300 it was the when the senator, she stabs the senator, the queen stabs the senator, and all the coins fall out and all this kind of shit, and everyone realizes, oh shit, they basically sold us out.
Right.
Like that is a kind of when it's shown that a particular individual has betrayed or gone against what is believed to be true, that essence of having reverence for truth is it's an objective phenomenon.
No, it's not. It's a subjective phenomenon, and not everyone has it.
So, okay, what makes you say that?
People lie.
Yes.
People intentionally say things that are not true.
Yes.
So that doesn't seem to me to indicate that they have any regard for the truth. The truth is just something that they can manipulate to achieve their own ends.
Okay, I have to be very careful how I phrase this. I don't want to be shifted any goalposts, but like, when I say reverence, I mean like respect in terms of like I respect gravity. You know what I mean? So I don't like
well, yeah, okay, yeah,
and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean?
So right, but that's not the same as saying you have a high regard for gravity, right? Like when you're saying that you respect gravity, what you're saying is that you acknowledge that there is this kind of physical system that you are bound by, but that doesn't mean that you think that the physical system is wonderful and deserves to be admired, right? And so we need to be careful about exactly how we're using the word respect, because when you say have a respect for truth, that doesn't seem to me to mean the same thing as respecting gravity.
Yeah, like what I'm saying is that because they're liars, that doesn't mean that they don't recognize the power of truth. Is the fact that they try to subvert it. But
That's
that
not what you said. You said that they
Yeah.
have a reverence for it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like
Which is
I have to use particular words because like what I'm trying to point towards, like I don't have like that like scientific or a specific word that kind of like outlines it all. But what I'm saying is that when that is like there's a reason why like when like nobody fuck, like I have to I'm kind of bound in place trying to get at what I'm pointing towards, but it's like essentially like nobody like you don't gain confidence like when you find out someone's been lying to you. You know what I mean?
you don't. Okay, yeah.
So it's like that's like an a objective rule or phenomenon that we can say about human condition, quote unquote.
No, it's because that wouldn't apply to everyone, right? So you can't really make it an absolute thing because it isn't absolute. Like we want to, it's emotionally appealing to kind of turn to reify concepts, but like as a Madhyamaka Buddhist, that's a like for me that's just a non-starter. Like I kind of view it as a fundamentally flawed exercise.
Why?
Because if there is an absolute, it can't ever be expressed because language is definitionally like it's contingent. Like Wittgenstein has this whole thing of where he talks about when people are making statements, they are engaging in what he calls language games, where meaning is derived through usage.
Yeah, but that's not the only way meaning is derived.
When we're talking about words, yeah, sure, it is.
That's the only way meaning is derived.
In language, yeah. Well, maybe. Like, look. Let's say you could have two different spheres. One is professional and one not, right? And the same word could be, okay, here's a great example. Here is a great example. In Buddhism, karma has a very specific meaning, right? So if I'm having a conversation with a Buddhist about karma, I know that we are actually talking about action because that's what the word means, right? However, if I'm talking to someone who's not a Buddhist and they're making reference to instant karma, when they're using the word karma, what they mean is some sort of retributive force, which is not what a Buddhist means when a Buddhist is talking about karma, right? So the meaning of the word karma is derived through how the word is being used by people in different contexts, right?
Yeah. Yes, but there's still like, for example, like for example, when we say like water in English and a Spanish person says aqua in Spanish, it's a different word, but it's the same meaning.
Agreed. But when a Buddhist says karma, and an English or an American non-Buddhist who only is aware of karma as a kind of cultural meme, instant karma, when they say karma, they mean very different things.
Yeah.
Like what I'm talking about isn't different languages having different words for the same phenomena, but we know that when someone English says water and when someone Spanish or Italian or whatever the language says aqua, that they're referring to the same object. I'm talking about people speaking the same language, using the same word.
But it having a different meaning. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, for example, when you say like right, like you can say right as if you're agreeing, but you also say right as if like you're saying the word, but you're not agreeing. You know what I mean? Or like sarcasm's an example of that as well. You know what I mean? But those individual meanings are like those different meanings are still objective. Objective.
No, because they're not mind independent. That's what objective means. Look, it's like here's another really good example. I've recently started using the words moral and immoral again, and good and bad. Right? Like so I will now quite happily say, yeah, I think murder is evil. Right? But then because I realized I'm not actually making a truth apt statement. What I'm doing is using the prevailing language to express how I feel about the act of murder, right? And if someone wants to get into what I mean when I say murder is wrong, then we can get into, okay, yeah, what I'm actually doing is being an emotivist. I'm not making a truth apt statement. I'm expressing an emotion, right? And so part of the reason why I want to do that is because I'm kind of getting more comfortable with this idea of language games. Like words have meaning based on how they're being used. And what I mean when I say murder is wrong is going to be different from what a Christian means when they say murder is wrong.
Yes, but we say original statements, but then this is why we give hypotheticals to test or to give more of a clear image or more of a descriptor of precisely what we mean. Correct? Like more accuracy and more meaning.
Yeah.
I mean?
But like you can appreciate, I'm sure that say if Speakeasy were to say murder is wrong and I were to say murder is wrong, we would actually be saying different things.
But the meaning, no, I'd say the meaning is the same.
Oh no, because we're saying fundamentally different things. I'm not making a statement about the act of murder. I'm telling you how I feel about the act of murder. Speakeasy is making a statement about the act of murder. Right?
Yeah.
But I'm not.
Yeah, you're talking about the your emotions about it. Easy's talking about like a duty or an action that you should or should not do.
Yeah, right.
I understand that.
But we're using the exact same words, but we're saying very different things. What each of us means by the words "murder is wrong" is actually very, very different.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to point towards is that like those two different things are one and the same.
No, they're not. That's a contradiction.
When you fundamentally break them
down. Sorry, no. Look, the law of contradiction. They can't be the same. They can't be different and also be the same.
Same but different. Same but different. Because like you can be seriously unserious. I mean,
you can say that they're the same thing in that they are both statements. Sure, they're the same thing in that respect, but they don't mean the same thing.
What I'm like fundamentally digging down towards is that the reason why what is going on here? The reason why Easy is saying that you ought not do the action is because like it is the same cause or effect from I'm not using the correct words here, but the reason why it's a duty or whatever is because you have that particular that emotion about it. It causes that.
No,
particular emotion. That's not an
I
emotion we ought
think he
pursue.
would. I don't want to speak for Easy here, but I think he would vehemently deny what you just said and say that you are mischaracterizing his position. I think that if you were to put it too easy, that actually secretly he is a moral emotivist, he would flat out deny that.
No, he would deny that. But what I'm saying is that once you follow on the logical conclusion of the moral emotivist position and the general, not just the easy position, but the general Christian position, you basically arrive at the same answer. I mean, so while yes, they're two different things, they lead to the same thing.
Well, yeah, they might lead to the same end goal in the world, right? But that doesn't mean that we're saying the same thing.
Yeah, no. That's what I'm saying. I'm not using the right words, but to me, it leads. I should have said it leads to the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, it can lead to the same end, sure. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. But that's got
like
nothing to do.
That's my main argument. And that's why I don't call myself a Christian or I don't call myself Buddhist, whatever. Because it's like everything that you motherfuckers are quote unquote disagreeing about, it leads to the same thing anyway. So,
well, and I kind of think that people generally agree on far more things than they disagree on.
Yeah.
But I actually am gonna really start enjoying fucking with the Christians' heads when I start saying things like, "Yeah, murder is evil," and then saying, "I'm not saying the same thing that you're saying when you say murder is evil."
But it's like the same way when I was saying what it is. What does is mean? You know what I mean? Like
Is,
like kind
the word is refers to a state of being.
Yes, you know what I mean, but it's also basically truth. When you say something is, you're referring to truth.
Only if that thing actually is.
Yes.
If it isn't,
you're making a truth claim when you evoke is.
Yes. Well, no. Okay, I kind of get that, but that's if you have the view that words have intrinsic meaning. My view is that words do not have intrinsic meaning, and that meaning is derived through usage.
Well, in a sense that, yeah, like we could turn around and say, well, like what we mean by is, we're just basically just reversing is and
so what I would do in that, like, murder is evil, right? What I would do is say, actually, you trying to drill down into each specific word and say, what does that word mean, right? Is pointless, because on my view, all three words together are expressing an emotion with regard to an action. And they are just the three words that I am using, right? The first word denoting the action, the second word denoting a state of being, and the third word denoting whether I think it's good or bad, right? But but what I'm actually doing is using those three words not to talk about the act itself, but to express how I feel about the act. I'm not making a truth act statement. It just sounds like I am. And so I actually came up with an aphorism recently, which is what I think. So let me lay this out to you. Everyone is secretly a moral emotivist. To the extent that they are not aware of this, they make truth act statements, truth act moral statements that are false. And to the extent that they are aware of this, they do not make truth act moral statements that are false. And what's left unspoken, I don't want to make the aphorism too long, but on the end should be appended, even if they sound like they are.
Yeah, but what I'm fundamentally pointing towards is you're still, when you evoke the word is, you're still pointing towards like that truth thing and why all humans pursue.
No. Oh,
2 + 2 is 4. 2 + 2 = 4.
yeah. Okay. Yes. And in the way that the word is used in the language game of mathematics, it has a very specific meaning. But that's a different language game. That's not the same language game as me talking about how I feel about murder. And so the rules that apply to the language game of mathematics, they apply to that language game. The rules of poetry do not apply to mathematics, right? Because they're like, it doesn't work that way.
Yeah, but you can teach mathematics through poetry.
I mean, you might, yeah, maybe, but there would be an incredibly inefficient way of doing it. And like you can, but you wouldn't, because it would, you know, there are much more straightforward ways of teaching mathematics.
True. And speaking of which, we got to catch up on the chat as well. We got to play Shazzy's clip, and then let's talk about me. So here's the first premium meme, folks.
This black preacher.
What is a woman?
What is a woman?
It's your mama. It sure ain't your daddy.
That's right. Go ahead.
President Biden joining in on the conversation.
We didn't know what a woman. We didn't know what a woman is.
A woman is your mama.
That's right.
You mean to tell me you past 80 and you don't know your mama and your wife is a woman? They keep trying to shove this trash on Africa. And African presidents, one by one, is standing up against it.
That's what the black church used to be. These niggas done went woke over here. Gender and sex are synonymous, always have been. But they say this new gender identity. But then they conflate gender identity with gender. They say your genitals don't determine your sex, your gender. So why are you chopping your dick off? If this determines your woman, why are you chopping your cock off? Just call it a vagina. You're calling yourself a woman.
And the second clip is let's talk about me.
Let's talk about me. Let's talk about the 6'8" frame, the 37-inch vertical leap, the black steel that drips down my back, aka the bulletproof mullet, the Google prototype scopes with built-in LCD, LED, 1080p, 3D Sony technology, the Ethiopian poisonous caterpillar, aka Slick Daddy. Let's talk about the cabinets right behind me that go 40 feet deep into the wall that houses the other 95% of my trophies, the awards, the certificates, all claiming first place, right? Let me give you a little inside glimpse into the hotshot video gaming lifestyle of the two-time international video gaming superstar. Because that's what this channel's about. That's what this domain's about. That's what the society is about. You're looking at the face of Twitch, and goddamn, is Twitch lucky.
Shout out to you folks in chat. I have a new super chat call there as well. This one is to prevent the grift break. Folks, we're only $10 away from getting to the open panel as well. So if you want to join in the chaos and the madness, be favore, chat. But yeah, like when I'm talking about like is, like that's why I kind of say it's like in mathematics you can say 2 + 2 is 4, 2 + 2 = 4. But like what is your kind of like counter in terms of that?
Yeah, for mathematics. Right, because it isn't actually 2 + 2 is 4. There's you have the numerical symbols and then the operators, and the equals is the operator, right? And so it's saying if you have 2 and you add 2 onto it, then that kind of is the same thing as 4, right? But that's mathematics. That's its own language game.
Mm-hmm.
Right, like so you know, for example, like chess is its own language game, right? The words knight and bishop and king and queen in chess have a very specific meaning, right? But in medieval England, the words knight and bishop and king and queen had an entirely different meaning, because the language game of ranks and nobilities is not the same language game as the language game of the rules of chess, even though they are using the same words, and the words in the language game of chess were derived from the language game of ranks and, you know, like peerages, right? Bishops and kings and queens and knights and whatnot. But knights in the real world don't move 2 steps forward and 1 step sideways because they're not the same thing. It's a different language game.
Yeah, but in terms of the
wait. So like you
poetry of
can't
it.
take the rules of one language game and say, well, look, the rules of this language game work this way, and so in this language game, the rules must be the same.
You know what we're pointing towards with that is in terms of the specific rules or the movement of twos, like they're 2 different physicals. You know what I mean? Like when we're talking about like
No.
a chess piece versus a human, but in terms of the, for example, both knights would have special privileges that no other piece or no other title can do, which is true.
Well, yeah, but they're different things, right? They're different concepts. When you say a knight in terms of chess, you're actually thinking of a move, right? The piece is shaped like a horse. It evokes a kind of knight on horseback. But when you say knight in chess, what you are actually referring to is 2 steps forward and 1 step sideways. When you say a chivalrous knight, what you are referring to is a warrior in armor, maybe on horseback, who followed a specific code of conduct. They're 2 different language games, but the same word, because in each language game has very different meanings.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that there's certain things you can say about both that are true.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
So
sure.
like that. Yeah.
And then that in itself, that in itself, that kind of mode of speech would be its own separate language game with its own rules.
Okay, then what is the language game that I'm playing when I say that?
Okay, so language game, like it's a concept that Wittgenstein came up with. He was a German 20th century philosopher. Like to our modern ears, it can sound like it's an insult, but it's not. Like he's not saying, oh, like this is bad. He's just kind of saying like this is what we do. And so in different contexts, the words have like meaning changes based on how the word is being used. And so what you can't say is that words have any sort of intrinsic meaning. So what you're doing right now, trying to drill it into the word is, Wittgenstein would say, no, you're kind of missing something here, because the language game of mathematics has, you know, its own intricate kind of rule set that governs how that language game operates. And that's not the same language game as, you know, if you've got 2 mates in a pub who are just, you know, chatting about work, right? They finished work and they just go for a drink afterwards and they're just shooting the shit about work. That's a very different language game. And so like the is word in mathematics would be operating according to the rules of that language game, and the is word with the 2 mates in the pub would be operating according to the rules of that language game, and it would mean different things.
Oh shit! Sorry, 1 sec. But like, what I'm saying is like when you do the whole like language game shit, you know what I mean? It's not really like when you're talking to a stranger, what language game are you playing?
The language game of talking to a stranger.
Yeah, so then it's basically like the just another way to try and add oh shit. Like basically it's kind of like, oh, like that's just the new language game, new rules, new meanings. Then it's basically you cannot tie meaning down to any specific word.
You
But we
can't.
both
No,
know
not
yeah.
intrinsically. Yeah, I did say that. I keep saying it. I've
so
been fucking saying it for months.
Yeah.
Words don't have intrinsic meaning because meaning is
no.
derived through usage.
Yeah, no, but there's still objective meaning.
No, there can't be. If meaning is derived through usage, you cannot therefore say it is objective. All right, look, you can maybe say that if we all agree that a dictionary, that you and I agree that we are going to refer to the same dictionary, and whatever the definition is in the dictionary, like that is the meaning, right? If you and I both agree, then yes, like you could then say there's an objective meaning that neither of us came up with, so it's independent of our minds, right? Like certainly, but not like objective and in any kind of absolute universal sense. No, I don't think so. That would need to be demonstrated.
Yeah, so the way I'd phrase it would be like when you say there is no intrinsic meaning, is that a meaningful statement?
Intrinsically or conventionally?
Like, are you saying it's a different answer depending on which one it is?
Like yeah, like certainly I'm trying to communicate something, right? But the statement itself isn't intrinsically meaningful.
Yeah. So like by your own arguments, you like you're saying that there is no intrinsic meaning and that means something objectively and that's a truth claim.
Well, yeah, sure, conventionally. Look, I mean, there's this in Buddhism, you get this kind of concept, or at least in Madhyamaka school of Buddhism, you get this kind of idea of two like orders of truth: absolute truth and conventional truth, right? Absolute truth you kind of apparently experience through engaging with Buddhist practice, right? But you can never express it because language is necessarily conventional. So the only truths that you can express are conventional truths. Right, so we could both like water boils at 100 degrees Celsius at sea level. I think at bar, whatever it is, just like normal atmospheric pressures, right? And that's kind of true, but we're not saying anything kind of absolute about the universe. What we're doing is describing a process that is all dependently arisen, which is, you know, conditional.
Yeah, but even the stuff that you're saying is like you just flip the argument back on itself.
Yeah, and there's a chapter, one of the final chapters in the Mula Madhyamaka Karaka is the author of the book, Nagarjuna, who was alive in the 2nd century. The method that he'd been using in the book to attack all of these views that were kind of present when he was alive, right? He then uses that same method to show how even what he is saying is ultimately empty. And so in this kind of doctrine of emptiness that you get in Buddhism, you get, you know, like different stages of emptiness, where there's the emptiness of kind of phenomena, but what you end up with is like the emptiness of emptiness. It's just another concept. And
yeah,
all
what
concepts,
I'm saying,
all concepts are dependently arisen because they arise within the mind.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that, like, fundamentally, like, when you flip the question on itself, you can say, what's the meaning of meaning? And you say there is no meaning.
No,
how can you
that's
make
not what
that
I would
claim?
say. That's not what I would say. I would say it depends.
Yeah, like that's like kind of like I don't know.
No,
You know what I mean?
it
Like
depends. It depends on the context, right? Like the meaning of meaning in, say, the philosophy of mathematics probably has a very specific kind of definition, but that's not going to be anything like the meaning of meaning in the sphere of poetry, right? Like it depends on the context that you're talking about.
Yeah, you're saying like it's context dependent, but what I'm saying is that like in terms of the raw kind of like definition or meaning to the word meaning.
In what context? In poetry? In dance?
Like when we evoke meaning, like what is meaning?
It depends on what you're talking about. If you're talking about mathematics, then meaning is what certain symbols represent specific concepts. For example, numerals. Certain other symbols represent specific modes of operation. So two means what two means. Addition means what addition means in mathematics. And probably there are numerous textbooks that actually will tell you, you know, I mean, I don't really study the philosophy of maths, but, you know, and I think there's a fundamental kind of mismatch here between how we communicate. Because when you say, well, what is the essential meaning of the word meaning? My response would be, well, the question is flawed.
How so?
Where would this meaning reside?
Like that's what I'm saying. Like if you're to say to turn meaning on itself, like if meaning was to ask itself, what does meaning mean?
What in language? What does meaning mean in linguistics? Because that would have its own definition, right? Like
I just mean yeah, like when we're evoking the word, like when I mean this or when I mean that. You know what I mean? When you flip that in on itself, if you're to say there is no intrinsic meaning or there is no whatchamacallit meaning, like there is no intrinsic meaning to words or whatever, where it's like an unchanging thing and all that stuff. That's still kind of like beating around the bush in terms of even if to grant what we conventionally believe to be true.
Great.
Or the conventional truth we believe to be true.
Right, and within that language game, that's what the word meaning means. I wouldn't have an issue with that. We could, if you wanted to, I could probably unpack my shorter Oxford dictionary, which is the two volume set, and we can look up the word meaning and see what it means in different areas. Like, but it's like if you're just saying what does the word meaning mean in language. Sure, let's look it up. I couldn't tell you the exact definition off the top of my head, but there probably is one, right? In the dictionary. But here's the thing. Dictionaries are descriptive. They're not prescriptive. What dictionaries do, and this is the reason why they get updated every year, is they tell you how words are being used. They don't say, this is what the rules say this word means. When the dictionary gives you the definition, what it's doing is telling you how people are using that word. Did you know that?
Yes, but what I'm saying is that the meaning behind those words that is conveyed, that is
changes. No, it changes. It changes over time.
No, before it changes, that meaning, whatever that is, because then it changes, it's pointing to something else. But the original meaning is still its own thing, and then the new meaning it's pointing towards is something new, obviously, something different.
Right, and then when people then consistently only use the word in the new meaning, it no longer means what it used to mean. Because the meaning has changed. Right, here's a word, enormity. The word enormity means a great evil. That's the meaning, the original meaning of the word, right? But the way that people use the word online, and I've kind of gotten over it now. Look, I'm not saying that I like that this is the way things are, but this is the way things are, right? The way that people use the word now is to mean something very big, because it's similar to the word enormous, right? And they probably have the same root, like enormity and enormous probably come from the same root word.
Yeah, but like what I'm saying is that even if the meaning changes to the word, like the word is just basically like think of like an arrow and it's pointing to some sort of like phenomenon or some sort of like description or whatever. You know what I mean?
Right.
While that arrow might change its direction, the thing it was pointing to is still an objective phenomenon.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if it's pointing to an objective phenomenon. But yeah, sure.
Yeah.
But that's not what we're talking about here.
You know, but that's what I'm saying. I'm talking about in terms of like when I'm evoking meaning and in terms of like is being the true thing and like all that.
Yeah.
Kind of
So
shit.
you're but that's this particular language game. Do you see what I mean? Like
what do you mean by
let me I'm actually going to answer that very question. Do you grasp what it is that I'm trying to communicate to you? Now, see how the word mean in that one instance actually meant something quite specific, which it might not mean in the rest of this conversation.
Yes, but the understanding that you have and are trying to translate into my experience is like I said, like I was saying earlier, it's kind of like the same thing where it's these two different things. Like if they just keep if they're to follow on, just to kind of like take that extra step, they'd all fundamentally arrive at the same answer. You know what I mean?
No, not necessarily. Sometimes in the course of debates where two people are using the same word, and then they decide, to actually ask, are we actually saying the same thing here? And then they'll say, well, what do you mean by that? And this is what I mean by that. And then sometimes they realize, oh no, we actually mean very different. Like we are saying very different things. It's just that the ways that some words are used might not be within our kind of sphere of experience, generally speaking, right?
Yes. Yeah,
so I would imagine, for example, that this whole kind of language of language games is probably going to be quite alien to most people.
Yeah, but like fundamentally to sum it all up, you're saying that like people can say the same thing, but they mean two different things. And also people can mean the same thing, but they say two completely different things.
Yeah.
Goes both ways. Yeah. So like what I'm trying to point towards is that the when you look at the like what we started at with this whole thing of like you saying murder is evil and Easy saying murder is evil, yous are both saying the same thing, but you mean something different.
No, we're not. Oh, yes. Sorry. Yes. We are saying the same words. Yeah. Sorry.
You're saying the same words, but they mean something different.
Yes.
But what I'm trying to say is that both of those things are linked.
Yes, certainly they're connected, right? Like we're both talking about actions, I suppose.
So you're talking about two perspectives of the same thing. Or the same phenomenon.
I think so. I think because like I suppose Easy's position, and again I don't want to mischaracterize him here, but I think I'm going to get this right. Would be that he is making truth-apt moral statements that are true, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And my position is that people, if they are making moral truth app statements, then those statements are false, and that what people are really doing is expressing an emotion.
Yeah, like the way I look at it is there's deontologists, which are the people who say this is a duty and all this kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll say, well, duties don't exist and all this kind of shit. Sorry, there's
Well, I won't
deontology
say that.
and then there's, well, no, like the
What
counter is
on
there's
earth makes you?
deontology.
Oh right, yeah.
Yeah,
Go
no,
on, go on.
what I'm saying is that there's the deontologists, and then the opposite of that is the utilitarians, right?
Right.
And the utilitarians would say there's no such thing as duty. Duty doesn't exist, and all this kind of stuff. We only look at the outcome because we want the favorable outcomes. But my critique to arguably both positions would be use both are essentially kind of like you're just looking at two different perspectives to the same solution, because if the utilitarian is to actually be objective, they will arrive to a similar structure of the deontologist.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I think I'm not really a utilitarian. I wouldn't say that I'm a deontologist either, although in like you could say that Buddhism is somewhat is a little bit deontological in its nature, in that it focuses on intention, which is also part of deontology. And there is generally, like, within the framework of Buddhism, you definitely do have obligations. You have responsibilities as a practitioner.
Yeah, and like that's what I'm saying, where it's like you when you see, like, especially on like the more kind of political lens now, it's like the people who kind of like criticize the Christians and all this kind of stuff, it's an unfair criticism. And if people were to do the exact same
quite
thing
often,
that they were doing the Christian,
yeah,
and like if they do the exact same thing they're doing the Christians, the Muslims, they'd be like, oh, Islamophobe and all this kind of shit. But because they're Christian, I think it's because they know they can get away with it.
Yeah,
Christian will
I'd
turn the other
inclined to
cheek.
agree with you. And also, well, maybe there is, like, I don't mind debating Muslims, although I don't actually know a lot about Islam. So when I do debate Muslims, I do have to tell them, look, I can't really debate the specifics of your religion. It's going to have to be a much more general kind of debate, because, you know, like, I can't argue against your doctrine really because I haven't read the Quran, and I certainly haven't fucking read the Hadith. So, you know, but I think you are like, so it might not just be fear, and also that Christians are perceived as safe, although I do definitely agree that's probably a large component, but also for some people maybe it's about actually they just don't understand Islam well enough to be able to debate it really.
Because like for me, like I can easily attack it right off the bat with the, like, their Satan is called Iblis, or
Right.
sorry, their Lucifer or whatever type character, the angel that, like, God was like, this is my top boy or whatever, and then after that he betrays him and all that kind of shit. He's called Iblis, and the reason why he gets in trouble is because he told God told, or Allah as they call him, Alan told Iblis, listen, you cannot bow to anybody else except me. And Iblis was like, yeah, don't worry, brah, got you. So then God, Alan creates humans, and he's like, yeah, Iblis, I need you to bow to man. I need you to bow to Adam. And it was like, nah, fuck that. I'm going based on the thing he told me to, was never bow to anybody except for Allah. And then he basically punishes Iblis, and that's why Iblis leads to rebellion, all that kind of shit in that sense. Which the easy oh my god, the easy counter to the Muslims there is like, okay, you start with, should you bow to man or bow to Allah? And they'll all say you have to bow to Allah. But if you put that argument back onto Ilbis and say, well, to the Muslims, like, do you not think that Allah was being unfair to our boy here? Because, you know what I mean, like you yourself, you only bow to Allah. So why should Iblis bow to you and not bow to Allah? You know what I mean? It's basically like the contradiction that you have to be able to resolve. But you throw that contradiction at the Muslim and they're not able to handle it. Hence, if you look at any time Minar's been on panel and I've been...
Well, come on. Minar's not exactly... I wouldn't say that Minar was a good Muslim interlocutor.
No, but it is something that you throw at them and they don't have
I think it depends. Like there are some people, like there are contradictions in the Bible, and some people, you know, at least try and have a stab at being skilled at arguing those contradictions. And I'm guessing that there must be Muslims who are aware of contradictions in the Quran and have, you know, well thought out responses to them. It's just that the quality of, you know, I don't really interact with Muslims that often, so I mean, I did bump into, like, I went through a short phase last year of debating people on Instagram, and there are more Muslims on the Instagram than the people that we associate with here. And, you know, some of them were fucking smart people, man. Right? They had arguments.
But like that's the thing in terms of when you look at what Plato argues for and all this kind of shit. It's this thing that you need that religion just to bind the people, and then the essence, like the noble lie. It's like if this quote unquote lie actually binds the people and is actually conducive and productive for society, would you not rather people believe the lie or the illusion? You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, no, I would rather that they were able to do that through the truth. Now, if they can't, fair enough. Like I don't have a problem with people being Christian, and you know, if you're able to follow a kind of doctrine, and I don't think it's true, but it resonates with you and it makes you a better person, and you're kind of, you know, more integrated and happier and all that kind of stuff. And like, yeah, great. Like, now, if you want to have a debate, if you want to come into a debate sphere and say, hey, I'm challenging you with this viewpoint, then I'll argue the fucking toss with you, right? Like, but I don't actually really, like, it doesn't matter. I'm not invested in what you believe, as long as what you believe isn't, like, if what you believe is likely to lead to say an increase in physical violence among people, then I'm likely to disagree with that. But that's just because I don't like violence.
Yeah, but like that's what I'm saying in terms of the interesting thing about that is that, like, if it is to be where this is like more productive, it seems like everybody be like, yeah, I don't mind, you know, the let's say like Christianity or whatever. Do you know what I mean? Because like fundamentally, like, you can point to objective things and do it. And like, again, this is another way that I kind of like expose atheists, where it's like, I give you like a flourishing human society, I give you utopia, but everyone is going to be talking about Jesus and all this kind of stuff. Are you okay with that? And they'll say no. Which
Well,
to me,
that sort of
makes no
depends,
sense.
because if you're saying everyone, then that includes them, right?
Yeah. Well, like in terms of the because when you look at some of the shit that the Christians say, it's actually good stuff. I mean, like, we're running around acting as if like the Christians are saying like we need to lock y'all back in chains, or if you're not Christian, you're not black, and like crazy shit like this. You know what I mean? That was Joe Biden, by the way.
Christians, all right, okay. Are Christians saying that? Is Joe Biden a Christian?
Well, no, with Jesus. Like, Jesus is not saying that shit. You know what I mean? And like that's what I'm trying. Oh shit, yeah. Sorry.
Well,
panel is open. I need to pin the link. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, he did tell slaves to obey their masters.
Well, like true, and in terms of the essence of like when you have that perspective of like back in the day and all this kind of shit, but when you look at modern day, like could you not argue that like we kind of tell the same thing to like, or sorry, you can point at the like this whole thing of people are basically signing up to a 30, 40-year mortgage and they're kind of locked into a job that they don't necessarily like. You know where I'm going with it?
I get that, but they can always choose to do otherwise. They're not actually slaves.
True, but you could also argue
and
that they choose to run away.
get a smaller flat. They could sell the house, get a smaller property. Like they're not actually. I mean, circumstance might be restricting them, but that's circumstance. That's not like slavery.
True to a degree, but I got a couple things to catch up on with chat. Firstly, let me know which premium meme you want. I also got to play the Pepe for him to go. Appreciate you, Kanye. And we have a guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. RK Mangoes. Welcome to the show.
Hey, actually, go ahead. I'm just here to wait for the next topic. Go ahead and keep talking, you guys. This is actually pretty good.
Well, if you want the next topic, the one key thing that I thought was pretty interesting from our last conversation, Mangoes, was this aspect of democracy and America being this essence of what's it called, monarchy, being so against the monarchy.
Well, oh yeah, America. So what? America being against the monarchy? Is that
or democracy being so praised or worshipped?
Well, which angle do you want it? Well, ask Shiva if he wants to stop his conversation that he had with you first, because he was the first guy here.
Yeah, it's up to you guys. I'm down to talk about anything.
Yeah, I mean, me too. I'm just eating a banana at the moment, so
Look me into the eyes when you take a bite into that banana. Come on.
Beef body. Trying to keep it PG over here. But thankfully, we got another guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Meat Good. Welcome to the show.
What's up? How's it going?
Up.
Good yourself?
Is a relative concept and it has no intrinsic value.
Hanging in there. Hanging in there.
That's my favorite line from the Watchmen comic, and it didn't make it into the movie. I was so disappointed.
I've been up since, I don't know, it's been a long time. I was in the panel, Speakeasy, Verbal Combat. I thought I'd be in bed 2 hours ago. I'm still up, but you know what? Whatever. I'll just go with it. What are we talking about?
Well, we got like a range of topics we can talk about, like meaning. We can talk about, like we go the Dharma thing that like I was talking about with you before, Shiva. We can go, like I said, about democracy being like everybody's simping for democracy when democracy is actually really shit. We can go with like monarchies. Why do people hate monarchies when monarchies can actually be based? A lot of different ways. It's up to you guys.
How about?
Well, that's just by your own bias, though.
But first, if we're going to have a discussion, we need to make sure we understand the laws of logic.
Well, hang on, stop. Let's start with this. What are the 3 laws of logic? What are they? No, don't look them up. What are the 3 laws of logic?
Do you think this is an inconclusive
What are the
mathematical
3
statement?
laws of logic? There's 3. What are they?
I don't fucking know.
You don't know the fucking laws of logic, dude.
All right.
All right, dude. I don't know where. You don't even know the 3 laws of logic. This is fucking crazy. You're fucking
Do you want
crazy,
to ask?
bro.
Do you want to ask Speakeasy if he knows?
Yeah, it's the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle.
His name is John C.
Anything else, dipshit?
My man.
Anything else, dipshit? That was.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
There
that's just
actually
so
is.
fucking
There
hilarious.
actually is something else. There is something else.
Oh shit! I just realized too. All right, it's 4:30, guys. Oh shit! Right on the button. William's like, I'm not letting that. I'm not letting that.
Get it. Can't forget about William either. You know what I'm saying, boys? But yeah, do you just have a particular one? Does anyone have a particular passion that they want to talk about? Or do you want me to take leadership?
How about, is it the size of it or how you use it?
It's not the size of the
Democracy?
hammer; it's how well you drill the nail.
Oh
not-
my
talking about
god.
guns.
These
So
guys.
nobody get their mind
So,
to guns. It was just a joke. Never mind.
Democracy has its flaws, but
Go for
like
democracy.
I wouldn't say necessarily that like people are sucking its dick, but I would say that it does seem to be the case that if you have a system whereby people can regularly decide, actually, we don't want you doing the things that you're doing when you're running our country, that we can swap you out for other people. That does seem to produce better results than having systems where, say, you have a monarchy, right, or some central authority figure in whom is vested all like power, right? And because when you get those systems, yes, if you've got a decent human being who's occupying that position of power, then yeah, great, things can be fantastic. But if you've got a psychopath, like some sociopathic nut job, and he has ultimate power vested in him, and the people can't peacefully have a way of removing that person from that position of authority, that's not going to work out well, man.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think United States, I know we're talking worldwide, but United States has the perfect blend of it. If we had straight democracy, this country would be run by people elected by idiots. It would be California, New York, New Jersey. That would basically be it. They would decide every election, and we'd have the same crap every time. That's why I love the Electoral College. And before I really knew much about politics, like when I was in my 20s, and really that didn't care to vote, I thought it was the dumbest thing. I'm like, oh, well, this person got more votes and they lost. And now I get it. I mean, different states have different interests. I think that's the best system, but I guess it's irrelevant to this conversation. Like, we're talking worldwide. But over a dictatorship,
Well, you got.
I take democracy.
Well, you got the most important thing you got to consider, and it's a detail that we're overlooking. What do we determine as success, and what do we determine as failure? So, like for an example, when Teriak said that democracy is shit, well, what do you mean by that? What makes it shit, though? That's like
okay.
And what do you
Yeah,
and what do you determine success?
Yeah, so the wise man and the fool both have equal say.
Yep.
That's what makes you shit.
Yep.
That the ignorant and the knowledgeable, like you're given just as much power to the ignorant as you are to the knowledgeable.
Holistically or just partially?
On inherent principle of the system.
Inherent principle of the system. What do you mean by that?
Yeah. Democracy says everybody gets a vote.
Okay.
Even an ignorant person has just as much say as a knowledgeable person. They're both seen as equals.
What if you have an ignorant king?
That's also true.
Then you have one ignorant person who is making all of the fucking decisions.
Mm-hmm. But what people don't follow ignorance; they follow knowledge.
It doesn't matter if you're under a monarchy, though.
Wait, no, yes. They follow knowledge in a system where you can choose who is in charge. That's irrelevant in a system whereby the idiot just has to fuck someone who squirts out a sproglet, who then becomes the next fucking idiot running things.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but in terms of that essence of like the reason why such empires last is because they're competency and because their intellect. And if you doubt that people would choose to follow ignorance over intellect, look at Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Japanese seen that much intellect and were like, fuck that.
What do you mean? Like, what do you mean exactly? Like, they saw the intellect of what democracy provides and said, fuck that? What do you mean?
The motherfuckers dropped a bomb and wiped out a fucking whole city.
What does that have to do with anything, though? This is where you're losing me.
That's physics. That is physics.
What's physics?
The nuclear bomb is physics.
What does that have to do?
Yeah, but what does that have to do with
like people? Yeah, people will pursue knowledge. They'll pursue intellect. Hence, when that nuclear bomb was dropped on them, they were like, "We surrender. We will follow whatever you guys say. Whoever the fuck dropped this bomb on us, we will follow whatever the fuck you say because clearly you are vastly more intellectual than us. We don't have this technology. We don't have this."
Well, is that? Are you basing that because of the success of developing a nuclear bomb, or is it because we decided to start the research for the nuclear bomb? Which aspect you're heading here?
What? The fact that we pursued.
Are you determining this by the success of the nuclear bomb, or just because they started the research of the nuclear bomb? Because if that's so like if they have if you're just basing off the intellectual properties of just because of the success, or because that they are able to do the research to find the success, that's what I'm trying to nail down with you on that one.
Yeah, in order to be able to develop the nuclear bombs, you have to have the intellect to be able to do so. That's what intellect. Like that's how intellect. That's how intellect manifests in reality. The fact that you can build like these powerful, massive like nuclear bombs.
So let's assume for a second a country before America started the research and development of a nuclear bomb. What would you categorize that country?
Nazi Germany.
Yeah, but descriptively, what would you categorize them?
Intellectual. I'm not sure where we're going.
What do you mean you don't know where we're going? What would you call them
I don't understand.
If they started it before
mangoes. My original claim here was that people will pursue knowledge, they will pursue intellect. And like my example was when you look at like Japan, they were like, fuck the West, fuck the Allies, we'll die, like kamikaze. Like the one people that are known for like kamikaze, like that's what we get the word kamikaze from. They are more and more to lay down their lives. The fact that they seen the West blow up one of their fucking cities with one bomb, they put two and two together and said they're vastly more intellectually superior. We will follow. We will surrender and follow you.
Yeah, but you said fuck that though, so it sounds like you're moving the goalposts because you say like, oh, they saw the intellect and we're like, fuck that. You just said it a moment ago.
Fuck that. Do you know what I mean? Like that kind of reaction where you're just like you give yourself the rah-rah speech, you're going to do something, and then you see some motherfucker attempt it and he gets completely wiped out and you're like, fuck that. That kind of aspect.
Well, if that's the case, then what do you explain the Soviet Union? Because that was the whole autocracy, so that kind of defeats your point, though. We were the first ones to do it. Doesn't mean that it has anything to do with a faulty system of developing a nuclear, a destructive weapon like that. This is where you're losing me.
What are you talking about, Magnus?
Well, no. The argument, part of the argument that you just based off of saying that, part of the reason why democracy is shit is because we're able to produce super weapons. That's what I'm talking. Where are you getting lost here with what I'm trying to get at? Where are you getting lost at?
Democracy is shit because the knowledgeable are treated as equals to the unknowledgeable. That's the main premise of democracy.
So what do you value more? Okay, in a political system,
intellect.
do you value? Okay, throw
Do you,
intellect
which do
out
you
of
value
there.
more, intellect or ignorance, Mangos? That's what you just asked me.
No. Now you're just straw manning my position. Then, no, that's not what I'm getting at.
I'm asking where are these questions going. It seems like you want to refute the point because again, it seems like democracy is shit, which it is. Don't get me wrong. I understand the feeling you're having right now, but in terms of the questions you're asking, it doesn't seem to be.
Well, I mean,
refuting
like,
the
I
point.
do
Or
live
is
in
the
a
point.
country that has the most powerful military in the world, where our Air Force is the second most powerful Air Force in the world next to our United States Navy. I don't understand where you're getting with that. What I was trying to ask, okay, since I failed on the historical part, let me ask you this then. What do you value more? God damn it, I forgot what I was going to ask. What do you value more? What do you value more? Like, God damn it, I lost what I was trying to get at now.
Can I chime in for a second?
Yeah, of course.
Here's the thing that makes me the most upset about democracy is because everybody can vote. Everybody that's 18 can vote. When I was 18, I didn't know shit about shit. They don't know anything. They pay attention to TikTok memes. Okay. My daughter is a college student. When she graduated high school, before she graduated high school, because her birth date is in November, she was still 18. She could have voted, and let's say she voted Democrat. Therefore, she would be canceling out my vote, and it's just ridiculous. Plus, all the people on public assistance that have never worked in their lives, they're not a net benefit. They don't pay into the system at all. Even some who do work, they might pay $1,000 in taxes a year, and then they get a $4,000 return. So they have totally different interests. They're only voting on what's best for them and who's going to give them the most free handouts. It's just ridiculous. I think.
Well, you know what? I want.
Sorry,
Sorry, go on, dude. Finish.
I think they should repeal the 19th Amendment. I really do.
Yeah, like to his point about like buying votes, like Joe Biden kind of bought votes because he did say he was going to have a second stimulus package of $1,500, and there's people who voted for him just for that. Oh, you're just going to give me more money. Cool, I'll vote for you, no problem. Like, look, Teriak, there's some agreements I'm going to have with you that there's flaws with the democracy here. My whole reason of why I value the democracy more so than monarchy, and this is actually the question. I remember the question I was going to ask you, is that I rather trust the collective of the people to vote who's going to represent a said government than one person as an absolute monarchy or monarchy in general to dictate what's best for the country, because sometimes or most times in monarchy, you will have a tyrannical king that will just behead you just because you didn't agree or bow down to him. You know, like the question I was going to ask you: what do you value more? The collective of the people to decide. Fucking goddamn! I can't. Not again, man, motherfucker. What do you value more? An autocracy or democracy? Which one do you value more?
You're asking me?
No, Teriak.
It depends.
Well, if democracy is shit, then it should be autocracy. That's the main premise of the question.
Well, like I said, the main premise that I've been pointing to is intellect. So if you're telling me it's a democracy full of intellectuals, then yeah, you can have democracy in that case because they're all intellectuals. They're not all ignorant. Whereas if you look at the aristocracy, they could all be ignorant. Do you know what I mean? So it depends on like that aspect that I keep pointing back to, which is the intellect.
There's no country on earth where you're gonna have all intellectuals. You're always gonna have ditch diggers and burger flippers. You know, that's why again, if if it's a constitutional republic, like our system, I think it's the best system. But if it changed and it came to democracy versus a dictatorship, basically, I then at that point I'd have to say I would take democracy. I roll the dice on democracy with that.
Yeah, because I like I said, I trust a group of people electing than one person telling me if what time should I what's the curfew or how I should spend my money or how much money I should give the government or the monarchy. Because that's exactly what happened in feudal Europe, where the monarchy just said, "Okay, you're giving me half your shit. I don't care. You don't do it. And I'm sending my knights to behead you and give your land to somebody else."
At least you probably got a 50-50 chance. You know what I mean? You probably got a 50-50 chance in most countries. You're gonna have idiots and you're gonna have people that know what's going on, smart people that contribute to society. At least you got a 50-50 chance that they're gonna elect somebody that's, not a tyrant.
Well, the thing is about the American system is that you got what makes it really unique is that you can change the entire government within 6 years because you got the House of Representatives always elected every 2 years, and the Senate you got every you can elect by 6-year terms, and then you also have the president when you elect him every 4 years. So like with those parameters, you can have basically a new government, and that cycle just because of the American system of the republic. Like this is where Teriak, he doesn't understand that. Yeah, all systems ain't perfect, but yet he's going to take democracy and shit because it has its flaw. Like under his logic, that anything that has its flaw, you should throw the baby out the bathwater, especially with democracy. And that's the core issue I'm having with his argument on that one, because that's basically what he's saying.
Okay, shift
Go
it
for it.
a little bit, still kind of related, but so
Go
what do you
for it,
think
man.
though about term limits for members of Congress? 'Cause I think that's just out of control. I mean, you look like Mitch McConnell and Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and all these
Diana
people.
Feinstein, Chuck Grassley, Jerry Nadler, I think there should be term limits because of the fact that now you look what's happening in America. It's a crony capital, and I always believe that crony capitalism is closer to oligarchy than it is actual capitalistic system, because it's just influenced by whoever has the most money in the top 1% of the major conglomerates. But having a term limit like that, like let's say for the House of Representatives, you're able to have 5 term limits of 2 years. That like that. That's going to help keep the market of statesmanship more competitive, so at least it gives people a real option to determine which direction they want to go with their politics, because the times change. Like take for an example the baby boomers. The baby boomers has been in power in Congress for the last 4 decades. You know what I mean? So you take that for an example, they basically are gatekeeping their power, and we're seeing the effects on it because that's the generation that sold out Americans, especially in the middle class, So with that being said, the course correction you would, on paper, would be best is to have term limits to help prevent that. So at least we can have a cycle of like intellectual statesmen to at least be more in tune to what society wants instead of what their donors or their
That's literally
instead of
an
their
ad
donors
populum
determine
fallacy.
me.
It's
No,
one
it's
big
not.
massive ad populum fallacy. Yes, you are. You're saying you're making the claim that it is morally good. One sec. It is morally good to allow the masses to decide what government should do. You're just giving the power to the masses because ad populum fallacy.
Well, what's the ad populum
should do?
What's the ad populum?
You're appealing to the masses that it's moral that the masses get to vote.
Okay.
That's
So
what you should do.
Okay. So here, so this is where you're losing me here, because appeal to the masses. That's democracy in itself. That's not ad populum. That's actually what democracy is designed to do. The power is within the people, not the government to the people. That's not how democracy works. That's not that's not an argument at popular. No, that's actually how the American system actually works.
If anything, I think we should.
One sec. Again, like, I don't know if you're deliberately misrepresenting it or not, but in terms of like my argument, democracy gives the exact same amount of power to the knowledgeable as to the ignorant.
Yeah, that's a flaw, and I can agree with you, but it doesn't mean that's a flawed. It's a failed system. Because you're making the claim that just because it has that one flaw, it's a failed system. No, it's not. That's part of how it works. That's the system design doing what it does.
Again, not a counter to why we like your counter needs to be either a counter to that claim, which we both accept is true, and we both accept that it is a flaw. Then your counter needs to be, okay, well then why should we do democracy? And then your counter was, well, like we need to give the power to the people. Why?
That is why? Because we don't want the government determining what we should do in our personal lives. That's why. Because it's not.
That's what democracy is.
No, not necessarily. Well, the American system, what it does is prevents the condensing of power to the government, like big government. That's what it's supposed to be doing. That's why people elect their representatives to keep that in check. And if people don't like what the representatives are doing because they are passing laws that gives the government more power, like the executive branch and the legislation branch, then that's where you vote people in to prevent that from actually having to a point where the majority rule. That's where you're not understanding the fundamentals about American politics in this aspect. Like, you're throwing the baby out the bathwater.
Now you're flipping to constitutional republic. Like, by bringing America into, you're trying to flip it into constitutional republic when I'm purely just talking about democracy as a concept.
Okay, democracy as a
democracy's principle is that you're going to value intellect and ignorance as the same.
Well, no, not necessarily.
Heraclitus said that every man in Ephesus should be hung and the city should be left to the children.
Well, not necessarily. Not necessarily, because you're making the claim that it shouldn't go to the people. And I was giving you an example of why. And how do you do that, Teriak? Do you force them, or do you just let the natural status quo to determine that?
Them.
So at what point does the free market of thinking comes in your system? How do you distribute that?
What do you mean? How do you distribute that?
Yeah, how do you distribute that? How do you get the information from everybody to actually being used to where it determines who gets to run the country?
What do you like? When I done the Hiroshima example, like did they take a vote and they say, okay, we want to make sure that the Japanese people are okay with us surrendering? Did they have a vote, or did the leadership just surrender?
The leadership surrendered, but what does that have to do with anything?
So that's an example where it's like there was no democracy there in terms of the people's voice weren't heard and all this kind of bollocks. Like, because all you're doing is just trying to throw slogans at the moment.
Well, no. What you're doing is you're conflating two different events into one thing, because with Japan, we're at war with them. You don't get to negotiate peace terms when you lose a war.
Again,
you don't do that.
I shall reiterate what I'm talking about. I'm saying democracy has a flaw, that it undermines intelligence, or the intelligentsia, because you're basically fundamentally saying that intelligence and ignorance are the same, right? That's a flaw with democracy. Your counter needs to be, why should we make the case for democracy? Why is democracy the good thing and what we should do?
But how do you know there's going to be? How do you know there's going to be?
You're saying we should. All you're really saying is that we should give power back to the people.
What the fuck?
Which is just a slogan.
Well, no, that's the democracy.
Yes, but honestly, why should we do democracy? Not what is democracy?
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
At least with democracy, you have a chance. You're just assuming that the dumb people, non-intellectuals, are gonna win every time. It's not necessarily the case. It's at least you have a chance. The monarchy, you have no say. People have no say at all. That's it.
And why is that a bad thing? If the average person is a retard compared to the monarchy, why is that a bad thing?
I don't know if the average person is a retard. I mean, I don't know if I'd go that far. I know some people that do menial labor jobs. They're older and they're pretty wise people though. You know, it's still you still get a chance. It's not a guarantee that like okay, most people are too dumb to make the right decision. Yeah, you might get more stupid people. You might get stupid people that win an election one cycle and the next, and for 3 cycles, you might get the intellectuals that do. At least you have a chance. Giving the people a chance. How do you know? How do you know the person that's put in power, that's a dictator basically, in a monarchy, is going to be good? What if they're
because
not intellectual?
in order to be seen as the leader of these people, you have to be competent. You know what I mean? Like when we look at like AOC, all this kind of shit.
I don't know about that. Depends what
Like
country.
a former bartender being a representative, like that's what we need.
Yeah, well, that's because New York, the area that she represents, it's mostly people that migrated to New York City, and they're just voting because they believe her bullshit. That's just one small
The
section.
demographics of that. Go on. Sorry, dude.
No, I was about done. It's
Well, I was going to add on. That's demographics.
Why is that a good thing?
It's not a good. It's not a good thing.
Exactly.
But look at all the other places where you're seeing a shift towards red, where places are going red. Trump won the popular vote. I was actually saying he probably had like a 20% chance that he was going to win this election. I wanted him to win, but I said, listen, don't count on it. I was kind of thinking more of a, that they were going to rig it and, steal it from him again. And that Kamala was going to win. But a lot of even the people you'd say are adults, stupid people, non-intellectuals, made the smart choice, I think, and, voted her out, voted Trump in. It's not all intellectuals. It's not all intellectuals. A lot of people that cut hair for a living. A lot of people that work at frickin' McDonald's flipping burgers that can't even get your burger right when you say no mustard or no mayo.
And you give that person the same power as a nuclear physicist.
I mean,
that's a misleading question, though.
Yeah.
That wasn't a question. That wasn't a question. It was a statement.
Oh, okay. That's a misleading statement then.
How is it a misleading statement? That's what democracy is.
Okay.
Well, no, because with that statement, you're appealing to authority. Because on a social hierarchy, you're going to value somebody who appears to be intellectually smart because they know how to build an A-bomb over somebody who flips burgers.
What I'm saying, I'm not saying that just they have the title of nuclear physicist or whatever. What I'm saying is that they have that intellectual capability that they can understand nuclear physics.
Teriak, let me ask you this. Most of these white liberals that voted for Trump, you think all these people that went to elite universities, like think these people that went to elite universities like Harvard, and Yale. You really think any of those people voted for Trump? Who'd they vote for? They voted for Kamala Harris. They're intellectually intelligent. They're book smart, however you want to call it.
Yeah.
They're not wise.
You're not going to find me defending what modern day is turned into, colleges and all this kind of shit. You're not going to find me defending that shit. That's why I specifically said in the previous one, it's like, not that they have the title nuclear physicist, but they actually have the intellect, comprehend and understand nuclear physics. Like, think about, like, I know this is a movie or whatever, but think about, like, Spider-Man. How he was, just as a kid, he never went to college and got his degree in nuclear physics or whatever, like, physics or science thing that he was really good at. He just, like, was self-taught. Not like you have these people who are self-taught and all this kind of shit. What I'm saying is that as a society, you clearly want to revere people who can build things like nuclear bombs and wipe other countries off the face of the fucking planet.
But
because if you don't value that as a society, you won't last as a society. You're just going to get taken over.
What does that have to do with who votes? Just because they could build, they're smart doesn't mean that they're going to vote the right way.
What? Okay,
or vote
voting the right way. Voting the right way. What the fuck does that mean?
It doesn't mean
voting
it.
It doesn't you do this, dude.
Go ahead.
Sorry, man. You're actually doing pretty good. Go on, man. I'm going to meet. Dude, go on, dude. You're doing good.
It's 2v1, and they're both like, "No, you go for it. No, you go for it. I don't want to do it. No, you do it."
Curiac, you know what I mean,
motherfucker. Yeah, go ahead.
He's actually bringing a better argument than I am, so I'm just going to let him, let him cook a little bit.
I listen. My sister has a 161 freaking IQ. Okay. She could read a 350-page book in like an hour and 45 minutes. Okay? I might be exaggerating a little bit. She's stupid smart. Stupid smart. Okay?
I said, Maisie, shut the fuck up.
Sorry, my bad, genuinely.
She's the dumbest. I love her to death. She's the dumbest fucking liberal. One of the dumbest fucking virtue signaling liberals. Falls for all the fucking trans, white guilt, fucking Black Lives Matter bullshit. All of it. All of it. And a lot of them are that way. That's what I'm saying. That's why we have a different system here. We have the Electoral College. But even if it comes to just straight democracy, majority rule, I'm going to roll a dice on that. And I'm finished with that. I'll let you take over.
No, I'll let Teriyok talk because, it is a 2v1 and like Teriyok wants to respond, I'll let him,
Yeah.
Mango's is quite re-questioning. I know exactly what Mango's is going through right now. It feels like he's on a roller coaster. He's like fundamentally questioning like reality now and all this kind of shit. It's like, but they told
No. I'm questioning. No. I'm questioning myself because he actually who's on panel with me? I'm sorry.
I'm the guy who was on panel with you the other morning. When it was
good.
The pseudo master chef.
Yeah, you're bringing up a better argument, and when Teriyok was saying like, well, you're making a statement, you're not actually bringing an argument, and then you came in and you actually said, well, we actually have a choice. Objectively, you were bringing a better argument than I am, so I just let you took the reins because I was failing to doing what Teriyok was at, like trying to get at with me, and I didn't see it. But watching you do it, I'm like, so that's what he means. So I failed on that one. I was letting you do it because, you're representing the argument better than I am. That's why I'm taking a step back. Yeah, I don't do that pride egotistical bullshit where I'm wrong and I'm just going to talk, lose control. Like I will sit and listen and learn how I can make that better. Nothing to do with me questioning if what I believe in or not, because because like to his point, like you can be highly intellectual smart doesn't mean you have any common sense.
Exactly.
Like left wing academia, they seem to have a majority on academia. Yeah, they have high IQs. Doesn't mean that they're going to objectively vote. And what I mean by objectively voting, meaning that if you're voting because you like take for an example, women and abortion, most women will vote the left because they want abortion to be, not to be infringed. So like the question, you see Andrew Wilson asked the question, is that would you give up your rights so it can, if it betters society? That's like the object. So like the objective part is that would you sacrifice your own liberty if it benefits society to an extent? Because that's how the American government works. It's called a social contract. That's what the objective part. I disagree with the policies, but if it's going to better my life in the country, so I don't have to, worry about inflation or an economical collapse, then I'm going to vote for that, even though I disagree with it. That would be like the objective idea that I'm speaking about.
Here's mine. I already said it. You appoint a dictatorship. You appoint a dictator. Nobody has any say. Okay, with democracy, like I said, you're talking about intellectuals. Well, I pointed out that a lot of these so-called intellectuals have no common sense, and they vote for morons, and they go by memes and all the bullshit they hear on CNN or the buzzwords. They're not that smart either. At least you got a chance that people are going to vote for somebody good. You know what I mean? It might not happen, but at least there's a chance. I think there's a better chance, even if it's only a 10% better shot than a monarchy. I think it's better if I'm choosing between the two. I think the U.S. has the closest to the perfect system because it's not a complete democracy, to be honest, with the Electoral College. But that's my argument. That's all I can say.
So again, fundamentally, what I'm trying to point towards is that you guys are complaining all the modern day problems is the fact that we have this whole egalitarianism which treats everyone as equal, and democracy is literally that egalitarian system. You guys would agree that the problem is that we don't value merit anymore, but when it comes down to democracy, you guys don't value merit.
What do you mean we don't value merit? We value merit in who gets appointed. You're gonna have shitty people appointed in places that a bunch of idiots live in, and you have areas where they're gonna appoint people that do stuff that's quote better. And I mean, I don't know. I really don't know what else to say.
Because you're just saying, oh well, democracy is better because democracy is better.
No,
I mean, that's what I'm trying to point out.
It's not what I'm saying. It's not what I'm saying.
Well, ain't you doing the same thing with monarchy though? When you haven't explained how better
I've not
monarchy
pointed
is
the monarchy.
against them?
I've not pointed to the monarchy once in this dialectic.
We're saying the monarchy's better because you don't have to.
We're not talking about monarchies. You're not going to try to run away to monarchies. I'm asking, why is democracy so great?
I didn't say it was so great. I said if I had to pick between the two, I'm going to pick democracy. I didn't say it was so great.
Yeah, but you don't have a reason. This is what I'm trying to point. For example, this is an argument.
One of the things they do is called anal leaking, where a man's anus is leaked like this by the other person, like ice cream. And then what happens? Even poo-poo comes out. The other poo-poo's out, and then they eat the poo-poo.
I mean, that's one argument.
What
right?
that guy fucking said.
Exactly.
Anyway.
Do you know what I mean? But technically, the dude is making an argument that he brings ice cream into it and all this kind of stuff. Highly suggest people study this argumentation. I'm basically taking democracy and stating one of the truths of democracy, which is that you will value you will have an equal value of ignorance and intelligence, which makes no fucking sense to me. You know what I mean? Because if we are to put in a system of meritocracy, let's say you either serve the military or you own land, you have land ownership over a residential area, then that's based you're on a meritocracy system there. But you use counter logic, or your arguments here have been, well, you have to give everybody the right to say because power to the people and all this kind of slogans that we typically hear about democracy.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that. I would rather it be how our founding fathers designed it, where not everybody has a vote. But you're asking me if I had to choose one or the other. In the United States, it's not a full democracy. It's not the same way because we have the electoral college. I think you got smarter people in some states than you do in others. More wise people. There's a difference between intelligence and wisdom. Wisdom comes with age, experience, and pretty much gaining wisdom from listening to other people that are wise. If you got these idiot professors teaching you, you're not going to be wise. You might be book smart, know a bunch of bullshit that's not going to change anything, but it's just how it works. And even if it's 50, it's probably, let's say it's 50-50. You're going to be 50-50 leads you to, okay, well, sometimes you're going to get 52% or 54% are going to be the idiots and they're going to win. And then vice versa. I take that over having nobody, not even what you say are intellectuals, nobody having a say. You don't think that's better?
No, because we could talk about aristocracy and just say the families that own all the property in America, they should determine what the government is.
Oh, I absolutely think that would be better. We're not talking about that though.
That's not a democracy.
You said aristocracy.
Yeah, aristocracies are not democracies.
I know. So why are you bringing it up?
Yeah, because that's an example. Because you were trying to say, oh, but monarchy versus democracy is so shit and all this kind of stuff. And I was like, okay, like we can have, let's say, we can take out monarchy and we're going to say aristocracy and like point to that as a different system where you can value intellect and separate intellect from ignorance in that system within aristocracy. But you guys' counterclaim and why you've been cheerleading for democracy is that you value that everybody should have a say.
No, I did not say I did not say that. I said versus having an appointed dictator, and none of the people have a choice. I'm gonna take everybody having a choice over that. That is bringing up an aristocracy that has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, what I'm doing is I'm testing the bounds. Like you're basically saying that like you. Because remember, like the topic,
I would take an aristocracy over our constitutional republic in the United States, the way it is right now. I want to repeal.
So you prefer
repeal the 19th Amendment for sure.
Yeah,
I think it would be better.
When you say that you're in favor of autocracy over the current system, you're saying that you don't value democracy.
No, I really don't.
You don't care. Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to point out or highlight. That it's like a lot of Americans actually don't value this whole thing that a lot of people, like not only Americans but also Europeans, tend to say, where it's like my life for democracy and democracy above all, and we have to fight for democracy and all this kind of shit.
I'm not one of those people. I'm not one of those people. But the prompt is democracy or monarchy.
No. The prompt from yesterday's or 2 days ago was is democracy the best form of government? Like we're specifically just talking about democracy, and then that's where I have to critique where democracy, like it basically treats intellectuals and ignorant people as the same. They have the same amount of power. You know what I mean? And that's why it's like when you point to a monarchy, you don't have that. When you point to an autocracy, you don't have that. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay. Well, then I misunderstood. Over a monarchy. If it's monarchy versus democracy, I'll take democracy.
Okay. What if it's
the best system we have in the U.S. with the Electoral College? But I'd like to repeal the 19th Amendment because I think
I get it. Even though like the 19th Amendment, like you can get around the 19th Amendment.
They won't though.
No, like there's literally like for example, like you could put in a place where it's like you only gain the right to vote with land ownership and serving in the military, and that would
right
the 19th Amendment doesn't prevent that.
Yeah, or you have to do some kind of civil service even, but they're not going to.
None of that contradicts the 19th Amendment. You don't necessarily have to repeal the 19th Amendment.
But they're not going to do either. They're not going to do it. Is what I'm saying. You know that. You know they're not going to do it. Is both the Republicans and the Democrats are pandering and they want this vote, they want that vote, put people in
But
the group.
the 19th Amendment just states that you cannot say to a woman, "You can't vote because you're a woman."
I know
Like you
that.
could put in
No,
legislation where it's
wait,
like you have to be a
the
landowner or a thing, and that wouldn't conflict with that
I know the 19th.
amendment.
Are you saying I think the 19th Amendment is just taking away the right to vote to women? I didn't say that.
If you take away the 19th Amendment, then effectively you can say to women, "We're taking away the right to vote because you're a woman." Like in the example I gave of land
I don't think
ownership or military, right? If you do it based on that, in terms of the current statistics, technically there'd be more women that have the right to vote than men in the country. I think it'd be like 49.7% of women would still have the right to vote. I think it'd be like 48.5% of men would keep the right to vote if you've done it based on land ownership or military, right? Rough figures, right, give or take. But in terms of like that dynamic, that doesn't conflict with the 19th Amendment unless you say to a woman who's either served in the military or owns a house, you say to her, "You can't vote," then that would breach the 19th Amendment.
Well, to be honest with you, I'd rather them repeal the 19th Amendment and not have women vote. Also, but that's just me.
Yeah, so like you basically just want to deny a person the right to vote based on the fact that she's a woman.
No, that including to people that have no stake, in this country. I just I think women. What stake do women have? They can't be forced to serve, and they can't be drafted, right? There's no duty for them to give childbirth, keep the population going. I'd be okay with it.
But if
I
a
wouldn't
woman has
complain.
served in the military or owns land, you're
What's that?
saying she still shouldn't have the right to vote.
If she served in the military, that would be an exception. I'd let that go. But I'd be fine with it just being, let only landowners, people who served in the military, stuff like that. Even if they are women, I'd be happy with that. At least it would rid all the deadbeats on welfare. That to me is the most important thing. All the deadbeats that just don't work. I'm not talking about old people that worked their whole lives and they need public assistance because they can't work anymore. Those people should be able to vote. I'm talking about these deadbeats that just, they live off the system, they abuse the system. That's like the main thing to me. Like they really have no business voting.
Yeah, so what I'm saying again to try and encapsulate the whole argument is that like it seems like when you say like repeal the 19th Amendment, you're like, I want to be able to discriminate against women or particular groups of people and say you're not allowed to vote.
No, it doesn't have to be that we repeal the 19th Amendment. I just think the most important thing, like I just said, is getting rid of these idiots that they don't put anything in. They're lazy.
Yeah.
They don't want to. That's the most important thing.
Yeah.
But if they repeal
I
the
agree,
19th
and
Amendment,
that's why I'm against democracy.
but if they repealed the 19th Amendment and women couldn't vote, I wouldn't cry about it. I'd even be fine with like
So you're fundamentally
per
no
household.
issue going against democracy. That's what I'm saying. You agree with my position.
I'm saying if it's democracy versus a monarchy, I'm going to take democracy. That's what I thought the problem was.
A democracy where they're only going to vote in female leaders because it's like 80% women, right? Or a monarchy.
A democracy where they're only going to vote in female leaders.
Yep.
But how do you know? How do
Or
you know that's
monarchy.
the outcome? How do you know that's the outcome?
Because it's 80% women. That's the society.
Just a hypothetical.
Yes.
Then I take the monarchy.
Yeah.
Well, that's not true, though.
Yeah.
But
There we
where's
go.
it gonna
There you go. Mangoes, go ahead.
Where's it going to be 80%? Where's it going to be 80% women that are the population, and they're going to automatically vote for 80% women?
Well, it doesn't need to be 80% women. It just needs to be 80% women voting. That'll be like 80% women of the constituency that are going to be voting. And like we actually had that a couple of times in our lifetime, Hillary and Kamala Harris, and they both lost the election. And we know that women are they're the ones who vote the most. So I mean, like through that, question, that's where it fails because we already did that. Nobody,
No.
right now, America's, we're.
Yeah, let me explain. The reason why
I gave you an
phrased the
example.
question-
I don't know how you're refuting it.
The reason why I'm explaining like why I asked that question was to determine, okay, like how are you actually measuring like these like systems that we're putting in? Like what value? Like when you said
Okay.
when you either give me a democracy or monarchy, I'm always taking the democracy. Then I give him a democracy that I know he doesn't want, where it's 80% women and it's all feminism and all this kind of shit, and that's what like the whole like political system is. Do you want to participate in that democracy, or would you rather have a monarchy like the Byzantine Empire? It's like everybody's going to be like most men are going to be like, give me the fucking Byzantine Empire. You know what I mean? So like this whole thing of like the actual political system,
Where
that's
are you
how
gonna
to judge whether or not you're being objective or not.
Yeah, but it's a hypothetical. Because
exactly.
Where's
Yeah.
the 80% women?
God
what?
fucking damn.
What countries are 80% women?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I use the hypothetical to test your logic.
It's okay. It's fine, and and I answered
But this-
honestly. People can hate on me.
Yeah,
if
no,
they
100%.
want.
You didn't do anything wrong. You didn't do anything wrong. But like the reason why I do this is just to show people and to say that it's okay to be like, I'm not going to accept this premise that like all these lefties run around say we have to save democracy and all this kind of shit.
No, I mean,
Don't grant them that.
No,
You know what I mean?
I never do. I never do grant. I don't grant them that. We're talking about worldwide. It's very different from the United States. It's very different.
But this is what I'm saying in terms of the abstract principles. Because like to be 100% with you, bro, like you basically agree with the arguments that I've been making. You know what I mean? Where you're like when I said like aristocracy, you're like, yeah, I'd fucking take that over, like, because like your main issue is that we've too many fucking retards voting, and that's why I'm like, we can go back to Socrates, and Socrates will literally make the argument saying the problem with democracy is it puts the intellectual, like the genuine intellectual, not the fake intellectuals that we have in modern day, but the genuine intellectuals, they are treated the exact same as the ignorant, and that's why you have so much rot and decay in modern day societies, because all these retards that we have in office, rather than a handful of like sophisticated, actually competent and intellectual individuals that are governing with some sort of purpose. Like the modern day intellectuals are saying there is no purpose in life, there's only power and all this stuff, but it's like they make their purpose the power and all this kind of shit.
It's not the only reason. Lobbying is also a big reason why you have these idiots in there.
Yeah, but if you have, let's say if Trump was like, if the Trump family was the royal family, all this lobbying on the shit won't do jack shit.
All this what? Won't do jack shit?
All the lobbying and all this kind of shit won't do jack shit. And furthermore, right, bear in mind when you're talking about a monarchy, yes, it's like the one dude is the king, but a monarchy is not necessarily a dictatorship. A king will always have his court, and in his court he has his jester. You know what I mean? That's why your boy's dressed up like a leprechaun, you know what I'm saying? But anyways, like that's like that, like think of like King Arthur and the Round Table. You know what I mean? And like the reason why I do these kind of like weird arguments and I have these discussions on all this stuff is because I'm basically, I want to break the preconceived notion that I know a lot of us has been told, where monarchy bad, the one dude in power is bad or whatever, even though, like I said, monarchy, there's many different forms of monarchy and all this kind of shit, and democracy is always good. But nobody seems to well, the average day person, especially on college, when you ask like these individuals, like they'll go, democracy is our strength, democracy is great, all this kind of shit. But then when you point out this flaw, it's like a self-defense mechanism comes in. It's like I have to now defend democracy, even though most
Not
of these
me.
motherfuckers probably don't even believe in it. You know?
Not me. I'm not saying it's perfect, but I would still, I think I would still take my chances with it, like at least over a monarchy. I'm still going to stick with that. At least you still have a chance.
Another thing that I would point out as well is when you look at all the Middle Eastern countries, all the ones that were successfully stabilized by the CIA were all the democracies. When you look at the ones that have not been able to be toppled, it was all monarchies. Or you look at the remaining ones, it's all monarchies. Even Iran now is getting destabilized, and that was a theocracy.
I thought we weren't talking about monarchies.
No, I can point towards those like the strength towards it if you want it, but like I said, like we kind of like some eyes like the democracy part where it's like there's a major flaw here, which means we're down to autocracy, monarchy, or theocracy, which one could argue.
Yeah, but I tried to bring up monarchy earlier here as a comparison, and you just really disregarded that.
Yeah, but like before we can get onto monarchies, you both have to grant that like use either like haven't made a sufficient argument for democracy, or you're granting that my critique in democracy is forcing us now to view other options.
Well, that's just
if you guys want to take that step, even just for the sake of the argument, to progress the argument, I'm more than happy to move on to the monarchies.
Well, that's just you want us to concede that democracy is a bad thing under your preference because you just fundamentally reject the concept of democracy. So basically, it's just like no matter what argument we take, you're just going to disregard general and just say, well, that's not an argument. That's what you're doing.
No, what I'm saying is you haven't provided a sufficient argument to counter the main thing that I've drawn, where fundamentally democracy treats the intellectual and the ignorant as the same. And then you say, why is that a problem, Teriak? That is a problem because when you look at modern day society, the problem is that we have bartenders like AOC who's there saying the Green New Deal is great for America when it's not. It's dog shit. It's that you sign yourself up to be destroyed. You know what I mean? Same way that Europe is basically crippled itself with all the green and the carbon tax policy and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? That's a clear example in modern day, a politician I point towards that has no business having any power. Do you know what I mean? Go back to the fucking bar. Do you know what I mean?
We are. Sorry. I thought you were done.
In terms of,
I'll still
just to surmise real quick, like that's me kind of saying there's the claim, and then here's the evidence towards that claim. We all recognize this is a problem with democracy. Then I'm saying, what is like? Can you give me an argument that supersedes that, or says, well, that's almost necessary, or we facilitate that because this other aspect is so great? And the only thing that I've heard so far is that like, well, we should just give everyone the right to vote, or we just like it's a good thing to let everyone have a say.
I didn't make that. I didn't make that claim. I don't think either of us did.
So then, what is the counter towards that?
We gave our arguments. Like the people, you say, okay, the intellectuals are equal. The democracy intellectuals are equal to the retards.
Just real quick, we got a guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Sean, welcome to the show.
Hello, fellow Irishman myself. Well, I'm not fully Irish.
Good to hear.
But I'm one of those lefty environmentalists, so I got triggered there. So I need to defend myself, fight for my rights as an Irishman.
Yep, 100%. Let's hear your case.
Well, I think like if obviously I care about the environment, so I think climate change and biodiversity collapse is real. Even if you don't believe in climate change, the environment is getting fucked. So we need to save it. If we did it without democracy or dictatorship or communism, it'll be good. But if we don't save the environment, we're fucked. So
how are you gonna change? How are you gonna change the weather? How are you gonna change the weather? They can't even predict the weather from 1 week to the next. They can't even fix the homeless problem. They're going to change the temperature of the whole planet. You're going to tell me that they tell you, okay, over the past 100 years, the temperature, average temperature temperature went up 1.5 degrees. You could buy best thermometer money could buy, okay? And it's, you know what its accuracy is within? Like 2.5 degrees. So you're telling me over the past 100 years, all these temperature measurements they took all over the planet back 90 years ago, or whatever, God knows what thermometers they use, are that accurate that they could tell you for sure the average temperature went up over 100 years like 1.5 degrees? I mean,
well, you think all the scientists in the world that believe in this stuff are lying, and they're working for the New World Order, lefty New World Order? I think they're Republicans that are lying about it. People are lying about it too. People that lie about climate change, they're saying it's not that bad. They're liars too.
It's not necessarily a lie, Sean.
Well,
John, I don't think it's necessarily a lie. One sec.
This is getting juicy.
I don't necessarily think it's a lie. I think they've been led on a goose chase. But I mean, and what I mean by that is that when you look at, like, for example, like the Rona, the COVID shit that happened, when we locked down like basically the whole planet, the temperature still increased. It's not that it's like there's not a cataclysm coming. It's not that we disagree with that. It's that it's like we cannot fundamentally change or get off this path, which is why we have like Elon Musk, who's like, this dude kind of sounds and he knows what he's talking about, and like in terms of like just even the philosophy or the goal that he's imagining for humanity, where it's like we need to get off this planet. That is like that what supersedes and kind of overrules the like what you'd point towards as evidence for climate change. You know what I'm saying, Sean?
Here's my point. Do I think climate change is real? Yeah, of course I do. The climate's been changing since the Earth the Earth was born. Okay, it's been changing. Sometimes it's less severe over 100 years. Then you got peaks. It goes up, it goes down. I mean, there were palm trees in Alaska at one time. Okay. How come they don't talk about it when you got record-breaking cold temperatures everywhere? They don't say.
Well, the scientists say that it's because of when you research the science and not listen to right wingers mocking it.
My daughter's
if you go into detail about the science,
dude. My daughter's an
one at a time. Meet.
To be fair, Sean was talking first.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So if you go into detail of the scientists, I follow science. I'm not expert on this stuff, but I'm interested in it. And they say that the reason why there was record cold there, I heard in America, is because the Gulf Stream, the wind that goes around in North Pole is getting weaker because the division of temperature is weakening the strength of the wind, so it allows cold air to go down lower. And I heard now there's record heat now in America and record heat in Europe right now. So the temperature can be. It is changing. I mean, I follow the scientists, and they're all like, "Yep, it's changing."
How old are you?
That's it.
How old are you?
33.
Okay. In the 1970s into the early 80s, they had a plan, and this is true. Google will tell you it's not. They were going to paint. They put this black coating on the polar ice caps because they said we were going to freeze. That it was going to get so cold that half the Earth was going to freeze over by the year 2000. Then they switched it to global warming. They claim it's crazy that you can look it up. I'm going to give an estimate, and it's probably pretty close. That the CO2 greenhouse gases, CO2 is probably about 450 parts per million right now, give or take. That's like 0.006% of the atmosphere. They tell you that's more important. That has more effect on climate than that giant orange thing in the sky that we call the sun. I just think there's a lot of propaganda behind it.
There's like a double increase of a tiny bit of gas, but that doubling of the increase from 280 parts per million to 450 now, that's like almost a doubling. So it's a tiny amount of the atmosphere, but it plays a big part in the heating of the planet. I mean, a small bit of fentanyl can kill you. It's the same with the atmosphere. It's a tiny amount of gas that affects the climate. It's not only CO2. It's like methane, other gases as well.
Yep. Did you ever read the peer review journals on climate change?
No, I haven't really read one, but I've listened to scientists talk about it on YouTube or websites and stuff like that.
It's impossible to read. Like, you got to pay to read it. So, my last house I lived in before it burned down, my neighbor's wife was going to college and she was studying that stuff, and she read them. Did you know that? Like, 6 of the scientists that they asked to give their opinions and participate in those journals gave different answers. Some of them said, okay, the climate's changing, but we find no evidence that it's man-made or different stuff like that. Or some of them said, no, it's not increasing at an alarming rate at all. And basically, first thing they went out and did was tarnish them, called them, oh, they worked for big oil, made up all these lies about them, slandered them. You can go look it up online. I was reading about them, and the one guy was one or two of them were big proponents of nuclear energy. They really wanted to, end our dependence on fossil fuels. They'd be for nuclear energy, which is really the safest.
Well, yeah. Let's say we didn't believe in climate change. The solutions to climate change would be good for us anyway. So we'll go to renewable energy, nuclear, reforestation, a plant-rich diet.
Yeah,
can't do it.
That's all good for the economy.
You can't.
Can I give you a counter, right? Would a solution to climate change not also be that we just move to a different climate, aka move to a different planet?
Well, yeah, if we move to Mars, but it's very hard to go to Mars. I mean, Elon Musk trying to go to Mars and he failed his rocket there failed 10 times. He couldn't do it. So he's going to the moon now. But he's trying to go to Mars, but it's failed. So he's been promising to go to Mars since forever, and it's failed. So I wouldn't be begging on going to Mars anytime soon. So we have to save this planet before, because let's say climate change is not real. The environmental destruction that we're doing without climate change is really bad. We've destroyed 70% of wildlife since the 1970s. So I'm a beekeeper myself, so I know the destruction of insects and all that.
Yeah, I get that. But what I'm saying, though, one sec. But your success is the sum of all your failures, correct?
Yes, of course his technology will get better, but I would rather save the planet here and maybe go to Mars than destroy this planet and go to Mars. That's just stupid.
But Sean, you also have to admit that change is the only constant.
Yep.
The only thing that doesn't change is the fact that everything always changes. So it's like this planet this planet is destined to fly into another fucking galaxy and explode anyways. You're not going to be able to keep this perfect for like you're basically going against nature at that point of view.
Can I add another point?
Yeah, but
okay, so let's say it's 460 parts per million. If we're going with that, do you know what the most successful, like, giant greenhouses that grow produce? Unbelievable grow rates, like 3 times faster than planting in the best outdoor environment. Do you know what the how much CO2 they use in those greenhouses? It's over 1,000.
I know.
It's over 1,000. So let's ask this: how do we know that if by the planet, let's say the average temperature goes up 2 degrees, that's not actually going to help us? That's going to bring greenery back. It's going to bring forests back. It's going to promote growth.
It will.
It
will probably increase growth in some parts, but then it'll decrease growth in other parts because the climate would change. So it'll make drought, it'll make flooding. So in Ireland right now, we're getting record rain in the winters, and they say, the climate scientists are going to say that Ireland will be wetter in the winter and warmer in the summer. So you will get growth, but it's probably going to be equal. It's going to be worse maybe because the flooding and the drought. So trees will grow better, plants will grow better, but overall, actually, it'll be less because the climate will change. So the Amazon, they say the Amazon is probably going to turn into a savanna, and deserts are going to get bigger, and probably some parts will get greener, like in North Canada or Russia. But then there'll be permafrost melting, and then methane.
So you you would
Like
agree
Egypt
that
was once green, luscious fields.
yeah, you would agree that 90% of these Democrats and all these celebrities that are shills for Democrats, they all believe all this stuff. Like, right? But like most of them, the ones that are pushing
Some
this.
Republicans do. I mean, some conservatives, especially in Europe, believe in climate change. I mean, Margaret Thatcher was the first person to talk about climate change bigly, and she was a very big conservative.
Okay. But anyway, my point is being, if they said, oh, it's the existential threat. People say, well, we'll be dead by 2012 and all this stuff. If they really believe that, why is the solution only to these corporations and factories that are polluting the air? You can buy carbon footprint offsets or whatever you call them. So no, you're fine. You can still pollute. You just pay the government money, and it's okay.
Yeah, they say that was a scam. That's a big scam.
If they really believed it, why would they be flying all over in their private jets to talk about this, talk about that, taking Leonardo DiCaprio flying, eight different places on New Year's Eve, taking an hour trip here, an hour trip there. It's insane. I believe that, yeah, the climate's changing. I mean, the continents weren't continents. I mean, look, it's the earth changes. It's just the way it is. I think it's
but you have
natural.
to accept that we're part of nature, and nature can change itself. I mean, we're releasing CO2. They say the fastest rate in geological history, or up there in geological history. So we're going to affect the climate. Obviously, let's say we don't believe in climate change. Okay, we should still stop deforestation,
I agree with
wildlife
you.
destruction.
I agree with you. I don't think that has anything to do with climate change. I make sure I recycle. Yes. I think everybody should. I think the way people waste food and throw trash out and don't recycle, and the stuff that goes into landfills is abhorrent. I think they can come up with a better system. I'd even be fine if more of our tax dollars went to stuff like that. But I think this whole quote climate change thing, I think it's just a false flag. I don't think it's just man-made. I really don't. You should really look into the peer review journals and see what they did to those scientists. These aren't guys that just read the journals and spoke out on them. They asked them. They were such respected scientists in their fields that they were asked to participate. And then when they came up with their conclusions, they badmouthed them and said, oh, you're this, you're that, and slandered them so no one believed them. Plus, they lied. It was only 70 something percent that believed the climate was changing in an alarming rate. It was 70 something percent that believed it was man-made. There wasn't 95%. Like they say, oh, it's a consensus. Nothing in science is consensus. That's bullshit. Science is not math. Math is final. You might have two different ways you can do a problem. You're always going to get to the same answer. Science is about, a hypothesis, data. But sometimes with science, the information you're basing your hypothesis on, coming to conclusions with, is flawed to begin with.
Are you reading the papers from the IPCC or different papers?
You talking about the peer review journals? I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Yeah, are you talking about the peer review journals? Like the IPCC is the Intergovernmental Climate Change Committee or something. They're the big boys in climate change.
I forget. There was I forget how many scientists there were. I'm not sure. Like I said, I didn't actually read them myself. It's an insane amount of material. But said my neighbor's wife, like, she went to school for that. She had to read them. It was part of her stick. Plus, I've seen people review them and that were legit scientists, and they talk about how the government is using it to just increase taxes and kill off production and manufacturing in this
Well,
country.
yes, if you were to get rid of fossil fuels, it would be a very big task because the whole economy runs on fossil fuels. So if we want to replace fossil fuels with renewables and nuclear, it's going to take a lot of work, and I don't think we'll be able to grow the economy forever. If you want to save the environment, you cannot grow the economy forever and human population forever. I don't think that's realistic.
You can reduce our dependence on oil. You can reduce it, but only to an extent, because there's things that you're always going to need oil for. We basically can't live without plastics, especially in for medical reasons, like medical devices, medical products, all kinds of stuff rely on plastics. But it obviously we're at the point where if even 40% of the United States went electric EV, our power grid couldn't handle it. Nuclear energy would solve
you
that.
have to build more batteries and renewable energy things in nuclear power plants. So they say if we were to replace all the fossil fuel in the world with nuclear, which I think it probably might happen, it's going to take a lot of nuclear power plants. If you want to do it with renewables, it's a lot of renewables. It's like holy fuck.
You heard about this whole nuclear fission thing?
Yeah, so but I think that's not as they always say it's like 50 years ahead or something.
Yeah, I know, but I really think if they get it down, it's a game changer. I work at power plants 3 months out of every year when they do shutdowns for maintenance. And the nuclear waste just it lasts forever. So nuclear fission, I think the life is the life of the waste being radioactive. I'm probably not speaking in proper terms. It's like less than half, which would be huge, but it's much more efficient. But this was back in I want to say around probably like 2015. They were talking about it. I assume eventually they'll get it done, but the problem is there's not enough support behind it. Like all these politicians on the left that push climate change, they don't want to talk about nuclear energy. They're so against it. And
I don't think so. I think Biden was pro-nuclear, wasn't he? Or he supported renewables, but he didn't. I don't know if he talked much about nuclear. I know he did talk about renewables.
I know
in Europe,
solar.
Anyway, in Ireland, we're all for renewables and insulation and all that stuff.
I'm for everything. I'm for everything. I think electric cars are cool. If you want to buy one, you buy one. But when it comes to the government, that law that was never gonna last, in X amount of years, you won't be able to buy a combustion engine vehicle anymore. That's friggin' insane. Come on. Not everybody can afford an electric car. Not everybody.
Yeah, let's say climate change was real and we had to do an emergency World War II effort, and the scientists said, "Yeah, guys, we're gonna die in 10 years' time if you don't solve it." Would you do extreme things to solve it?
No, because I probably wouldn't believe them. But that's just me. Because I know how science works. Like I said, my daughter, she was, let me correct that. She was an astrophysicist. She got tired of it. She switched. Her friend is an astrophysicist. She's studying she's studying in Poland right now. And she said, it's all government funded research. So the way it works is you do research, you don't come up with the end result that yes, climate change is real or whatever they want you to say. Guess what? Your grant dollars, they stop coming in. That's just how it works. That makes me really trust these scientists that push this whole climate change thing and sign off on it. Makes me trust them a lot less. Their paycheck depends on them going along with it, But anyway, guys, listen, this is all in good faith. I get heated sometimes. I'm new at this.
Yeah, 100%.
I gotta
Iron
check
sharpens
out.
iron.
It's been a long night. Teriyaki, you're awesome. Mangoes, you're awesome. What's your name, guy?
Thanks,
Just came
bud.
in.
Sean.
Sean, you're awesome. Appreciate it. Good
All right,
talking
good
with
luck,
you.
bud.
And we'll get back sometime.
Appreciate you, bro. Thanks for stopping by. I do have
Yeah.
a meme if you want to watch the meme before we go, because, gentlemen, I think not to shift the conversation way too much, but I would like your professional opinion on this, because to me, this dude is a masterclass. He's an artisan at his craft.
But you still talking like you acting big and bad, but you ain't got your camera on. Huh?
I didn't say nothing about being big and bad. The only thing that's big and bad in that room is that fat hippopotamus next to you. That's what's big and bad. That's big and fat, big and nasty, big and stink. And the fact that I'm not even talking about her, I'm talking about you, and the fact that you're pointing at her and grabbing her, that tells me that you think she's fat. You're a weird friend. I'm talking about you, and you're... Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Why did you think I was talking about her?
Because you keep on.
No. Why do you think... No. Why do you think I was talking about her? Why? No, answer it.
But you still...
That man is a master. A master of his craft.
Oh, it's pretty funny. That was pretty funny.
So, I want to ask Sean, like, I want to bite on this little question you had, like, you know, World War... Oh, sorry. See, take care, bud. Like, I do want to ask Sean because I want to bite because I'm curious of what he's going to say. So, I want to say, like, remember that question you asked, you know, like World War II type of emergency effort to correct the problem, and 10 years from now we're gonna die because the climate is going to kill us all. So I'm going to bite and say yes, and I want to hear, and I like to hear your reasoning or where you're going with that.
Well, let's say in 10 years' time, we reach tipping points where the Amazon becomes a desert, which sometimes scientists I follow say it might become. There's 12 tipping points in the environment right now, and the closest one to a tipping point is the Amazon right now. And also the AMOC, the water circulation that keeps Europe warm, is slowing down, so that might collapse and we get colder. Anyway, so let's say the scientists panic and tell us all to do a World War II effort. Okay, what we would do is we'd do like mass immigration. Like, we'll probably have mass immigration either way, but we'll have to like use the army to like help us do stuff, and like we'll build loads of stuff, plant loads of trees, eat less meat, especially beef, because that uses the most land, and we'll plant loads of trees. We'll yeah, that's it. And if you ask AI, I asked this to the AI and it said yeah, it agrees with me.
Okay, I got a question. What do you believe in? Not what the scientists are saying, but what do you believe in?
Well, I'm pretty up there with the scientists. I think the scientists are mainly correct. I'm more the climate is worse than people think it is. I'm more those guys. I'm panicking about it myself. So I think that maybe the AMOC might collapse in Europe, and we'll all have to leave Europe and go somewhere else because Europe is going to get colder. But I hope I'm wrong, because, you know, I'm not an expert on this, but I follow the experts. So
the thing, you do understand that the last 40 years they've been saying the same thing, right? Like, the climate's going to end and everything's going to be a catastrophic event because, you know, Mother Nature is going to have their will with us. You know, you understand that that's the same thing that they've been saying for the last several decades, right?
Well, I know the climate scientists are not taken seriously because nobody wants to. We're addicted to fossil fuels, the economic growth. So nobody wants to reduce the economy, stop using fossil fuels, because we're gonna be like we got to go back to the 17th century, 18th century, basically, with a bit of renewables. That's shit. So we're all in denial, but the scientists are like, no, it's getting bad, guys. I know it feels slow because humans only think about like a year ahead, so we don't feel it now. But the climate is like a slow move. But like in the geological time frames, it's very quick compared to other climate changes. Because the last mass extinction, I think, was in I don't know, the where the volcanoes started exploding in like, and it took thousands of years to release loads of CO2. We're releasing loads of CO2 in like only like 100 years. So in geological times, we're like really quick compared to volcanoes back in the day.
Well,
yeah, but like history's just one big story of emigration.
But yeah, if the climate gets really bad in Europe, we're gonna have to move Europe again. We're gonna have to go back to, I don't know, where can we go if it gets really cold in Europe? Africa, where we came from.
South America, baby. We got Argentina. We got some like, you know, well, how would you be able to describe like that kind of like anarcho-capitalism style, not necessarily kind of like thing, basically minarchist kind of approach. You know what I mean? Where the government fucks off from everybody, just enforce the law. You know what I mean? Everybody goes about their business. You know what I mean? And like that,
Yeah,
again,
but
like Antarctica, like there's a reason. Like, why did the Germans? Okay, Sean, let me test your history. Why did the Germans all of a sudden have an interest in Antarctica, like during the war?
I don't know, for resources, mineral resources, or the Earth is flat. They were trying to find if the Earth was flat.
Yeah, but they already had access to the Middle East. Like that shit, tons of oil. Like it's okay.
Oh no, they
you know what I mean? Like
they had
shit going on in
beliefs
Iran
that
right now.
the Aryans came from north of. As it, Helena Blavatsky said that the Aryans came from, I don't know, North Pole or something. All this dumb shit.
Yeah, so like that's complete bastardization of like it's based on a true story. Like it comes from like our Aryan is Ariana, which is Aaron, like our Irish, like our country is literally the same idea, like based on nobility. Like it comes from like ancient Persia, where like what Europeans or the Greeks bastardized as Persia, but like what we call Iranians, right? Or Iran, modern day Iran. But like Iran is basically all the way from like basically North India to fucking Turkey in terms of like ancient context. But their founding story is like that we came from like what what would be modern day Antarctica. That's where they say they came from.
Wait,
which
I don't mean to be
global.
Pardon me, real quick. Sorry, I apologize for interrupting. I'm heading off. I really enjoyed the exchange, Teriak. I mean, I know you love democracy, so don't worry, man. You're going to come to the conclusion someday. Sean, nice to meet you, dude. I hope, y'all take care, and I'll see you next time. I'm getting fucking tired of shit. You guys take care.
Take care. I know I said a lot of crazy shit, but, truth hurts.
Well, I disagree, but I got to understand where you're coming from, where it's rooted, and what exactly you got to hear the other person first before you can, try to get to the meat and bones, because, we have common ground. But anyways, I'm getting the fuck out of here. You guys take care. Teriak, Sean, see you next time. Bye, chat.
Take it easy, bro.
No, but you were saying that we came from the South Pole, the big place there with the penguins.
Yeah, when you go back to like the founding, do you know the way like every ancient civilization? Have you ever watched Graham Hancock? Like any of the stuff?
Yeah, but I think he's bullshit, man. I think most of the crap is bull.
But when you look at like all these ancient founding myths, all of them have one thing in common. Like if you compare, let's say, like the Bible, like what happened, like Noah, the flood. Like that same story is in like the ancient Greek myths. It's in the same Roman myths, the Norse myths, and all this kind of stuff. That there was like an ancient flood, and then that's how like civilization set up and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? All ancient civilizations have that same myth, except for one, which is the ancient Persians. They say that their homeland froze over, and they settled in what is like Iran, which means the seed cradle of the Aryans. But the Germans completely bastardized that and then turned into the whole race thing and all this kind of shit. But like that essence of culture transcends like skin color or any of that shit.
Oh, you mean they came from the North Pole, not the South Pole? So I was confused there. Antarctica and Arctic or something.
Yeah, like they bastardized that and they turned it into like the Scandinavians, like the Nordics, like blonde hair, blue eyes, all this kind of shit. But it's interesting when you look at like a lot of like these key stories, these key images across the West. It's a bearded blonde white dude, and then when you go back to like the Aztecs, as Graham Hancock points out, it's always like they describe it as tall white blonde hair, tall, white, fair-haired people with a beard. Typically, a man
Well,
is
you're
on
you're
these
saying
things.
that all the ancient civilizations were white or something, or is this like Atlantis stuff?
No, when you look at like the ancient like Aztec civilization and stuff, when you look at the gods that they worship on and stuff, like the things that they etch into the stone, all this kind of shit, like they're talking about someone like from their own like native tribes, like they say this, that it was tall white bearded blonde people, fair hair. So it could be white hair, it could be maybe like that they were like so old or whatever. But it also fits like that description of like that Vikings essentially. But
So you
also
think that
like northern Germany and Poland would be included in this kind of like area as well. That's basically where that particular tribe. But when you trace back where the Vikings came from, they all came back from like Iran, modern day Iran, like tribes that or families, like noble houses. Like think of what's the fucking thing? Game of Thrones. Like think about like that structure of like how society structured. Like that's basically the same thing throughout history with the different families and the intermixed and all this kind of stuff. And then Anglo-Saxon, and then there's the Gaelic, and then there's the Celtic and Germanic. But they still like when you look at the Tutnadana and the pantheon of the Norse gods, it's pretty much the same stories as well. You know what I mean?
But
So it's
what
like
has
just
this
basically
got
different
to do
families.
with? I mean, so they were looking for ancient civilizations, yeah, and they didn't find any. Like, I don't think there is any evidence of ancient civilization. I know a lot of people are looking for them, like Graham Hancock and loads of these people, but I haven't found any good. Like the documentary there on Netflix about ancient civilizations, I didn't think that was that good evidence for it. I know Keanu
Yeah, so
Reeves thinks that there's aliens and UFOs and ancient alien crap or whatever.
a lot of that is basically they're giving you kind of like different perspectives or different like segments of the story and showing you how it's kind of repeating. But the overarching story is that like when you look at like Atlantis or what the Iranians would like refer to as their homeland, all the stuff, it all talks about like an ancient technologically advanced society that was in the center of the globe. And when you look at like the South Pole and look at the center of it, it was basically it's in the center of all the continents. You know what I mean? But it froze over because of and like then this is when the science starts backing it up, like of a polar shift, where all of a sudden the crust on the Earth basically just shifts, and like the places like in Serbia back this up where it was like a warm temperate climate, and then all of a sudden it freezes over. Same thing with Antarctica, and then when you look at like Argentina and all this kind of shit, like that's basically the tipping point of Antarctica. So it's not beyond wonders of like people actually in terms of like ancient civilizations actually getting to Antarctica or that being a navigable part of the
But the polar
world because,
shift, the magnetic, you're talking about the magnetic field shift, that doesn't change the climate. That just switches the magnet. I heard that happens a lot in history, but in geological history, but it doesn't really change the climate much. I heard. I could be wrong.
But if you, for example, if Europe was all of a sudden to shift down to like more like to be on the equator, like the climate is going to get, for Europe at least, is going to get all of a sudden a lot warmer, a lot less rain, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean?
You talk about tectonic shifts, tectonic movements.
Yeah, like basically that's what's basically like happened in terms of Antarctica. Antarctica used to be where like let's say South America
but that took like
that was the
millions of years. It didn't take thousands. The modern civilization is only 10,000 years, according to the geologists. All the known geologists think that it's only
because
10,000
years ago, because like 12,000 years ago or some shit like that, like there was this basically very sudden massive shift, and that's what caused the flood.
Oh, so you believe in the Bible story, the Great Flood and all that?
No, it's not just the Bible. It's like the ancient Aztecs talked about it, the ancient Norse talked about it, ancient Greeks talked about it. Like all these civilizations talked about it. That were completely like apparently not interconnected.
But that could just be separate stories because flooding is a disaster. So they always thought that it was the end of the world, but it has nothing to do. Like flooding's happening everywhere, but that they always thought that their world was their own. That's all there was because they didn't know the world was a giant planet, a globe. They probably thought it was flat, most of them. So obviously, when it was flooding locally, they wrote stories that said, "Oh my God, there's the end of the world here, flooding and all that, whatever."
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that like all of them, like in terms of the beginning or whatever, when their society started, or when in the beginning, like their whole thing, it all has a flood story with it. Like all these civilizations broke back up 10,000 years ago, which means something happened on the planet that caused massive floods in completely different regions of the planet.
Wait, so
'Cause,
you
like,
think there
again,
was a
like,
giant
yeah.
asteroid that hit the Greenland and flooded the whole planet? What's that
Like I said,
theory
it
called?
could have just been all of a sudden, yeah, the way the solar system works or whatever. There's just a massive like gravitational shift or whatever the fuck happened. It basically there's just a massive shift, and then basically, like I said, what would have been the homeland of like the Persians or whatever. It's like that basically was what like Antarctica was, but it got froze over. And when you look back to those technologies or those stories, like in terms of technologies that they had, it would explain why you see all these megalithic structures, how like the pyramids got built and all this kind of stuff. Is if there was a society, let's say, in Antarctica, which would be like in terms of climate and region, what would have Antarctica been? It would have been South America. When you look at the fact that America all of a sudden has, done the Venezuela job and is talking about Maduro Act and all this kind of stuff, you're basically starting to see the semblance of that reform again. After 12,000, because when you think of it, if this is supposed to happen every 12,000 years, that would explain why all of a sudden you're starting to see, like you're talking about, like the climate things and all this kind of stuff starting to get more severe or more, would be like an increase in frequencies of these devastating events and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? It's because we're getting close to that event again.
So you think that the magnetic field is going to flip again and it's going to change the climate? So you think that humans have nothing to do with climate, or it's all because the sun and the magnetic field of the earth and magma and all that stuff?
Yeah, like humans can barely counter gravity, especially when they drink alcohol. You know what I mean? And we're going to say that it's like in terms of these cosmic forces that are at play. You know what I mean? For us to exist, there has to be like all these different forces at play, perfectly balanced for climate, for us to even, for life to be even possible. You know what I mean? To say that like we have like the infinity gauntlet, I think is kind of it's a bit arrogant, you know what I mean? But like in like I can see the worry, and like I said, in terms of the data, all this kind of shit. But ultimately, like if humanity is to become immortal, that is to say that we can like transcend the stars, we need to do what basically like we need to share the goal or the vision that Elon Musk has, which is basically like Star Wars, Star Trek. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that, but I also wouldn't mind like us being more serious about saving the nature in this planet. Because let's say hypothetically we develop so much that we destroy most of nature in this planet because we have so much overpopulation. We're like 11 billion and we eat loads of meat because meat uses way more land than plants. So we just eat loads of meat because we're all rich and we have like 11 billion people. We destroy, like we'll have overfishing, no more fish, no more wildlife. Would you like that world, or would you rather have more wildlife and all that? Like we have to regulate ourselves. We cannot keep on growing the economy forever in this planet because the Ponzi scheme, the economic Ponzi scheme will not work. So we have to, there's economists out there saying we need a donut economy where like it doesn't grow anymore, it just stays the same or degrows, but sustainably, like not collapsing. You know what I mean?
You know, I get that. Don't get me wrong. Like but when you look at your main thing is that it's like land available to raise cattle to grow to eat meat. For me, that like I'm carnivore or like keto at least, because I do like a bit of sauerkraut and all this kind of thing. But when you look at like red meat is like a superfood for humans when they eat it. You know what I mean?
Well, it doesn't
like
have all the nutrients,
all the B vitamins, all this
but
kind
if
of shit.
hypothetically, if everybody were to follow your diet, you would need way more land than if everybody were plant-based, vegan or something. You need. I asked AI how much land would be needed to feed everybody if it was vegan, and it'd be like it said like 70% reduction in farmland. I was like, whoa. So all that farmland would go back to nature if we we're all vegan.
It would be more efficient, and like this is the thing where it's like when you look at the food that they recommend and all this kind of stuff, it's all basically what the peasants would have been fed, and like it's a lot cheaper to feed the masses, and it's a lot more efficient, like I said, with the farmland. But in terms of like overall better health, like it's much you're much better off having a carnivore based population than a vegan based population.
Well,
You know what I mean?
no,
Because
I'm skeptical about that because I understand there's some populations that eat a lot of meat, like the Eskimos, the Mongols, the Native. There were some people that ate loads of meat, but they weren't 100% carnivore. Like, I mean, I don't know if like eating loads of meat all the time it's probably not good for you. Like saturated fat and what else? Vitamin C. I mean, obviously you can get vitamin C from the liver, but I'm just saying if the whole world were to be like Joe Rogan and Jordan Peterson eating way more meat, I'm just saying as an environmental person, you would have to deforest loads of the Amazon, loads more deforestation would have to be needed if more people were to eat meat. Especially now with poor countries being richer, they will demand more meat and that will require way more farmland. And that's not great for wildlife.
But then, like how are we defining wildlife? Because like no one's kind of saying we want to, invade the Lion King setup and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? In terms of the farmland available, I think to me it seems like it's a push for big business to try and step in and try to knock out especially like in terms of Ireland and kind of the more rural areas, like push out like the actual family owned businesses and just come in and try to industrialize and max out for profit. And like you're kind of saying, in terms of it's way more efficient if we just like, persuaded a lot more people to eat plant only, and then we don't have to waste, or what they would view as waste, so much land on cows, like basic growing cows and all this kind of stuff. Do you know what I mean? But when you look at like all when you factor in life lost or kind of the like what is required to set up like the soy farms and all this kind of stuff, like you're wiping out a lot more life when you factor in the pesticides and all the insects and all this kind of shit and all the rodents that you're wiping out. And in terms of like wildlife, like are we not factoring that into the overall scale of it?
Well, yes, if we were to only grow plants to feed the world, okay, vegan, okay, let's say we're a totalitarian fascist vegan state, okay, we would still grow crops in fields, vegetable farming, and we'll use chemicals to kill the weeds and the insects, but it would still not be that bad for the environment because you would still have 70% of the land be rewilded with wild animals and insects. So overall, it'll still be better for the environment than having loads of meat farms, having the regenerative agriculture movement that I follow. I used to be into it because I studied agriculture. I'm a beekeeper. I studied horticulture and agriculture. And they say that regenerative agriculture is better for the farmed animals. So we have like free range animals and free range cows, and you have like loads of trees there where it'll be good, but you won't get as much meat as if you were to do it industrially. So you'll need more land if you were to do it free range organic, and it'll probably be more expensive.
Yeah, but like fundamentally, that's not impossible though. I mean, you might. It's like, okay, it's a bit more expensive or whatever, but when you're talking about like quality, I don't see the what would be like the inherent trade off. You know what I mean?
Well, you have to eat less of it because let's say everything was regenerative. I asked AI how much more land would be needed if all the meat production in the world was done regeneratively, like free range, no more factory farming and all that. You would need more land because conventional farming uses like corn and that uses less land, like fertilizer and all that. So it uses less land than if you're doing organically free range. So it will be more expensive. That means you'll have to eat less meat and more vegetables, but you still use more land. You still use way more land in total That if everything
I
was
get
vegan.
you. I get what you're saying. If you're just to keep current rates and all this stuff and current incentives and all this kind of thing, but if, like you said, if the price rises, then demand for competition will rise up to meet the demand. You know what I mean? And in terms of that whole thing, it's never going to be a 0% equation. Like that being said, like in terms of unemployment, you never actually want unemployment to be at 0%. You know what I mean? Because you want people like that little bit of like overflow or drift. You know what I mean? So in terms of the in terms of the dynamic, there's always going to be like a big business that's going to try to do like you kind of said, the efficiency route. What's the minimum amount I can put in to get the max amount of return, kind of like aspect. But then there are going to be the people who are going to be the higher levels of quality and all this kind of stuff. That's just across the board, no matter what market you're in. There are people going to aim towards the higher clientele. There are people going to aim to the masses. You know what I mean? But in terms of the incentive, like if it does get ridiculous out of prices, and like I said, more land is going to be needed, then rather than build like more kind of skyscrapers and all this kind of shit, like why not build more farms? Why not build more greenlands? You know what I mean?
We already have. I mean, we're already doing that. I mean, Ireland is like 80% deforested. We can't really grow more of Ireland. I mean, that's if we. I mean, that's why I'm saying that if everything was more regenerative, let's say I was dictator and said we don't want more factory farming. Everything has to be organic, regenerative, which I think would be great, but it would still need more land. If you go into maths, it'll still need more land than if everything was vegan, factory farm vegan, like proper technology vegan.
Yeah, but in terms of to meet the demands of the surrounding area, it just becomes down to a logistics problem. Then, you know what I mean?
Well,
and then it comes down to just the same way in terms of like for example, like to use like the game as an example, like if the server's overpopulated, then they basically just like close off. You can't make any new characters, and then it basically just like surfs around to different areas. Like there's plenty of room around the planet. You know what I mean?
Well, yes, there is room all around the planet, but it's the carrying capacity, how much farmland there is. I mean, I heard in the Middle East right now they're running out of water because they're in a drought and they're taking out too much water because there are loads of people there. So it's already happening around the world. Like people are over consuming the resources. I mean, it depends on the lifestyle too. So the poorer you are, the less resources you take. But if the richer you are, like there's a perfect correlation between resource use and energy use and economic prosperity. So if you want to make everybody rich like the Americans, you'll need like 3 planets of resources to sustain us. I don't think we can do that. Like,
well, like as a carnivore, I spend about $2,000 a year on like and that's my whole diet. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but imagine now, think about it. If everybody was like you, I don't think everybody's going to be like you. I'm just saying that if everybody was like you, it would not be sustainable for the environment. I'm talking about wildlife here, mainly, like the insects, the animals that live in forest. Obviously, you can have agroforestry, but agroforestry won't give you as much yield as like a factory farm, like chicken or. I mean, there is ways to grow trees that feed animals, but that's like it'll probably take like 10 years. You need to grow the trees. Anyway, I'm just saying that it can be done. Let's say agroforestry. We do agroforestry all over Europe. We grow trees to feed the animals. You still have competition with wildlife. So you have to kill all the foxes, all the wolves, which is already happening anyway. The wolves and all that. So there is a limit to everything. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but like I'm not saying that like we don't allow any of the soy farms and all this kind of shit, but like I'm saying in terms of the choice, like if you want to eat go vegan, all this kind of stuff, it's your choice. But for me, it's especially like a lot better kind of results that I've been having. Like my brother is a vegan, you know what I mean? So it's like complete like opposite ends of the scale. But it's the same way with me, where it's like with the sauerkraut's actually good for the good biome, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? But like fundamentally, I think like as a population, like you should like like it seems like you want to take away people's right to eat red meat.
No, I wouldn't take out I would take out the subsidies, because the EU subsidies in Ireland and Europe goes mainly to animal farmers because they own most of the land, because you need more land to grow animals. So if you got rid of most of the land subsidies in Europe and gave that money for environmental reasons or for vegetable farming, that'd be better for the environment than giving it to the per acre. The EU, the government's subsidies are not good for the environment, basically. So I would stop giving subsidies to acreage and give it for environmental schemes. And that would radically change, because then meat would get more expensive, because those subsidies mainly go to meat farmers and they get most of the subsidies. So that makes the food cheaper, which is mainly animal products. And that will make the demand for meat and dairy more harder to get. And we can replace it with plant-based foods. I mean, there's a lot of nutrients now we can get, like especially now in modern technology, we can do B12, vitamin D from labs. I know that vitamin D comes from wool, but I think there's other ways to make vitamin D. I'm not sure. But, you know, humans are smart. We can adapt.
Yeah, but like, again, like in terms of the subsidies, it's like if you put all the subsidies in, it's like, yes, it's very cheap for to grow the vegetables, all this stuff. You make the vegetables cheap, but people, let's say the demand is still there for the meat, and the meat comes more expensive. You've basically just taken away a protein source for your population.
Yeah, but you could replace that protein source with plant protein. I mean, obviously you can get plant protein, and all the amino acid stuff is not that big of a deal. You can make fake meat, and you can make there's loads of stuff now they can do, like lab grown. They can make, like, they grow bacteria now in vats. There's a company I follow. They grow bacteria in vats that's like egg protein. So they're doing GMO stuff now, where they'll be able. Sure, there's a company in Israel that's making fake dairy out of fermented bacteria or fungus.
Yeah, I can grant all that. Like even if I grant all that, like surely it's just a lot simpler. Just raise cows. Do you know what I mean? Because like fundamentally, in terms of the suffering that's going to be caused from, like, let's say people's bills going up, obviously it's going to have impact in like the whole like restaurants and fast foods, that all their prices are going to be going up now in terms of the meat and all this kind of shit. So it's like you're basically saying it's like all this suffering is going to be caused to humans for the sake of like some animals or insects or whatever.
If we want to save ourselves, because if we keep on eating as much meat as we're currently doing, it's going to lead to mass extinctions of insects. It's already happening. I followed the scientists, and they're saying that there's a big reduction in insect population, and it's mainly to do with insecticides and pesticides and all that to feed crops for animal agriculture. So most of the crops that are sprayed with insecticide are to feed farmed animals. So if let's say we stopped spraying these chemicals to crops, you would lose 30% of your crop. And that would mean that the meat would get more expensive. But since I'm a beekeeper, I'm watching how the insects have dropped a lot, and all the birds are gone. They're going away, and Chris, I'm just saying that if we keep on destroying the environment, if let's say we get rid of all the fucking insects, like get rid of 90% of insects with our chemicals and stuff, then we'll lose pollination. Like there's sometimes, like Ukraine, they use loads of bees to pollinate their crops. Now, if there's any problems with the bees, okay, let's say in Ukraine, then you'll lose a lot of crops. So we need to care about biodiversity more than we currently are, I think. Because if we don't, it can lead to really bad things for human survival.
Yeah, but like surely we can just change the chemicals that they use to feed the animals. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we can ban those chemicals, but it'll still make the yield. Like, let's say we ban glyphosate, the most important chemical in agriculture, which they say is leading to bad health consequences for humans and wildlife. it'll make the price of food go higher. So that's why Robert F. Kennedy did not ban it, because he knew it would cause the increase of price of meat products mainly. And he loves the meat because he tells you to eat more meat in his food pyramid, which is funny.
Yeah, but when you look at like red meat in general, especially like all the carnivore studies that are coming out now, that it does show that like the carnivore, like Jordan Peterson, for example, has survived for what 7-8 years, just strictly carnivore.
Yeah, but he probably takes supplements too. Like he probably has to eat the raw liver, because if you cook liver, it gets rid of the vitamin C. Because the Inuits had to eat raw liver to get the vitamin C, and it's probably not good for the fiber in the gut. So you probably don't get the health consequences are not as good as they say it is. It might be good. The keto diet, I heard, is good short term for losing weight, but if you have a keto diet for long term, it's not as good as it's. There's side effects to it. You can do a keto diet veganically as well. You know that.
Yeah, it just means like low carbs. You know what I mean? Like or zero carbs or whatever. Like but when you're looking at like the vitamin C and all this stuff, like you only need vitamin or like a lot of vitamin C if you're eating a lot of carbohydrates, or if you're getting your energy from carbohydrates. If
I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about that. I don't know.
Yeah, no, 100%. Because it's like I don't have the names offhand now, but there's plenty of like carnivore channels that like they've done their blood work and all this kind of shit, and it's like it's all good, you know what I mean? And like especially when you kind of consider the like some of them had like severe like IBS or like gut problems, all this kind of shit, and like not only did like it was like tolerable and all this kind of shit, but it actually started healing their guts and all this kind of thing. Do you know what I mean?
Okay, but let's say hypothetically carnivore diet was more healthy for the planet. Would you then tell people to eat more meat? But do you understand that the consequences to that? You could the consequences will be more nature destruction. Okay, either way you do it, the organic way or the conventional way, you will destroy nature because you're increasing the area of land needed. So. But if you ask AI, all the AIs will tell you that the best diet is the Mediterranean diet or the DASH diet, and they're like mainly plant-rich diets and lower in the carbohydrates. Yes, you're right. We eat too much carbohydrates, but we also eat too much saturated fat or fats in general.
If you're eating carbs, then yeah, like you can't eat fat then. Because then you're just going to load on the weight and all this kind of shit. But it's like if you're using fat as your energy source rather than carbohydrates, which is basically like the whole like where they get the word keto from is ketosis. Like that state of ketosis where you're burning fat for energy rather than carbohydrates. That's basically the main goal, or why you basically go up the carbohydrates and you use fat as your source of fuel kind of thing. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but so I heard that after a while, if you're an athlete, you need to eat carbs because it's easier to break down carbs for energy than fat. So if you're really fit and you're only ketosis, it's hard. You get more tired if you're exercising a lot because it's harder to burn fat than carbohydrates. Carbohydrates give you energy much more easily. I heard. I'm not an expert on this. All I'm saying is that I know that the environmental impacts of eating more meat will not be as good as they say it is.
The thing with carbohydrates is you get that kind of like rush. It spikes your blood sugar quicker, which means you have more energy available, like in your blood, kind of thing. And like that's why, like, let's say like combat sports or like high intensive kind of like sprinting, for example. Like that's why it's like they'd say that no, I'd still need the carbs, which they get from like fruit or stuff like that kind of thing, because they want that like quick, fast energy. Whereas when you look like marathon runners or like cyclists or like long distances and all this kind of thing, the carnivore wins out. Like a lot of them have switched over to carnivore and they're getting better results. You know what I mean? Because they're not having to constantly top up with like that energy spike throughout the marathon.
All I'm saying
have
is
that sustained energy.
Yeah, you're right. But all I'm saying is that if you were to ask the AI now or the internet, they will tell you if everybody was carnivore, it'll be worse for the climate environment. That's all I'm saying. I'm not sure about the diet. I still think that the plant-based diet, like not more carbohydrates, but more vegetables and fruit, is better than the all carnivore, more meat side for health-wise. But I'm not an expert. So I'm just saying that it's better. The plant-based is still better for the environment and ethics for farm animals. And also water pollution. A lot of the water pollution in the world is caused by animal farm. Oh yeah, and also viruses and antibiotics are caused by farmed animals. That's why we killed the Native Americans when we went to when the Spanish went to South America and the Europeans went to North America. They all died because we had more exposure to farmed animals. So we actually won the war because of farmed animals. But in the future, if you want to survive in the next like 10,000 years, we'll probably be more like the Indians because it's better for the climate. Because if we want to keep on growing the population, and if all the white people want to increase their population, they'll have to maintain. And if they want to, I'm just saying, I would rather everybody be mainly plant-based. I'd rather put a tax on sugar and saturated fats to subsidize plant-based foods like vegetables and fruit. And that will mean that people will eat less saturated fat and carbs. And that will make the environment better by the farming practices will change.
Yeah, but when you say like when we wiped out the natives, or when you say like white people, like an Italian is completely different to a German, which is completely different to a Brit, which is, you know what I mean?
No,
so like
I'm talking about the viruses that we brought to North America came because we owned animals, farmed animals in Europe, and we were immune to it, and they weren't. So that's how they all died.
Yeah, but like because it's like we're touching on a lot of things that are kind of thrown into it, where it's like I was kind of saying, like with the initial thing was just like the red meat for me, because like in terms of like impact on clients on like climate and all this kind of stuff, like more cows, I just don't see it being like a real danger. That like you like think about like how long the planet's been around. I mean, no matter what side you end on, you're at, like either the scientist or the religious. Like fundamentally, we've been around for a long time, and like cows don't seem to have been that big of an issue throughout the past, kind of thing. But when you're talking about, we need to change people's diets to help the environment. Like to me, do you not see that that's like kind of what would be the right word? Like that's kind of like think about like the evil villain that wants to control the peoples. Like you're basically saying that we need to make sure that we basically make this diet so unable to be unaffordable that it's only the rich people that can afford it, and even then it'll just be so inefficient, all the stuff, and we basically just remove that choice through coercion.
Well, it's more expensive if everybody. Okay, if RFK Jr. convinces a lot of his followers to eat more meat, it'll cause the prices of meat to go higher. So it is still more expensive to eat grass-fed meats, like grass-fed chickens and all that. So I'm just saying,
initially,
like,
but there'd be more people that would then be incentivized saying, "Damn, we make a lot of money just growing a few chickens."
It would still make, in total, it would still be more expensive than just buying, like we're skipping the middleman, which is the animal, and we're just buying the grain, because you still have to feed soya, all the wheat. I mean, are you saying that we should stop feeding farmed animals grains and soya and all that?
Like I said, in terms of the diet or whatever, like the grass fed, like literally, if we're just saying grass fed, we just need to grow more grass. That doesn't seem like a big of a daunting task. You get me?
Yeah, but in Europe, I mean, most of the farmed animals are not as grass-fed as we are because the climate is drier over there. So they will be grass-fed, but it will still be more expensive because there'll be more demand and there won't be enough land for it. So you have to cut down all the trees to grow for the demand, and you probably won't increase the production as much as if you were to just grow grain and feed them directly. I'm not sure, but I'm just saying, if you were to ask AI about all these questions about this, they'll probably agree with me.
Yeah, but I don't grant AI like ultimate authority. Like AI has shown that it's like the whole founding fathers fiasco and all this kind of shit. Like in terms of the actual logistics of it and all that, like that's why I kind of like I have so much faith in capitalism, because time and time again, like the free market has shown that people will be able to negotiate the prices based on like demand and supply and demand. You know what I mean? So like the same way you're saying it's like, oh, like this will increase the
Yeah,
price,
but
all this kind of thing. It's
there's
like,
a limit to
but
the
if they have
area.
the
There's a
freedom to
limit
choose.
there's a limit to the area. Like, let's say the whole world was one fascist, Orthodox Christian country, planet, and we were all eating loads of meat. There would be a limit to the amount of area you can expand to feed those kids that everybody has 5 kids on. Okay? So the price of meat will get higher because there's no more area to expand to make it cheaper for your meat. So the price will keep on growing while your population grows. So there's a limit to how much the capitalist system can expand because of limits to growth, because of the area, basically.
Like I understand there's like a, let's say, a minimum or a minimum amount of area required on average per the cow, but like in terms of like what I'm talking about is that it's like you have people who will like buy up land and convert it into more land for it. And I know you're saying that like in terms of the actual border limits of the country and all this kind of shit, but it's like the counter, or what you would expect to see is that it's like if there's not enough food for the mouths to go around, you see emigration, you see people migrate out of the country. You know what I mean? And then
Yeah,
that's
but
when we're
I
saying in
was
terms of
talking
when you
about the
look at
whole
like
world.
land mass, like American, all this kind of shit.
Yeah, but we have colonized the whole world. Humanity has taken over the whole world. There's not much area of farm places left where you can turn into farmland. I know they're expanding Australia. They're doing a lot of deforestation in Australia for farmland now, for beef. So they're actually cutting down a lot of forestry in Australia. The Amazon is like mainly due to animal agriculture, deforestation. We've deforested like 70% of all the trees in Europe, probably, or 50%. So if you want to, let's say Europe, to eat like 20% more meat than it currently does, you would need way more land than it currently has now. So that just maths or something.
Yeah, but in that maths or in those calculations, how much red meat are you expecting people to eat per day?
Well, I was just saying 20% more. I mean, you can ask AI this. This is very simple. Just ask, and it'll tell you how much more land it will need to feed the population with our current farming practices. And if you were to ask it with regenerative,
you have that in front of you now. That conversation with the AI.
Maybe I could do a different tab. But I'm just saying, I asked it before and I remember. And if you're to do it regeneratively, ask it to increase the farmland regenerative, it'll use more land than a conventional farming.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that if you were to put the because depending on what way you do this calculation, like this is a quote unquote prediction. This is why I'm saying I'm not granting the authority to AI here, is because like fundamentally this is a prediction based on what you would expect or what you're granting to see in the market or expect to emerge. Like what I mean by that is that like if you're saying that like if you're drawing it from caloric intake and saying okay the average person consumes like let's say 3,000 calories a day, and then you're going to expect them to eat 3,000 calories of fat and meat per day, that would be a nefarious way of doing the calculation. Do you know what I mean? Whereas if you're to say, well, like this is what the average carnivore eats, and say let's say it's like half a kilo of red meat a day. Yeah, and then your base is cut 365 in a half, and you get what 187, I think. Yeah, 187. Oh wait, no, 182. You should get. So in terms of that, that's basically 182 kilos times the population. Is what the country's demands would be. And then, like I said, specifically, you can spread that out amongst different animals, different like that's where it kind of goes. Okay, how exactly are we getting to this figure of like an extra we don't have the land when, like I said, there's so many different things that were or measurements that were going to have to take place in terms of okay, another
actually,
aspect is what's the minimum amount of
farmers
air you need to
are
grow a
genetically
cow.
modifying animals to grow faster now. So in the future, I wouldn't be surprised if farm animals grow quicker than they normally would. So might need less food, less land. Farming in Ireland, they kill the animal like 5 months or something, or a year. And if it takes shorter to kill the animal, then I mean, all I'm saying is that if you look at the maths, every farmer kind of knows this deep down, that it takes more land to feed a cow than to directly feed the human potatoes. That's why there was loads of people in Ireland that lived on potatoes only, because they didn't have any land, so they only can grow potatoes. And all the rich cunts grew all the meat and gave it to England, and we all died of famine. Well, yeah, they did
You
have
got the
buttermilk,
protein,
but it was less. They probably ate less
you mix
meat
in
back
with things,
then than
and
we
you had
do
to be
now.
the carbs and the protein getting into you at least. You know what I mean, like, that's how they were able to survive.
Yeah.
But real quick, I just want to give a shout out to Shantae
My fucking man.
for making sure we don't have to go on a break. So we got another hour reprieve. So make sure you get the super chats in or the Ko-Fi directly to prevent the next grift break. And also let me know which premium meme you would like, Shantae, as well. But yeah, like from my aspect, like there's so much into like that claim that the AI is making that we don't have enough land, because like I was saying, in terms of what way are you working out like what the individual's diet's going to be, or the needs of the mass are going to be if they were to switch full carnivore. But in my proposed thing, it's like when you look at the food as the individual, what is the better food source they eat? It seems like carnivore is the better food source to invest in. You know what I mean? So in terms of subsidies and all this kind of stuff, that's why I'd give it to, because like raising a cow is not just necessarily the red meat, but it's also the milk, it's also the cheese, it's also like all these different things. You know what I mean? So that's where I'm kind of saying, especially like when you factor in like that, like you're not only going to raise cows, but you're also going to raise pigs, chickens. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I'm a bit of a hypocrite. I'm not a full vegan, but I try to eat less meat. But I'm just saying that if you were to do the maths of the land area, I mean, the first documentary that I saw about this was Cowspiracy, and it explains it to you well on Netflix, how much land and stuff it takes to feed animals and all that stuff. And water, too. A lot of farmland in America has grown all the water, lots of water in California is to feed alfalfa for cows and dairy. It's not all for vegetables. Most of the irrigated farmland around the world is for feeding animals and they're pumping water from underground aquifers that are not replenished. It takes way longer to replenish. So we're actually depleting the groundwater as well. So the big iguana aquifer in America is getting depleted by, I don't know, a meter a year or something, and it's not getting replenished. And that's like irrigating loads of farmland to feed to cows and stuff. So once that goes away, you won't be able to farm there anymore because it'll be desert or something. Well, it'll be less productive. It'll be just grassland, but it will be less productive.
To a degree, and I think, Jante, this is the clip you're talking about. Let me know if I fucked it up.
Let's talk about me. Let's talk about the 6'8" frame, the 37-inch vertical leap, the black steel that drips down my back, aka the bulletproof mullet, the Google prototype scopes with built-in LCD, LED, 1080p, 3D Sony technology, the Ethiopian poisonous caterpillar, aka Slick Daddy. Let's talk about the cabinets right behind me that go 40 feet deep into the wall that houses the other 95% of my trophies, the awards, the certificates, all claiming first place, right? Let me give you a little inside glimpse into the hotshot video gaming lifestyle of the two-time international video gaming superstar. Because that's what this channel's about. That's what this domain's about. That's what this society is about. You're looking at the face of Twitch, and goddamn, is Twitch lucky.
I had a feeling it was that one, Shantae, because I thought it could have been this one as well.
Felicity. I'm 22 years old, and I'm reading for the role of narrator in Princess Party. Just let me know when I can start. Okay.
Petunia Tabernacle emerged from the castle with a young flower.
I'm just saying, Shantae, no shade thrown. I was genuinely curious. Okay, just saying.
But yeah, I mean, I'm not like obviously. If you want, I mean, what is your ideal political system for this planet, this game we're in, life? What would be your ideal?
Bro. The ultimate question. I'd like to see us go in the direction of, but not necessarily like some sort of like anarcho-capitalism. You know, that's why it's like I always thought about Bitcoin, all this kind of shit, because there is plenty of space. You know what I mean, for everyone to go around. And like I said, in terms of the stuff that Elon Musk's doing, all that kind of stuff, it addresses both that thing of like the people that like want to worry about the serious shit and get the serious shit done, and the people that, let's say, that want to have the white picket fence, all this kind of stuff, they get their way as well. I think both people can get what they want.
What does anarcho mean? Is it like anarchy or something, collapse or something?
Yeah, like it's basically like you eliminate all the shit from the state, and the state literally just does police, judiciary, and military. It'd be like minarchist. It's like basically what Javier Milei talks about in Argentina, and Bukele talks about in Uruguay.
Interesting. So they reduce the government by a lot, and they just tell people to do capitalism there, and they won't have health. They don't have hospitals and all that healthcare.
It's all private.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, I'm more of a eco-socialist, but I could be wrong. I don't know. I could be either. As long as you're good for the environment, I'll be either the communist or the extreme capitalist, anarcho. As long as you're good for the environment, I'm okay. But if you keep on growing the economy forever and the population forever, it's not sustainable, mate.
But it's like my main thing with it is like when you say when you're making the claim we need to save the planet or we need to save the environment. It's a grandiose claim to try and like rally everyone around it, and might not necessarily be like it could be a noble kind of like pursuit that you're trying to pursue. But when you're saying that, it's like fundamentally like save like the planet or save the environment. Like who is that? You know what I mean? Because when we're fundamentally talking about like with humans, it's the primary concern is humans.
If we destroy all wildlife, okay, all the insects, because we keep on growing the economy until we cover the whole planet with our houses. This is exaggerated, okay, but I'm just giving the example. If we keep on growing the economy with population and economy, we'll cover the whole planet with our buildings and our roads, and we'll have nothing left wildlife, and all the pollinators will be reduced. We might have like trees in the cities, and so that might support a few insects in nature, but it'll be much reduced, and will probably lead to a lot of extinction of wildlife, which we've already done. We've reduced right now. 94% of all the biomass of life is humans, farm animals, and that's it. It's only 4% wildlife left on Earth. So we've basically taken over the whole planet already.
Yeah, but like what I'm trying to point towards is that like if we, let's say, could maintain a society where it's like we have like the basic needs met in terms of, like I say, the carnivore lifestyle, this kind of stuff. And yeah, like these insects went out of thing, but like humanity is still not only surviving but thriving. You know what I mean? Like what's necessarily wrong with that?
Well, I don't think you'll ever be able to get rid of all the insects on the planet because that's really hard. But you still need insects for pollination. What else? Biomass recycling. There's other services that insects do, like they're usually food for other wildlife. So, I mean, I heard in Europe the insect population has reduced by there was a study there like in 2018 in Germany of a wildlife park in Germany, and it was like a 70% reduction in insects. Now, imagine that effect on all the wildlife there, all the birds, everything relies on insects. So it just shows you that humans have an impact on nature, and we're we're growing too fast. I mean, the economy of the world cannot keep on growing forever, and the population forever. That's just not realistic. Do you know what I mean?
No. Like, would you not agree that you can grow the economy while also nurturing the environment?
You can, but you need resources to grow the economy, especially physically. You can grow the economy like materially, like economically, but physically, if you keep on growing the population, which is the main cause of economic growth, is population growth. Let's say hypothetically, the whole world keeps on growing the population, and we reach like what? I don't know, 11 billion, and we all start eating more meat. You would need way more land for farming, and all that land will come from like nature reserves, savannas will all become farmland. There'll be reduced area for wildlife. So we'll have to do overfishing as well, and overfishing is pretty bad. So we'll have to do more of that stuff, and it's not going to be good for. I'm talking about wildlife now, and I already said that we've reduced the biomass of wildlife to 4%. Now our farmed animals and humans are 94% of all the biomass by weight on Earth. So we've reduced the wildlife biomass by only 4%. So all your elephants, your tigers, that's only like 4% of all the biomass of life on Earth right now. We've taken over everything else. So if you want to keep on growing the population in agriculture and stuff, you'll have to get rid of those wild animals. Or we'll just have to keep them in zoos, but that's sad.
But I don't see the leap you're making where it's like growing the economy is bad for the environment kind of thing. You know, because for example, if we actually made the breakthrough in nuclear fusion, like they seem to be talking about that they have made, like that's enormous energy without having to do like all this kind of like crazy shit. Do you know what I mean? And then, like I said, in terms of the the pollution, you don't have to really worry about the pollution, all this kind of stuff. And it seems like when you're talking about like raising farmland, all this stuff, it like fundamentally, like we're kind of talking about with the markets adapting, all this kind of shit. It's like you can grow more cows. You're even saying there's technology now for the animals to grow quicker and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? So
yeah, but there's always a limit. There's always there's a limit to how fast we can grow a cow. Like I don't think we'll ever be able to grow a cow in like a week. That will never happen. So if you want to keep on growing the population forever and the economy forever in a finite planet, it's not possible. Because the oil will run out, the trees will run out. What else do you need? Concrete will run out. The sand will run out. The oil, the fossil fuels will run. The uranium will run out. The rare earth minerals that we need for the renewables will run out. You can maybe recycle it with nuclear fuel. You can recycle all these minerals, but it'll still take a lot of resources. Like if you were to build loads of nuclear fusion reactors, right? And then we build the whole planet we basically turn the whole planet into a giant city. And we just grow everything in vats and all that stuff. It won't be as nice as if we just kept like half the planet wild. So there's people out there who think we should keep half the planet wild and just leave it wild for nature and not take over. And there are some people that say that. But if we keep on growing the economy and the population, but let's say we don't grow the population, which is happening in a lot of countries now, the population is not growing anymore, you could still grow the economy, but it'll be like inflation. It'll be like money-wise. It won't be like materially-wise or people-wise.
yeah, so I don't see what the big worry is, because like we can say that like, well, XYZ will run out, but like we can even say like just point to the physical reality that like we're headed towards another galaxy at the moment, and eventually this planet's going to blow up one day anyways. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I'm just saying that if we were to, obviously the human population is reducing its growth, but it's still going to reach like 10 billion by 2050 or something. But after that, it's going to plateau or decrease. But we would still be destroying the planet more, because if all the poor countries want to become as rich as we do,
they're gonna need more resources because they need more bigger houses, more travel, more clothes. That needs more natural resources than if they're poor as fuck. Do you understand?
Yeah, but I don't believe that China has 1.5 billion people in it, for example. So I'm
Why do
already
you think they're lying?
skeptical of the things that they claim anyway. You know what I mean? Because if you're to believe China has 1.5 billion, you're telling me that the Chinese outbred the Indians on paper officially under one child policy, which makes no sense. But what does make sense is they're on a communist system, and the more people you have in your village, the more government funding you get. Hence why they have so many fake IDs being reported and all this kind of shit.
So you think their population is way lower than they say it is? Like maybe it's like what, 500 million or something?
I think I have a video of this. One sec. I think I did at least. Wait, no, I think I got rid of it. Bollocks. That was a good one. But basically, it's like there was this woman that came out in terms of when you talk about the AI and all this kind of shit. She ran all these figures through AI in terms of population. She says best case scenario you're talking about with China, maybe they have 500 million. Maybe they have 500 million because when you run the figures of what they had or they claim to have, and now what they claim to have, especially after going through the one child policy, all this kind of shit. On average, every Chinese woman would have to have had 5 kids. So it's and especially because the law was you can only have 1 kid. 2 plus, you can't have it both ways essentially. You know what I mean? So that's kind of
maybe they're
the one dynamic. But
maybe they're lying on both sides. Maybe they were lying on they weren't able to reduce the population because they were not following the laws on both sides. So maybe it is still high, but it's probably not as high as they say it is. Or it's maybe I heard other statistics saying that there's actually more people on the planet than they're saying there is.
Yeah. And once you factor that in, when you say once we get to 10 billion, I don't even believe that we're at 8 billion. First of all, do you know what I mean? So it's in terms of the worry or the stress or the panic that clearly people want me to feel, or the scientists or whoever the fuck is pushing this. It's to me, it's you have to prove the case that this is actually something that I need to be stressed and worried about, because fundamentally the physics or the solar people or solar system people, scientists are telling me, well, this planet's fucked anyway. You know what I mean? So it's why not kind of get behind Elon Musk or what Elon Musk's doing, because at least from his perspective, he's okay, the solution is clear, we need to go to a different planet, and that's why he's doing he has the boring company to dig the tunnels under the Mars surface. He has the Tesla stuff so it can run on battery and solar. We have as much space as we fucking want on Mars to make solar farms and all this kind of shit for energy, so even the energy crisis basically gets solved. You know what I mean? And in terms of the food and all this kind of shit, that's basically all the stuff that you're talking about, the research that's gone into farm agriculture, the importance of the environment, all this kind of shit. All that stuff is still going to be necessary in terms of being able to set up actual, or to terraform the actual planet in terms of the habitable being. So even by getting behind Elon Musk, you're still going to have someone who's going to have an answer to all these things, because all these problems that you're arising in terms of certain insects being imported to certain structures and making sure the whole pyramid basically adds up. Because if you take out a brick in the pyramid, the whole thing falls over, kind of thing. You know what I mean? So if we need to have a particular insect or bees to pollinate the planet, we need to make sure that we understand what wipes out the bees, and to be able to prevent what wipes out the bees, etc., etc. Do you know what I mean? It's not like someone saying, I want us to wipe out these insects because I want humans to die. That's what I'm saying. It's we can't lose sight of what when we say to save the planet, we basically mean to save humanity. That's the whole kind of argument that we're making here, because fundamentally if humanity can survive and thrive without X insect existing, like there's not real kind of like cause for concern there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but let's say a lot of wildlife we don't need to survive. Would you kill it all to grow the economy and population?
Say that again?
Let's say there's a lot of wildlife we don't need to survive. Humans don't need to survive. Would you make them all extinct to grow for the good of the human population and economy and all that?
It depends on the arguments put forward. Like, are you saying like that I need to see go out of the way and just like run these things over and all this kind of shit in my car? No, like, but it's just irrelevant to my concerns. So like, it's not that I want to do anything with them. It's that I don't care to do anything with them. You know what I mean? They're irrelevant to my reality, essentially.
So you wouldn't mind if we extincted most of the wildlife on Earth for our good?
It depends on what you're saying for our good, obviously. You know what I mean?
I don't understand.
Like what you mean for the good of humanity? Like you're saying we now need a, like, what I'm asking for is a reason to just like go out of my way to wipe out this wildlife.
Well, okay, let's say we want to keep on growing the economy. We don't care about the externalities of environmental consequences. We just keep on growing forever and we destroy all the wildlife. Would you mind that if it didn't affect our survival? Even if it didn't affect our survival, would you mind destroying all this wildlife because you want to keep on growing?
Like there's no pollution. Like we're surviving, thriving. It's like, you know, what was it like big like mega city structures, all this kind of stuff? Yeah, I don't see an issue in that.
So you wouldn't mind that most of wildlife is gone and like you only have like maybe a few zoos to have the remainder, and that's it.
Yeah, like what part of humanity is like X insect? You know what I mean? Like if it's based on survival, then yeah, like we got to care about it. But in terms of like I don't care that I never saw a woolly mammoth. Basically a hairy elephant. You know what I mean?
Yeah, some people want to bring them back. That's funny.
I mean, and I'm not necessarily against them bringing them back. You know what I mean? But in terms of like when you're saying it's like, oh, like we need to make some governmental change on this, to me it's like, okay, there's something urgent in terms of our survivability or something along those lines. That like that's why we need to do it. But to you, it just seems like, oh, it's just like, wouldn't it be a shame if we never had like buffalo anymore, but we're still surviving and thriving? I'm like, it's no water off my back. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I just think that the world would be more of a boring place if there was no more wildlife. You know what I mean? Like you need like, I mean, they probably thought about this when they first started doing national parks. I know that the first nature reserve was in the UK. A rich guy who had so much money decided to rewild his land. So they thought about this in the 18th century about overpopulation and over like Thomas Malthus and all those people. They thought about this stuff.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm not like starting to say like we need to wipe out wildlife. I'm just saying it's like in the dynamic where it's like I literally don't care about these things. Like it's like humanity is the thing that we care about. You know what I mean? So, but even within that, like of wiping out wildlife, like I still want my cows, I still want my chickens, I still want my pigs. You know, I want my bacon, want my ribs. You know, steak, all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? Like that's that whole kind of like relationship that like Joe Rogan talks about, where it's like when you actually hunt an animal, like you understand why you actually care about like preserving these animals. You know what I mean? Because in terms of like the meat and all that kind of stuff, and how it's like it's necessary to survival.
It's a bit unsustainable though, because if everybody were to be like the lifestyle Joe Rogan, you would destroy all the wild animals to hunt. Like obviously you need to regulate the hunt. If hunting were to increase, especially now with the increase in population, I bet you Joe Rogan has made hunting way more popular than before, but it probably hasn't affected the deer population by much. But let's say hypothetically more people were to eat more meat, you would still probably you would still have to regulate it, because if you don't regulate the hunting of wildlife, you'll destroy it and then you'll die.
Yeah, but this is the thing, though. It's like comparing the human that doesn't care about the deer versus the human that the hunter, right? They actually care about the deer and they want to preserve having the deers because they want to hunt. You know what I mean? So in a way, like they care most about preserving deers and keeping deers around.
Yeah, but you could still care about deer and wildlife. If let's say the whole world was vegan, you would have way more wildlife than if everybody was a carnivore. If you look at the stats.
Yeah, no,
You don't
I
have to
guess
hunt them.
you could make that case, like if we all went vegan, like there'd be more wildlife, but also humans wouldn't necessarily care about wildlife. And like I was showing with
Well, of course they
when
would,
humans
because
don't
they
care
wouldn't
about
want to
wildlife.
kill them. They would, of course,
You know-
they would care because they would want to kill them. So they would protect it. They would, I don't know, they would reduce the invasive species. They reduce the invasive
Yeah, but
plants,
now,
invasive species.
then like the purpose of humanity is to make sure no other species goes extinct. Is basically humanity's purpose is to live for another species, which makes no sense. See what I'm saying?
it's
Like what I'm trying to point out.
It's a symbiotic relationship. It's like without wildlife, we wouldn't survive. So
No.
this
No,
ecology.
yeah, but you make that case, like you make that case in terms of, especially in the carnivore, where it's like without cows, we're not going to have our steak, so our survival is linked to the cow. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
but
you can make
a
that like
vegan-
fundamental argument, but with a vegan, you're
Ve-
like, why does a vegan care about a cow other than isn't it interesting or isn't it pretty?
Yeah,
That's
but you
not
still
like
need the worms, the pollinators, the insects, to pollinate and the crops that the vegans will grow. They'll still have the mice. They'll eat and they'll still kill wild animals when they grow crops. They'll just kill less. That's all.
Yeah, but when I'm talking about like making sure that like cows coexist with humans or whatever, carnivore going to make sure that the cows survive. Whereas the
Yeah,
carnivore,
but,
whereas the
if-
vegan, they won't. It'll inevitably get to a point where it's either humanity or the cows, and they're like, yeah, fuck the cows.
No, they'll just put them all in nature reserves. Actually, yes. If you put the cows in the wild, they'll probably go extinct because the wolf will kill them all because they're not bred to survive in the wild. So you'll have to breed them with wild cows, or you'll just have to make the cows that are not adapted for the wild, or put them in sanctuaries or something, or make them extinct, but then just have wild cows in the wild. This is what the vegans think about. This is a weird shit going on here.
Yeah, but you see where it's kind of like in terms of what we're presupposing is that humanity's purpose is to live for other species.
No, I mean we're doing that either way. With a carnivore, we're doing that either way, the vegan or the carnivore, because we're living for the.
No. I'm basing it on humanity's own survival. So, like I'm saying to the humanity, it's in your own best interest to make sure you keep cows around, to preserve cows. You know what I mean? Whereas when
Yeah,
you're
but it's
trying to
also
convince when you're trying to
in the
convince the
vegan-
vegan who doesn't care about cows,
Yeah, but the
like, why
vegan
should we preserve these?
could also keep them in a sanctuary, or not let them breed and make them extinct in a nice way, and then just replace those cows with just cows that can survive the wild more, and that's it. But they'll still be cows.
You know, you're saying like solutions that you could. Like, what I'm saying is like you're trying to make the argument of why to the vegan. Like the vegan doesn't care about the cow or this particular species.
Well, he does care because he wants to survive in the wild. I mean, they both care. The vegan and the carnivore care.
No.
But
What I'm saying is that like you're presupposing it, but I can actually make an argument. You get what I'm saying?
Okay, I
Like
don't
I'm linking
understand what
it
you're
back.
saying.
Like when the carnivore comes to me, or like before they become, if I was to convince someone to become a carnivore, right, to protect cows. Let's say that's my thing. I'm going to convince everybody to become a carnivore to protect the cows because I love cows so much, right? I would make that argument where it's like basically I can link it back to your survival. Whereas with the vegan, to protect the cows, I can't make a vegan argument to protect the cows other than you should care about protecting cows. You have to presuppose that I should care about wildlife, I should care about this and all this kind of shit. Whereas I can tie it back to survival.
Well, yes, you need the vegan needs the wild cows to maintain the wild areas that it'll let rewild. I mean, when we let's say 70%
So
of the farmland
let's say
goes
we use that
rewild.
argument where we need the wild cows, so the wolves can eat the cows, and then there's some like causal link to get back to humanity. But what you're saying is humans. You're basically saying humans aren't allowed to eat cows because we need to let the wolves eat the cows. It makes no sense.
Yes, because we want to keep the wolves alive. Because if everybody was carnivore, this is extreme hypotheticals here. I don't think it's going to happen. But if everybody was vegan and if everybody was carnivore, you would have like loads of land and you would have just less wildlife. That's all. And if everybody was vegan, you would have still farms, but will have more wildlife.
Yes, but why should I value more wildlife if it's not if my survival is not affected by it?
But it is, because the wildlife brings the pollinators to your farmland and it brings beauty to life. What do you mean? And they'll give you other like resources like birds. I don't know, other things.
Yeah, but like you're just saying, oh, like it's beautiful. Like we should do this because it's beautiful.
Yeah, but so you think that having loads of factory farms and hunting all the wildlife is beautiful too?
But I think the taste of steak is beautiful. You know what I mean? I think like the nutrition that like beef offers is beautiful. Like there's many ways I could describe in that. You know what I mean? And like, but what I'm tying it in, or the argument that I make, is that it's like, you know, like the carnivores care about the cows because it's for survival. It transcends like this whole thing of like aspect of beauty. I don't have to make like the argument of, oh, isn't it beautiful or whatever. You know what I mean? Because people say beauty is subjective or art is subjective and all this kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like you're saying, it wouldn't it be nice to have more wildlife? It's like it's not really kind of like an argument where it's like, you know, compare like the nutritional value of going on carnivore for a month versus the diet that you did have. I can see the benefit in that. Like that's what butters the parsnips. You know what I mean?
But then you can get the just as well good nutrition now from the plant-based diet now with our technology. We're able to be vegan now with the technology of agriculture now. Before, you could only become vegetarian because we didn't have the technology to make B12. And most of the B12 now is fed for factory farmed animals anyway, because they don't get the B12 anymore from the grass and the soil. So most of the B12 that we grow in labs from bacteria is fed to farm animals because they can't get it from the grass because they are factory farmed.
Yeah, but like for example, in terms of like you were saying, like we're using extreme hypotheticals or whatever. But if it's put the case that we all make the switch to this diet, and then we're like, well, you know, cows fart a lot and there's a lot of methane, so we have to get rid of all the cows. Like, would you be in favor of that?
No, because the methane is not as big. The forest will and the grass regrowing will absorb most of the CO2 from the methane of the cows. The reason why we care so much about methane of cows now is because we deforested land and we reduced the carbon in the soil to feed the cows. And the meat, since the soil cannot absorb more CO2 from the air anymore because we've depleted the soil because of deforestation and crop farming to feed the animals.
Yeah.
A lot of the land now is being depleted, and they say it's going to run out with our current farming practices, mainly to feed farm animals. And so we need to change our ways of farming as well to reduce the soil erosion.
But in the hypothetical where it's like the methane becomes an issue, like the vegan is all in favor of wiping out the cows.
Okay, let's say we stopped releasing CO2 and we are all vegan from fossil fuels, but there's still a bit of CO2 that comes out of the wildlife. Before humans became really powerful on the planet, wildlife was releasing methane, but it was reabsorbed through the plants. But since now we've reduced the plants, like mainly trees, and the plowing is reducing the carbon capture of the soil, It's not absorb. Oh, and that's also rice production. Rice production also releases methane.
So
There's
we've
ways
got a
to reduce that.
carbon dioxide problem.
Yes, we got a methane problem. We
Okay.
got a deforestation problem. There, like most of the
So real quick,
CO2 is
just
from
one
fossil
sec
fuels.
on the carbon. And this is why I don't trust a lot of this stuff, because like on the carbon dioxide thing, if it is the case that we have too much carbon emissions, why do we have to push more carbon dioxide into greenhouses for all the plants?
Because they grow quicker. But if you do that
Yeah.
in the whole planet, you also change the climate, which affects the plants. So let's say hypothetically the CO2 is whatever, what it is now. And it did not affect the climate. It did not affect the weather, the wind, the rain, and all that. Then yes, the plants will grow. But the problem is that CO2 also affects the 1 degree of temperature rise because of the CO2 makes 6% increase in the moisture content in the atmosphere. So that means there's more flooding, there's more droughts, there's more extreme weather, basically. So it will reduce the yield of the plants. It will. There is plants now. Like I heard that the plants now grow faster because of CO2. But there's also the climate impacts of the increased CO2 because it changes the climate, so it makes more droughts. So overall, they say that the world is greener, but it's all because of farmland mainly, and that farmland is not really good for biodiversity. It's not like great. It's all farmland because of aquifers from underground water resources that are not replenishable.
Yeah, but again, like the key thing I'm trying to like ask you is that like the best argument you can, well, like the argument that you're basically making is that it's like I'm presupposing we need more wildlife, or that, yeah, like basically like we need more wildlife essentially. But in terms of like making the argument of like why should we need more, other than it's beautiful or whatever. Whereas, like I said, when you look at like the carnivore, like the carnivore is still interested in wildlife. It's just particular in terms of the ones that it's willing to care about, namely the cows and all this kind of shit. And then you're saying, well, no, like we can't do that because we need more plants. Because if we don't have enough plants to balance the thing, but like you're simultaneously saying that we're going to have more animals, but we need to grow more plants as well to facilitate those animals. But either way, we're going to have more animals. We all switch to carnivore, we're going to be eating more meat. We need more mammals. You're saying that we need more wildlife anyway.
No, if
but you're
they're all
just saying that we need
carnivore,
more plants.
yes, we'll have more animals in the carnivore diet, but we'll have less trees. So forest absorbs more carbon than a cornfield. Well, per year, I think a hemp field is high up there in carbon sequestration. But if you want to look at biodiversity, a forest gives way more habitat for wildlife than a cornfield or a grass field. Okay, it depends on the ecology. But in the savannah, let's say the savannah where we came from, European humans in East Africa, the wildlife was way more. But in the tropics, there's way more diversity, so different species and all that. But in biomass terms, I think the savannah has more weight of animals per area per kilometer than in the tropics. But the tropics have more biomass of CO2 absorbed in the plants themselves. But obviously, there's also grasses out there that store a lot of carbon in the roots and the plants as well. So that's why in America, the soils were so deep because of it was mainly because of the reduction. When the glaciers melted, it released a lot of sand, and that made the soils deeper. But anyway, so that led to the ability for grassland to grow everywhere and climate. So basically, if everybody went vegan, you'll have more wildlife like this, and it'll absorb more carbon. But if everybody was carnivore, which is the other extreme, you'll have more hunting, you'll have more, and you will still have the biomass, but it'll just be human biomass. It won't be animal biomass. Do you know what I mean?
Well, what's wrong with having human biomass?
Well, both sides, actually, you can, the carrying capacity, you can actually have more human, if the whole planet was vegan, you can grow more human biomass if everybody was vegan because it takes less area to give you the calories. Okay, just talking about calories.
Yeah, but it's not a caloric equation. You know what I mean? Like, for example, like
No,
a key thing is like with the ultra processed foods and stuff. It's like you can eat 2,000 calories of ultra processed food, and you can eat 2,000 calories of a carnivore diet. And I can guarantee you'll want to eat after an ultra processed food sitting off 2,000 calories, but you wouldn't want to eat again after eating 2,000 calories of a carnivore diet. You know what I mean? And especially when we get into minerals, when we get into vitamins. You know what I mean? And when you're saying, well, the amino acids aren't really that important, all that kind of shit, it's like they're pretty important for digesting protein and making sure the protein's running efficiency in your body and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? So it's like the same way you're saying, well, it's a balance of the CO2 as well as the animal's biomass and all this kind of shit. It's also a balance in terms of like our nutrition and like what we should make available and accessible to us, especially in terms of when it comes down to just making more choice.
I'm just saying that you could still eat a vegan diet if it's planned correctly and you'll be fine. Especially now with the technology that we have, you can be vegan and be fine. But back then you couldn't, so you would just be a vegetarian. So that's why there's loads of freaking Indians in India, is because they have like 4 crops a year and they're all vegetarian because of religious reasons. And that's why there's so many people. If they were all carnivore in India or Muslim, they would have more wildlife, more area for farmed animals, and you wouldn't get as much food per acre. So one cow needs 1 acre to give you this. It takes like 10 calories of plant protein to get you 1 calorie of meat protein. Okay, it's the conversion thing, the physics thing. So the cow just poops out a lot of the food that it takes in. It doesn't give you it back in meat and all that.
Well, I'm not sure how like that's important. You know what I'm saying? Like in terms of with the meat production, you need to eat more plants to get the same amount. Like in terms of like weighing, like which is more kind of like dense. Like the meat's going to be more dense.
No, you could still have high calorie dense foods like palm oil is high saturated fat. Peanut butter is as much calories as butter. I mean, you could still have high calorie dense plant foods.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is like on average, when you average it out across, like these things that you're growing, all this kind of stuff. Like the example, I'm pretty sure I know the diagram you're talking about, where it's it's something like food requirements. I think. Sec. Or is it how much water goes into making 1 kilo of food of each?
Yeah, it's the water. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. I have the China video as well. 1 second. Let me do this. Uh, not coming up. 1 sec. Let me flip over the thing above. I'll just do grok then. Like,
how many people are watching?
Yeah,
just how much
water
water
requirements?
of what's the most what's the most water requiring food item?
I'm at the auction house, Shantae. I'm doing an auction house scam. I'm trying to make some moolah. You know what I mean? Trying to make some gold. You know what I mean? But yeah, 1 sec. Let me. Yeah, I think we should be able to see that. Let me know if you can't. The food item that requires the most water to produce based on the concept of water footprint. The total volume of fresh water used across the entire production process, including growing feed, animal drinking water, processing, etc., is beef, bovine meat. Reliable sources, including data from Water Footprint Network and various environmental analysis, consistently rank beef as the top common foods. The global average water footprint for beef is approximately 15,000 to 15,400 liters per kilogram, or roughly 1 to 2, basically 2,000 gallons per pound. This is significantly higher than most of the foods. Why beef tops the list? Vast majority of this is water, often 90-95% goes toward growing the massive amounts of feed like grain, soy, and grass that cattle consume over the lifetime rather than the water animals drink directly. Comparison to other high water foods per kilogram, approximate global averages. So nuts around 9,000 liters. Very high, especially with tree nuts grown in irrigated regions, but still below beef. So lamb is 10,000. But even like between lamb and nuts, basically the same thing.
Yeah, but the nuts are more better for carbon absorption. They have less carbon footprint.
Yeah, but you're saying that we need to balance it where it's like we're consuming enough carbon to not. But then like I go back to the whole like why are we then pumping carbon into greenhouses?
Because carbon grows plants quickly, but it's also the effect of carbon on the climate. So if the climate gets weirder, it affects the growth of plants. So if there's flooding, like we've had there in Spain, I heard there's bad flooding there, or Italy, it will affect the growth of plants. So it's not always 100% good. And it's also like the Amazon right now is they say that if it once it reached to 20% deforestation, it'll tip into a savanna because it needs the forest to create its own rain. So when you cut 20% of it, it might tip into a savanna because there's not enough trees to create clouds to sustain the growth of the trees. Do you understand? And the CO2 also affects the temperature. So the temperature affects the rain and all that. It is all physics, chemistry.
But what you're simultaneously saying is that we need to get lower and lower on the carbon emissions. But the plants are better to grow in more like basically when you think about it, it's like it depends on where you are in terms of the on the planet. Because like what you're trying to say is that it's like we need more carbon dioxide for these plants to grow faster, keep up with demand and all this kind of shit. But then we also need to reduce the amount of carbon that we're putting in, or we need more carbon absorption in the atmosphere. So it's like if we get to zero in terms of the carbon absorption, like there's literally no carbon dioxide, then the plants will all die, or just be so inefficient to grow the plants.
Well, no,
that's what I'm saying. Where it's not making sense.
Where the plants are adapted to a CO2 of 280 parts per million, which is probably what it was during last 10,000. I don't know how much the CO2 has been. It's quite low. Historically, it is quite low, but the plants have adapted to it, and the volcanic eruptions release CO2, and the ocean releases CO2 as well. So the Milankovitch cycle is the cycle where the Earth goes around the sun. That causes the ice ages, and that cools down the Earth. And when the Earth gets cooler,
the ocean. I heard that cold water absorbs more CO2 than warm water. Warm water actually releases more CO2 from the ocean. I could be wrong. I'm not an expert on this, but I'm just saying that CO2 is good for life, but if you release it too quickly, it can have an effect. It's like taking any drug. If you take too much fentanyl, it'll kill you. But if you take too much water, it'll kill you. But you need water. So if you put too much CO2 in the atmosphere too quickly, obviously, I think we'll never, let's say we never released CO2 from fossil fuels. We would still release CO2 from deforestation for our crops and stuff and farming. But it'll probably be not as much as we are doing now. And it'll probably would be that bad if we release CO2 not as quickly as we are currently doing.
What's the perfect amount of global CO2?
Well, the perfect amount is what we have been adapted to, but I guess we cannot really change that. So now we have to adapt to what we have released. But there's the amount that we have released is not going to be all positive for the planet. The CO2 that we have released is not going to be all positive. It's going to cause a lot of trouble, like sea level rise, wildfires, drought, flooding, and all that stuff. So it's not going to be all positive. It's going to grow some plants quicker, I think, yes. But then there'll be also a lot of flooding and sea level rise and all that, wildfires. And you can ask AI that.
Yeah, so in terms of
humans know a lot of shit.
Yeah, I get that, but in terms many sources agree, 800 to 1,500 parts per million is the sweet spot for peak growth without excessive costs or risks, right? But then when we go up to this one's like the current one is 430 parts per million.
Yeah, that's what we currently have in the atmosphere, yeah.
Yeah, so we could literally double the current amounts and that actually be more beneficial to the plants.
Where does it say that? Oh yeah,
because most sources agree that this is the sweet spot for growth for the plants. And
yeah, but
saying that the current amount is.
Ask the negative side effects of increasing the CO2 very quickly in atmosphere.
I'd just say what are the negative effects if the global atmosphere went up to the ideal spot for growth? What's the positive as well? Positive. Yeah, there we go. The effects would be highly mixed. This level would provide strong CO2 fertilization benefits for many plants under ideal conditions, but accompanying climate change, such as high greenhouse gas concentrations, would introduce severe negatives that outweigh the positives in most real-world scenarios. See, this kind of phrasing, man, this is why I don't trust scientists. In most predictive models, or prevailing theories and all this kind of shit, reaching this amount would require massive continued emissions far beyond current projections without drastic cuts, likely pushing global temperatures up by 3 to 6% or more above pre-industrial levels based on equilibrium climate sensitivity estimates. Again, based on estimates and periods 50, oh man, when they make this shit, like 50 million years ago when we knew for a fact what the CO2 emissions were. Bro, what the fuck's going on here? Here's a balanced breakdown of positive and negative effects. Stronger photosynthesis and growth. Okay, so we grow the plants quicker. Improved water use efficiency, so it'll actually take less water to grow the plants, all this kind of shit. Potential yield boost, greening and carbon sink enhancement. So you'd see more greening and more fields, more grass, all this kind of shit. Negative effects: extreme warming and heat stress. Global temperatures would rise dramatically, likely 4 to 7 degrees in many projections. for high CO2 scenarios, causing more frequent intense heat waves, droughts, floods, and storms. This would this would damage crops, reduce pollination, heat kill plants, shifted growing seasons, far more than CO2 helps, often wiping out fertilization gains. You're basically saying it's like in terms of the current logistics of where the current crops are. But like I said, like doing this would shift the sweet spot where the perfect climates are for the perfect plants. Correct?
Yeah, we'll be able to adapt, but I don't know if we'll be able to adapt enough because we're changing climate so quickly. We'll make a lot of things extinct, and we'll probably have to change radically. But there's more negative side effects. Look, read that.
So what would we have to do to get that much carbon? What time frame are we talking about here? How many years?
Sorry, what?
When you're saying because it's fluctuating so quickly, like how many years we put on this? Like, I'm basically going to ask you how much, like, what do we need to do as a civilization to get towards this in terms of the atmosphere?
No, read the negative side effects because the negative side effects, we're already halfway there. We're 450 parts per million, but the negative side effects of that will do all this stuff. So nutrition decline in crops, diminishing satiation benefits. So you understand, it's not going to all be positive. That's all I'm saying.
You know, but like fundamentally, what it's saying is that like that explains the thing you're saying in terms of like where it's like you can't just put the CO2 up. You know what I mean? But what I'm going to ask now is like, okay, what do we have to do as a society in terms of like the current carbon emissions to get up to that one? You know what I mean? But how long do you think like it is even possible to do that? Like, what's the time frame?
So you want to increase the CO2 in the atmosphere by 1,000 parts per million?
Yeah, and I'm saying like, what velocity are we giving it?
Well, we could keep on doing what we're currently doing now. That'll probably increase the CO2 because there's some scientists I follow say that we're going to reach tipping points where like the permafrost in the Antarctic starts melting and releases more CO2 than it's absorbing. Like they already say the Amazon right now is actually releasing more CO2 than it's absorbing because it's getting drier and the dams are blocking the water and it's there's sediment in the dams and it's releasing methane from the sediment in the dams. So basically the Amazon, I heard, is releasing more CO2 than it's absorbing. Oh, and also the oceans will release more CO2 because anyway, write down the tipping points of what'll happen. That's very scary.
Yeah, but like you understand that it's like this is all projections and shit.
Yeah, but the scientists have a good idea of how the world works and how they can predict the future. I mean, that's what they do for a living.
Yeah, and the weatherman still can't get the shit right. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but they can get a rough idea. They can get a rough idea what's going to be in the future, but they can predict very accurately in 3 days. But in the future, they can get a rough idea of how the climate will be. It'll be more extremes and all that.
Like what I'm saying to you is like, what is the like you're saying it's like, oh, like this shit is very scary that I'm reading all this kind of shit, but like in terms of the stuff that we're saying, you know what I mean? One sec, it comes back, says the query asks what we would need to do to raise atmospheric CO2 to this using 1000 as a midpoint example for calculations from the current 430. This requires a net atmospheric thing, blah blah. However, only about half the amount of CO2 stays in the atmosphere long term. The airborne fraction, historically assuming 0.5 for simplicity, the rest absorbed by the ocean, soils, and plants. Thus, the total cumulative emissions needed is approximately double beyond current levels. This ignores potential sink saturation at higher concentrations, which could require even more emissions. Reaching this in short timeframes, 5 to 10 years, is practically impossible without cataclysmic unprecedented actions, as it would demand emission rates dozens of times higher than today. So like this like scary doomsday world is literally impossible in the next 5, 10 years. For 100 years, it's more aligned with business as usual or worse high emission scenarios like these models, which project 936 by 2100 under continued fossil fuel dominance. Below are rough estimations for each time frame, including required average annual emission rates. assuming constant rates for simplicity in reality, they ramp up, and what actions might entail. These are based on simplified carbon cycle math, IPCC like scenarios, real world dynamics, feed loops, all this kind of shit. Oh fuck, man. 1 sec.
AI is pretty impressive, eh?
Yeah, but in terms of like we could produce 44 times the amount of global emissions.
Yeah, but
You know what I mean?
we will still get negative side effects from the current CO2 in the atmosphere currently. So if we stop releasing CO2 now, you would still get negative side effects from that we have on the atmosphere right now.
That's what I'm saying. I'm taking that like doomsday scenario where it's like, oh, imagine like we need to reduce CO2 so much so and all this kind of shit now, right? And I took that doomsday scenario and I said, okay, let's double it. Like we're already in like this is like we're so scary because we're in such a bad trajectory, all this kind of shit. And I said, okay, let's fucking double it. You know what I mean? Even the AI is saying that's impossible to get in the next 5-10 years. So in the next 5-10 years, the Russians have a higher likelihood of killing me than CO2.
I was exaggerating what I was saying there in the beginning. And I'm just saying that ask the AI what are the side effects of not doing anything about climate change. Like with our current emissions, what are the side effects to the amount of CO2 we have in the atmosphere?
Like this is what I'm saying. When you're saying it's like, oh well, I was exaggerating that part, but then like talk about like what happens if we don't focus on climate change. Like I said, I don't want polluted water. I don't like I want like cows, chickens, and things and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? I don't want people to be able to go around fucking kicking the shit out of the dogs, all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? When you're talking about this is a doomsday scenario, like I'm like we should be worried about this. We should be panicked over this, or we should be panicked over the fucking Russians. You know what I mean? They have a higher chance of killing me than carbon dioxide.
Yeah, but they're fascists. I thought you liked them. They're orthodox dictatorship twats. They don't care about climate change. They'd rather destroy the planet to get rich than get poor and save the planet.
My head has just spun with like, what the fuck is going on?
Yo, what the fuck is going on right now?
Okay, right. In terms of the whole Russia thing, like they're fascist, all this kind of shit. Like I don't understand like what that's got to do with the whole thing, but we shall embrace that, right? In terms of the current geopolitical climate, things are popping off with Hungary and Ukraine now. Slovakia, the Czechia, like they're both kind of looking at each other, going, "We don't want this shit to end well," and all this kind of shit. So in terms of like the things that we should prioritize or the conversations that should have top priority, especially in terms of like government and politics right now, should be those conflicts, right? And like this is why we went down through the whole path of like, if we're to double the current CO2, like CO2 is bad or whatever, let's say we fucking doubled it, it's basically impossible for it to be any big of an issue. It's basically impossible to get that numbers in the next 5-10 years anyway.
Okay,
You know what I mean?
ask the AI what are the negative consequences of the current CO2 in the atmosphere right now.
Yeah, no.
And it'll tell you in detail.
I'm gonna embrace the Russian thing and all this kind of shit. Like just kind of like say, well, the Russians are just fascists and there's no things like that. Like basically it's like it's do or die, or we're to say it's like we're putting our lives on the line for the EU or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? That in and of itself, like I said, is one of these things that we're just presupposing. You know what I mean? And like that's kind of like the thing I want to highlight or to run at, because like when we talk about Russia, there's clearly like left wingers and right wingers in Russia. You know what I mean? Nothing is ever a monolith. And like in terms of the in terms of when you look and compare like what the EU's doing versus what America's doing, all this kind of shit, like fundamentally, like the whole thing to say, well, Russia's always the bad guy and we're never going to consider any of that. That ain't politics. Like you need to be able to consider like you need to have as much options on the table as possible. That's why I keep talking about options. Like the more options that the populists have, the more options that the government have, better everybody is. And this is what the whole case the technocrats make.
Yeah, but I'm talking about
like everybody
climate
can win.
change. So
the fascists, if they really cared about the environmental stuff, they could solve climate change quickly. Like they can do a World War II. Like if Putin decided to do a war against climate change, he could have done it. But instead, he wants to take over Ukraine for the mineral resources. And anyway, so I'm just saying that climate change is a problem, and it will affect the fascists and the communists equally. And how to solve it will be different. There's different ways to solve every problem. It's not binary. Yeah, so I care about the environment, and I think it's more important than people think it is. And politics is secondary to environment. If you take care of the environment, is first, and then social stuff second, and then economics third, or something. That's my priority.
You think that we should care more about the climate than we do about current conflict?
Well, environment, like wildlife and climate. Ask the AI. What's more important, climate change? I'm talking about in 20 years' time. What's more important to solve, climate change or geopolitics?
No, that's not how it works. You don't say, oh, in 20 years' time that we know that the 5 to 10 years impossible, but in 20 years, no, we're not. What I'm pointing towards, like in terms of like the day-to-day discussion, right? Like in terms of top priority, what the majority of people should be talking on the day-to-day. Should it be we need to find a way to protect the animals and the environment, or we need to find a way to protect Europeans from getting taken over by Europe?
All right. Well, we'll have to. The military is a big polluter too. So obviously, if we are afraid of Russia taking over, then maybe we should increase the military spending. But we should also care about climate change, because climate change is going to affect the Russians too. The permafrost in Russia is melting. Look up permafrost melting in Russia. It's crazy.
That's not my question. Is which do you think is a more should be a bigger concern to the average individual? Like, do you think on the day-to-day conversations right now?
Climate change is not affecting us now as badly, but it's a long-term problem. Like in maybe like 10 and 20 years, we're going to get more natural disasters and all that.
So it's a lower priority.
Yeah, currently, but in the future, it'll be higher because they'll be more visible. It'll be more visible. People will notice it more and all that. But
yeah, so
now,
this is why we went through
like
the whole thing that like we brought Russia into it, where it's like I'm more likely to die from a Russian than I am to die from climate change.
But that doesn't mean you should not care about climate change. You can do both. I mean,
I'm not saying that we shouldn't care about climate change, but when you're making claims like, for example, like the fascists don't care about the animals or the environment, it's like, well, they clearly do, because I've made the case for carnivores. Like, why carnivores? Even the people that eat
but not
animals.
all carnivores are fat. Are you saying that all carnivores are fascists? Well, to be fair, a lot of them are. But I'm just saying that. I'm just saying that.
That's your own question.
Yeah, I understand. I'm just saying that the environment. Okay, just ask the AI, what would happen if we stopped all CO2 emissions today, and what will happen with the CO2 emissions to the climate with that amount today? And they'll tell you the side effects. But Trump won't believe us. He thinks that we should release loads of CO2 because it's good for the planet, and he thinks it's totally fine. We should keep on burning, baby, burn, and all that. So it's a bit stupid.
Yeah, but like you understand the presupposition here. Like, to go back to the original claim of like, oh well, the fascists don't care about the animals or the environment. Well, the carnivores, which you said most of them are anyways, they do. You understand?
Well, ask the AI, who cares more about wildlife, the carnivores or the vegans?
Like, why are we saying ask the AI?
Because the AI will answer it better than me. My brain's tired now.
I get that, but like what I'm saying is you're the one that's presupposing the belief. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I've made the argument where it's like you tie it into the diet and all this kind of shit, do you know what I mean? But like, do you not understand that it's like you're making kind of claims like, oh well, the fascists don't care about it, but well, technically they do, and all this kind of shit. Like, what I'm trying to drill in on is like this essence of like you're kind of presupposing this aspect to, well, we need to save the climate and all this kind of shit, and like that's also kind of wrapping into what seems like a political point of view to it, and like these other things that are stemming from it as well. And then even if I grant you all that shit and say that, yeah, we need to get the carbon to zero emissions and all this kind of shit, Like, I can just point you towards during COVID, when we locked the whole place down, carbon emissions still went up. Didn't do shit. You know what I mean?
No,
So we
they
could
went
literally
down.
shut
I heard they
everything
went
down.
down. I heard they went down by 7%. But we have to reduce. Some scientists say we have to reduce the CO2 emissions by 7% every year, which we're not doing. We're growing the CO2
Yes.
emissions by like 2% a year
Yes.
currently.
So it's literally an impossibility.
Yes, that's why I think climate change is a very hard problem to solve, and it's going to cause a lot of suffering in the future. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but then like you're wrapping this into the whole political thing with like the quote unquote fascists and all this kind of stuff. Like, do you not see that
Because
like
it's the left.
potentially?
I think
Yeah, go
in the
ahead.
Western world, anyway, in the Western world, it's the left that cares more about the environment than the right. Well, in Europe, it's a bit less, but the divide in America, it's mainly the left that cares more about the environment. Okay, that's what I think. And in Europe, it's a bit less, but it's still the left that cares more about environmental stuff. Do you know what I mean?
Again, I can point to like RFK, like joining the Republican Party and all that stuff. But even if I granted all that stuff, it's like, why is that like the top priority issue when, like I said, like as a European, the whole
Okay.
Russian conflict is a
The
bigger
reason-
priority.
The reason why I think that the environmental problems are so important is because we're destroying nature of the record amount. Humans are causing the sixth mass extinction. The current rate of wildlife extinction is as quick as the last mass extinction. So if we don't do anything about it, let's say we just keep on growing the economy, don't care about that stuff, we will cause our own demise because we'll get rid. All the insects will be reduced. There'll be no more wildlife. All the birds will be gone. A lot of birds will be gone. All the wild animals in Africa will be gone, and all that, and the Amazon and all that stuff. So, I guess the destruction of nature is less in the rich countries because we're destroying the planet with fossil fuel emissions. So we are rich enough to take care of the local environment. But in the poor countries, they need biomass, they need agriculture to survive. So they're destroying their wildlife probably quicker now than we were back in the day because we are developed already. So we're using fossil fuels. That means we don't need to destroy forestry as much. But they need still firewood and farmland for cows. So they're destroying nature way more than the West are. But overall, we're destroying it more because we're releasing more CO2, which is going to lead to more extinction because of the side effects of CO2.
No, the West is not. No, India and China are the two largest producers of CO2. What are you talking about, bro?
Yeah, but they're developing. They're destroying wildlife and releasing CO2. But we demand their stuff. So if the West,
are we going to go to war with them?
No, let's say the West were to collapse, like we will have eco-fascism taking over the West, and we just go back to the 18th century lifestyle. The Chinese will probably reduce their economy by 50% because they won't be able to sell their crap to us all, but they'll still be polluting the planet. And then the CO2 emissions will destroy us all because we'll have crop failures and droughts and sea level rise because of the CO2 emissions, not because of humans destroying the environment with our deforestation, because of wildlife, because of farming, but for CO2 emissions mainly.
This is wild. What I'm trying to point towards is the aspect of like you think that like all of a sudden India, like their own population that consumes themselves, that they're all of a sudden they're going to say no, we don't want to consume it. It's just the Americans apparently or the West that consumes, and then from there they're magically going to be the benevolent ones that like do you think that the Islamic Republic of Iran like they care about the environment? He's gone. See, like anytime I bring up Iran, they always go. You know what I mean? Because like this is where, like I said, like if you give it enough time, you know what I mean? Maybe we might see the. Oh, he's back. Sean, talk to me, Sean. Talk to me. Like, do you think the Islamic Republic of Iran like care about the environment?
Sorry, what? No, I think if the West were to collapse and go back to eco-fascism or eco-communism, then obviously the economic growth of the Eastern company would be reduced because they won't have to sell their crap to us. You know what I mean? That's all I was saying.
Yeah, but like, do you think that like if the West collapsed, that like China is going to reduce their carbon emissions, or do you think they're going to say, oh shit, now we're the big dudes, we're going to scale up even higher,
take over? Yes, they might start growing more, but I think a lot of their economy relies on exporting goods, but I could be wrong. I think a lot of it now is internal consumption, but a lot of it was in the beginning for export.
Yeah, so like India and China are the two largest global emissions of the CO2, and then it seems like you're giving them a pass because they're a developing nation. Then, like I'm pointing out, it's like you put them in power, like they're just going to be producing more and more energy anyways. And this is what I'm trying to highlight with this whole, like, you're kind of presupposing
that's
that
why
like
the whole
the
world
environment
needs to switch. That's why the problem is that the whole world needs to do this. Because if, let's say, China doesn't play ball, which is actually not the case, because it was actually, well, to be fair, they're still hypocrites. But America were originally the ones that didn't want to join the Kyoto Protocol or all these UN stuff to reduce CO2 emissions. It was America that was always lobbying against it. So in the future, it will. The Chinese know that climate change is real. The communists know. If you look at what they want to do, they want to reduce. That's why they're building all these electric cars and building all the solar panels and all that stuff.
Yeah, like, because if you reduce the energy a country's able to produce, then like manufacturing goes down, all the stuff, and the country goes to ruin. The economy goes downturn, it goes into depression, things look dark, crime increases, all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's why like America's looking at Europe when they've done all the carbon tax nonsense, and like especially in England and all this kind of stuff, and they focus on doing social benefits, all this kind of shit, and that's, they're kind of saying, we're fuck that, we're not doing that, and that's why Russia's advancing, because we're all saying we're all reducing the amount of energy that we can produce. Meanwhile, China and India are skyrocketing in energy producing, and that's why they're the boom and bustle of manufacturing.
Yeah, but that's because they know the side effects of too much production. If the whole world did not care about climate change, we might be able to adapt to it, but there will be still really bad side effects to it. So that's why I want you to ask AI about the side effects to not caring about climate change and all that stuff.
You know,
I can go in more
what
detail.
I'm trying to point out is what the prescription that you are recommending is for the West to make itself weaker, and then you're presupposing that the enemies will not capitalize off that, and that
I want the whole world to get weaker. To be fair, I would rather have the whole world be weaker, but if you were to be like a really nice guy, you can make yourself weaker. But the problem is, let's say America or Europe was the only one to reduce the CO2 emissions, and they were to reduce its economy and all that stuff. It'll probably reduce the CO2 emissions by like, I don't know, 20%, because Europe is pretty high up there in pollution. So it probably won't reduce climate change impacts by a lot, but we'll feel better for ourselves when the shit hits the fan. Do you know what I mean?
So like, that's your thing. Well, you'll feel better about yourself. That's what you're offering me.
Yeah, hits the fan around you when the climate gets really bad and all that, because everybody else is not doing anything about it. When the sea level rises, when the droughts and the wildfires and
but Sean, you understand? Like, I could pay a chick $100 to suck my dick, and I'd feel better about myself. Do you know what I mean? Doesn't make it right. Do you understand?
Well, that's subjective, my guy. That's like, that's your opinion, man.
Exactly. Like, for you to say you'll feel better about yourself, I could be like, no, we've just lost Europe to the Russians.
Yeah, but I thought the right wing want Russia to take over the planet, because the right wing want the conservative. They don't like the gay agenda, the woke agenda. They would rather have Russia take over Europe.
So when you see like Milo Yiannopoulos, for example, like, are you like, nah, he never sucked a dick in his life? Do you think Milo Yiannopoulos is straight? Like, he's a straight dude posing as a gay man?
I don't know. He might be. But anyway, I'm just saying that if Russia took over Europe, it'll probably collapse the economy, because everybody will be like, fuck that. So it'll actually be good for the environment short term. But then we'll grow the economy again, because the Russians love fossil fuels. and then they'll force us all to work in their whatever they do, weapons factories, because the Russians love war, and then we'll take over the planet, and then we'll destroy the planet, and then climate change.
I'm still not. What's the expression? I remain unconvinced of like why I should like. I can understand the argument of why we should fear the Russians, why we should fear, you know, like why this whole thing in Iran could fucking go south real quick. I understand all these fears, but like this whole climate change thing, I've never understood it. And like I said, I think there's a nefariousness to it because, like I said, it always seems to be wrapped up in something about like the words fascist and communist are entwined with the climate change thing. It seems like you can't have the conversation without those words coming up, kind of thing. But like I said, like your stereotype of the fascist seems pretty funny to me, or like the right wing being the fascists. Like, do you see a delineation between right wingers and fascists, or is it just all the same thing?
Well, they're similar, but I'm saying that you could be conservative and still care about climate change. You could still be conservative. You could still be Republican and care about climate change and the environment. I'm kind of like that. I'm not fully woke. I'm still a bit racist. But anyway, so...
I hear you're racist now, Father. Father Ted, you ever see that scene?
Yeah. But anyway, so... But if we don't do anything about the climate, there'll be more immigrants. So if you're racist, you should care about climate change.
No, a lot of that immigration shit, well, a lot of it comes from like Russia trying to put pressure on the EU and all this kind of thing. But when you look at like the Iranians, if Iran was to become free, like all of a sudden this like Muslim immigration problem we have, that disappears. Because no one wants to see justice done to Muslims more than the Iranian people after the past fucking 50 years.
Yeah, that's another problem. And climate change, if you look up the drought in the Middle East right now, you will see that there's a big problem now with water. So if that gets worse, then they'll all have to go back to Africa or Europe, I'm not sure, or Russia. No. And then they'll spread their Islam everywhere, and then Islam will take over the world. Inshallah.
No, the Persians they hate Islam. The Persian people, like the Iranian people, hate Islam. They're done with Islam. They've been burning down mosques and all this shit. They hate Islam. The Arabs, that's where Islam came from.
Yeah, but currently they're still Muslim. Majority of the Iranians are still Muslim. It's only the young ones.
Yeah, because they get a head full of lead if they don't say that they are. Like anything against the government, like they get taken out. You know what I mean? Like, one sec. Do I have these videos, these links? Because like the same way Iran fell is the same way how China fell is the same way how America is currently, like basically the communist side with the Islamists, because communists want to get rid of the state, and the only thing to bind the people together is either religion or a nation. So it fuses with Islam, so that you get your Islamic communism, and then you have your National Socialism. You know what I mean? Fuck, I don't even have these videos as well. Where the fuck are all my links, bro? I had all these. Are they at the bottom? One sec, sorry. Right, one sec.
Are you based in Dublin?
Free ball. Sorry?
Are you based in Dublin?
Hell yeah. Home of the brave, baby. Iran,
Cork.
Mosque. Burnt. The Rebel County. Burnt. I think it's like burnt or burning down or some shit like that. But yeah, like, this is basically in Iran. They're burning down a mosque. And they're chanting, Iran, Iran. Like they're cheering it on. The Iranians hate Islam.
I hope, but the Muslims own a lot of the extremists own all the weapons. So if all the young ones with no guns, sure they all got killed there a couple of weeks ago, didn't they? 20,000 of them or something?
By the government, yeah. By their own government. They ordered that.
If they don't have weapons...
Like the Iranian people...
Let's say...
do you think that the Iranian people... Those people that are screaming like Iran and all this stuff, like, do you think that they love Trump and America, or did they hate Trump and America?
They love him, but I'm not sure if there's enough enough weapons, enough people there to fight back against this crazy government.
Did you not see Venezuela? Bro, like 1 hour that cunt was like on the ship and heading back to the base.
Yeah, but I still think there's a lot of supporters in Venezuela for his regime. But I think there's less in Iran. You're right. But I don't know, man. The Iranian regime probably have way more guns than the rebels. So that's why I heard the Kurds are coming to save their asses.
Well, like that's where a lot of it plays out in terms of the using like certain kind of like paramilitaries or kind of like mercenaries and all this kind of shit to try and get the objective. Because the one thing America doesn't want to have to do is put American troops on ground. But the Israelis are more than willing to do it, because for them this is like the Avenger moment where Doctor Strange is holding up the one finger. This is their one chance to end this shit here and now. And like I keep pointing out to people, ain't it beautiful that the people that Cyrus the Great freed are going to end up, like their descendants are going to end up freeing the Iranian people once again. You know what I mean? So like in terms of this whole thing of like the fascists and all this kind of shit, I don't understand how Trump could be called a fascist when he's trying to free people from an oppressive regime.
Well, he's being fascist for the environment. He's not pro-environment, so that's that's fascism against nature. But anyway,
okay, what does fascism mean to you, sir?
I just think bad. I'm not saying fascist. Okay, I'm not going to call him fascist. I'm just going to say not a great president for the environment, because I think the environment is more important than the economy at some cases. So. But I heard that there's big problems in Iran now with drought. So it was the drought that also caused the economic problems and the fuel prices, and then the fucking war started.
Making nuclear bombs costs a lot of water.
No, the water consumption was mainly for agriculture and leakage of the city.
Yeah,
so
that's what
I heard
they say.
they were like really bad water management, and I heard that they were thinking about moving the capital city because they were running out so much water, but I don't know if that's the case now.
Then even when you look at like the trigger to it and all this kind of shit, like it's what would be the best way of describing this? Like when you look at the initial thing that kicked it all off, I think it was like in around like December, end of December. It was basically the merchants start rebelling. They were like, fuck this shit, because the economy's downturn. If it wasn't going to be the water, it was going to be the economy, or it was going to be something that was going to be the trigger point. Like, but as I point out with Venezuela, like all the stuff that was used in the Venezuela thing, as soon as they brought Maduro back, they instantly started heading towards over the Middle East. And like this whole thing was triggered by America. Make no mistake about it. Marco Rubio is not telling you the full story, but the reason why he's doing that is to get around Congress, which one would say is unethical, but necessary in terms of like actually liberating Iran. And like I said, how that is such a massive area for geopolitically, because when we're talking about burning fossil fuels and all this stuff, like we can say that we want to be for the environment, all this stuff, but the reason why we need to do drill baby drill is because now we've cut off like 80% of the oil that's coming into China. Now China all of a sudden is a lot more willing,
angry,
at least, to what are they going to do?
What are they going to nuke us? What are they going to do? Nuke us? No, I doubt it. They're probably just going to go renewable energy more.
Sign of that shit.
They might reduce their economy and go more sustainable, but good for the environment. So actually, Trump is destroying the economy, and it's actually going to be good for the environment. So he's actually the best president for the environment, inadvertently.
Hallelujah. That's what I'm saying, Sean. You need to be able to think in terms of that aspect. You know what I mean? Because when we start like throwing around labels like fascist and all this kind of stuff, and like you said, like I get caught up in that shit too. Don't get me wrong. When we throw around terms like that, then we're throwing things around that are not necessarily what we mean. We just mean that I think he's not great, which is a completely different critique to he's a fascist. Thinking he's not great. There's a lot of people, especially right wingers, conservatives alike, and all this kind of shit. It was like, this dude's dragging the system another motherfucking war on behalf of Israel. Israel controls America and all this kind of shit. And like they're all like fucking like anti-Zionist, anti-fucking semi-schizos. You know what I mean? But if you make yourself like a one policy kind of person, you kind of put yourself into a box where it's like, well, I can only vote for these people. But then that they got you. You know what I mean? They know that you'll never sway your vote, and then you're not like one of the important people, and then they won't pander towards you. You know what I mean? That's when you look at like for example, like Robert F. Kennedy, the fact that he made the switch over to the Republican Party, he holds a lot of weight in terms of getting the shit done that he wants to get done. Because if you ever notice, anytime something big in Iran's happening, Trump's making sure that he's talking first, and then you see Rubio, then you see Hegseth. You know what I mean? But when it comes to the health shit, Trump's off to the side, he's just chilling, and RFK is getting his shit done, which shows that like RFK knows that he has a lot of sway with the American people, especially because he's a Kennedy. You know what I mean? So when you look at it from that lines,
he's an anti-vaxxer and he's pro-saturated fat, and he just legalized glycophosphate. I thought he was all about anti-glycophosphate, so that's like he's fucking shit up, man. I don't think he's that great. All the professionals, educated people disagree with him, and I'm for the majority of the educated people.
Wait a second. All the educated people don't agree with him. Come on, bro.
Well,
there's at least, you know what I mean? Like, not like, because like this is the thing as well. Like people say, like, well, all women agree on X, and it's like, all women agree on this shit. Have you not met women? Women are the most disagreeable. Do you know what I mean? It's like all men think this. It's like, I don't think so. Do you know what I mean? Like generally speaking, you can say things like that and all this kind of stuff. But I think when you weigh up RFK generally across the board, the shit that he's like doing in terms of like taking out the red chemical dyes and like chemical number 40, like it's literally like chemical number 42 and all this kind of shit. And the fact that he's saying that we need to move more towards what the Europeans have and all this kind of shit, I think is at least in terms of like a health and nutrition point of view, it's much overdue from America.
Yeah, I agree with that, but everything else on the diet and the vaccine stuff, I'm more skeptical of. But I could be wrong.
Well, 100%.
Anyway,
because,
I'll let you go because I talked for a while, but that was a good conversation anyway. I hope you learned something, and I learned a bit. All right, bye.
Yeah, that's why we're here, baby.
Bye.
Take it easy, Sean. Well, folks, like I said, man, the whole like Iranian thing to me, I know it always kind of once it goes political, then it goes to the geopolitics, all that kind of stuff, contention off and all this kind of thing. But like this whole thing in Iran, why I keep bringing it up or keep talking about it is that like this is like when we talk about beauty, when Sean was saying like, wouldn't it be beautiful if we had like more wildlife? And I understand the image he's talking about. Like he's talking about that kind of like, and I don't mean this in an assault way. I mean this in a sincere way. But he's talking about like the Lion King aspect, like thinking about like the Lion King with like the sun setting and like the like seeing nature in all its glory and all this kind of when you, do you know what I mean? Like that whole thing, like that is a beautiful moment. There's a reason why that's a meme and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? But in terms of the flip side to it as well, like this is where I think about Iran, like just being able to say that like the descendants of the people that Cyrus the Great freed end up freeing the people of the descendants of Cyrus the Great. Ain't that fucking beautiful? You know what I mean? It's the same thing, and like I said, it's kind of subjective to a thing, but like that's something that I'm willing to say, you know, it's worth fighting for. But if you're telling me like it's kind of like a boogeyman where it's like we need to save climate, we need to save environment, and I'm like, well, if you're saying that there's a survival thing to it, then yeah, that's a no-brainer. But like any of this extra shit they're doing, like why are we throwing like paint on the Mona Lisa or whatever the fuck? You know what I mean? Why are we attacking art? But like I said, like I've no issue like having these conversations, and even the ones where people are like, "You're a fucking Zionist, Teriak," and all this kind of shit. More welcome to come on panel. You know what I mean? We don't got to do the insults and all this kind of shit. And maybe you teach me something, maybe I teach you something. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But anyways, we got about 30 minutes left. I got distracted, but I forgot what I was supposed to do with the auction house. Oh yeah, I need to do my tailoring thing. So we got to go back to the shot rat as well. I think it actually worked out because my hair sound's about to come off cooldown, so not bad. What are your thoughts? Did he convince any of us in terms of the climate thing? Because to give the olive branch, or perhaps to show Sean a different light of what he might view as a fascist, because and again, I take no offense or no personal insult to if you do think that I am a fascist, Sean. I've been called a fascist before. You know, I've been called a Nazi and a Jew, like both in an insulting way. It's like you're a fucking fascist Nazi by one dude, and then I've also been called a Zionist shill or a fucking Jew or whatever the fuck on the other hand as well. So like I take no offense to it, but perhaps I could show you that like it's, to me it comes down to a survival thing. So if you're like any of this like climate change shit where it's like you're showing me this is a direct threat to human survival, I'm with you side by side. But if you're saying like I want to preserve fucking this species of elephant because I think his ears look pretty, I'm like, bro, Russia's knocking on the door. What are we talking about? You know what I mean? That's basically how I operate. Like honesty is as good faith as I could possibly be. Like that's where like my headspace is at, and I think that's basically the main headspace a lot of people are at. You know, food for thought at least. Politics and predictions AI is terrible at because it takes from subjective metrics. It's good at objective facts. Yeah, it's kind of like you know, Google search 2.0 kind of vibes. That's the way I treat AI. I'm like, okay, I kind of believe that. You seen it? Like, even when I was reading some of it out, I was like, you know, estimates show. I'm like, oh, here we go. You know what I mean? Our predictive model or the prevailing theory. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. Yeah. I already knew you're a fascist. He didn't have to convince me there. Hey, what's going on here?
Yo, what the fuck is going on right now?
See what I'm saying? Like I'm constantly getting roasted by my own motherfucking chat. Not only by my own chat, but by my own moderators. You know what I'm saying? It's unbelievable. Says the fake scientist herself. You know what I'm saying? Unbelievable. Unbelievable, Shantae. You know what I'm saying? Sure. Wait, did I buy this thing? No, I didn't. So I need one of these. My studies. That's what I'm saying. Like it's not even my studies. It's literally like my estimation or my prediction. And I'm like, is there any other predictions out there? You know what I mean? Hey, I worked hard to become a fake scientist. Come on, son. I'm not knowing your mods, Teriak. Wait, what? No, I'm saying my mods are roasting me. You know what I mean? It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. You know what I mean? I'm sitting here like, oh, what's go? What? I thought you guys were supposed to have my back. I thought you guys were supposed to throw hands for me, not at me. You know what I mean? Oh shit, where am I going? Wait, we have luck. I don't think you can summon here. You can't summon that storm. You're right. Motherfuckers. Oh wait, summon in 1 minute. Okay, we're gonna save the Julio. I'm wonderful, sir. Right. I'm pressing X out. Okay. There you go. I pressed X and I hit enter. That's a strong doubt right there. Okay. Boys know what I mean. Boys know what I mean. Unbelievable, Jeff. But yeah, like I was saying, in terms of the way you're saying geopolitics layout, I think we're in obviously a time of uncertainty, fog of war, all that kind of shit. But I mean, the potential's there, you know? And a man can dream, chap. Man can dream. I don't accept that. What? What? So what? So what if you don't? I don't accept you don't accepting it. How about that? You know what, Shante? I got to do something for the guild. You know what I'm saying? Got to do something for the boys. They need me to do something. So I'm just gonna follow them. Gonna follow this motherfucker. I'm lazy. But I got a clip for you, Shante. I mean, I didn't want to go here. I just want to remind everybody, I didn't want to do this, okay? But Shantae's forcing me. Force my hand. No, we're dropping the nuke, Shante. You need to answer this question, Shante. You need to answer this question.
If women are always right and men are always wrong, then if a man says a woman is right, is he wrong? Or is he right?
Diabolical.
You realize you can get detained in the gulag for asking that question? No. You realize that the Power Rangers are on their way right now to get rid of you because you are a source of pure evil.
You're evil. But evil genius. Evil genius. Okay? So you know what, Shante? You're right. Am I wrong or am I right? Ba-bum bum. Ba-bum bum. Ba-bum bum. Ba-bum bum. Am I right? Am I wrong? It's a simple question. This motherfucker. This motherfucker.
My fucking man!
I gotta give you props. It's a good answer, Shante. Both is also acceptable. It's also acceptable. Ba-dum bum. Ba-dum bum. Ba-dum bum. Ba-dum bum. Ba-dum bum. What the fuck's going on here, bruh? I'm tripping balls. I'm about to fight a lightning cloud, I think. And then Shantae's gonna laugh when I die. Oh, shit. We got to pump the aggro. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Pump it. I'm always wrong, so don't agree with that, but I'm always more right than you. Oh, we'd have to be equal, because if you're always wrong, and then you're more right than I am, then we're equal. So you can't be more right if you're equal. Boom, roasted. Boom, logicked. Logic right there. Actually, going to drop the easy
hang on,
clip.
stop. Let's start with this. What are the 3 laws of logic? What are they? No. Don't look them up. What are the 3 laws of logic?
Do you think this is an incomplete
What are the
mathematical
3
statement?
laws of logic? There's 3. What are they?
I don't fucking know.
You don't know the fucking laws of logic, dude.
All right.
No, all right, dude. I don't know where. You don't even know the 3 laws of logic. This is fucking crazy. You're fucking crazy, bro.
Do you want to ask Speakeasy if he knows?
Yeah, it's the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle.
Anything else, shit?
Absolutely logic. It is what it is. Equality? Meritocracy. Meritocracy. Bada bing, bada boom. We're gonna get ourselves a port back to the city. You know what I mean? Because we helped the boys out. How it is, how it is. Got that fast travel, baby. All right, bada bing, bada boom. We do this thing, fly over here to a moon well. Don't even know what the fuck a moon well is. And then we get the other one. Then we sell it on the auction house, make some golds. Oh, shmemba. I think we wrap it up for today because we're coming in on the last 20 minutes, folks. So if you got any more questions, get them in, get her done. Like I said, man, I think the open panel idea has been Gucci. It's been good, you know? We have like that's an interesting one as well. Irish and lefty themed. You know what I mean? So, say get more into verbal combat. You know what I mean? Get more variety going. Like I said, just to kind of like show some of these people that it's like, you know, you use these words, but it's like, bro, like, yeah, like there are like the odd head case on this kind of shit, but it's like sit them down with Easy, sit them down with Andrew and all this kind of shit, like where they actually have a one-on-one with Andrew, like and get to know him, and they're like, oh shit, I've been lied, yeah, you've been lied to, bro. It's okay, it's okay. We've all been lied to. We all have that thing where we wake up and it's like, oh shit, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Relax, take it easy. We got this. Like I said, just look at the fucking memes that we had during Venezuela. That thing lasted a fucking hour. You know what I mean? We got this. I've fucked up Illidan so many times. That's why, man, what can I say? That's why you need a paladin tank. You get a paladin tank it, just keep your fucking holy shield up. You'll be Gucci. Throw an exorcism every once in a while. Don't be a lazy bastard. You know what I mean? Keep your seal up. You'll be fucking fine. You'll be fine, boy. You know what I mean? This game looks like Diablo. It's the same company that makes it. That makes Diablo. No, you said it. We're equal. It's set in stone. Nah. What I'm saying is based on your logic. Given your logic, when you said you made the claim, I'm always wrong, you cannot then also make the claim that you're more right than me. Because at best, we're equal. Boom. Roasted. I could solo him. Yeah, maybe in like when you're fucking like level 100 or some shit like that. Maybe then. I could solo him as Beastmaster Hunter. Yeah, like when you're level 100. YouTube thinks you're potential spam, JS. You tell him, Voltaire. You tell him. Wait, did we get a raid from you, JS? Oh shit! Let me play the clip. But yeah, amazing to see JS as well. I do apologize if you did raid and I didn't see the message because like I said, I was having the back and forth. We had like a wild Pokemon appear, an Irish lefty, just to show you that the lefty mind virus, it's even as gone as far as Ireland shit, you know, across Europe. Like there was oh man. The more and more I look across Europe, the more and more I'm like, this is not going to end well. This is not great. You know what I mean? Because like you have like all the stuff coming out with the inquiry in England, And you're like, you want that shit to be heard, but man, the police were involved in it as well. Like they were literally the policemen, like they were transporting them around and taking part and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Like that shit is going to knock them over the edge, and you have a perspective where it's like the moment in Captain America: Civil War where Captain America is standing in front of Tony saying, "This is not going to change anything." And Tony says, again, the intellect. The smart guy on this kind of shit, he says, "I don't care. He killed my mom." You know what I mean? Rationality has left the building. You know what I mean? But I can because it doesn't have to make sense. I'm a woman.
It's very offensive because basically, if you think about what you're saying to me, you're saying because I'm a girl and because I'm attractive, my only use for this agency would be to manipulate men.
I think it's offensive too, and that's exactly what I said to Aaron. I said that bitch is blind as a bat.
What I said to William, I said that bitch is blind as a bat. Had to switch all messages to see it. It is what it is. Wild woke utopian appeared. An Irish lefty. Say it ain't so, Tarek. That's he was. Remember, he came out and says he's half Irish. So I don't know if he's moved here or vice versa. Like he was, but I think he says he was in Cork at the moment. So I think he's been here a while. Fair enough. Fair enough. 15th century proverb: women should be seen, not heard. Yeah, that's from the ancient forefather Teriak. You know what I mean? We even have the clip, but I cannot find the clip. Oh, here we go.
I just had a question. Does
Oh,
Glenn and the girl with the big eyes have a thing going on or something? Or what's going on here?
Lads, women should be seen, not heard. You know? But not all women, because John Day makes a good point. You know? He's like, to be fair, I'm blind as a bat, should be driving, but fuck the police, so we're going to drive a bit, you know what I mean? Just a little bit, you know? I'm just saying. I shall not be silenced. That's what I'm saying with a lot of the repeal the 19th. You know what I mean? Sometimes you gotta confirm with people. Like, what precisely do you mean here? You know what I'm saying? Because that came up earlier where the dude was like, yeah, we need to repeal the 19th. It's like, okay, do we need to repeal the 19th or make it all about people having skin in the game? Both. Okay, well then I need to question your answer then. And sometimes people say different answers, but they lead to the same thing, and that's what I was getting into with Shiva. That's why I think I clipped the Shiva conversation and put that up, because it's like when you're getting to a conversation where it's like, what does meaning mean? You're getting deep. You know what I mean? No, sir. Thank you, though. Thank you, sir. Thank you, kindly. I don't know what I'm being thanked for, but I will graciously accept the grace or the thanks. I have to ask, is Shantae, bro, unbelievable. Put the chubs away.
Saying that when we're on Molly and when we're horned up might not be horned up. You are horned up. Oh, please. You don't have a fucking chub right now.
Put the chub away. Jesus. Trying to keep it PG here. What does is mean? Exactly. What does is mean? To know it's truth. Anytime you evoke the word, you're pointing the truth. 2 + 2 is 4. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? But I'm in two minds at the moment. Do I try get an early sleep and not get a lot of sleep and then try to wake up? Or do I say fuck it and just try to stay up for as long as physically possible? Those are the two mindsets at the moment. And I think that's a difficult one. Story of my life. It is what it is. It is what it is.
Morning to you. Why are you gay?
Why are you gay? I think we need more. We need more of that shit. You know what I mean? Like, we need to make, like, we need to buy CNN, right? And just, like, make Jesse Lee Peterson, like, the head anchor. And just force people to listen to Jesse Lee Peterson. And again, I don't agree with the motherfucker. But, I think that's what's needed. Do you get me? Like, you might think, like, counterintuitive. Like, oh, you want more, like people just repeating what Jesse Lee Peterson. It's like, no, I want to subject more people to Jesse Lee Peterson. You know what I mean? Because it's kind of like byproduct of it is that it's like you get a fresh perspective. You know what I mean? It breaks the ego, you know? He's not gay no more. He's delivered.
I'm not gay no more. I am delivered. I don't like men no more.
Too much or just enough? To sleep or not to sleep? That's what I'm saying. I'm in two minds. You know what I mean? It is what it is. It is what it is. But anyways, like I was saying, did you enjoy the conversation? What was the best conversation? Because I think like Mango's is he'll get there, but I don't want to push him over the edge too much. You know what I mean? I have to kind of slowly drip feed him it, because if you do too much, then like you lose balance and then you're in panic mode and all this kind of shit. But like I said, just slowly asking the questions, kind of like, okay, why do we do it? Like, what is our case for this? And even just like reinforcing that position where you don't need to take a step into a particular camp and like go all in on something, you know? We have about 390 gold on the auction house. We got 399 in the bank, so we're up to about 800 gold. Not a bad day for farming, considering we got the epics done. The epics, the heroic done. Like I said, just slowly building towards the resistance gear. But like I was saying, I have the main kind of skeletons done. I just need to get the I think probably the neck. The necks are going to be the main thing. Actually, let me see if we have any of these on the auction house. No, that's not there. That's 300 gold. Unbelievable. That's 34. That's 180. 260. Yeah, it's going to be like about 300 gold per neck. About 1200 gold I need to get. So currently at 800. So say next week, probably be able to get the next sorted. And then probably enchants on the head and cloaks next. And then, like I said, slowly build towards filling out the chests. So probably say in a month's time, probably have it sorted, you know? John, they just ignore him. Like I said, put the chub away. Gentlemen, put the fucking chubs away. So I think going forward, I think I have Vigilante. Not vintage, but Vigilante. Fucking was talking about doing some debates Or doing something or something. One sec. Yeah, we're saying something about proposed topics this week. I think that fell through, and then, like I said, he says he's going to find me a debate in terms of the Iran thing. I think so. Little spoiler there, or a little teaser there, I should say, for anyone who's to reward the people that have stayed this late in the stream. You know what I mean? But like I said, and other than that, there's obviously the atheist argument, but I kind of done that with the World War debate entry. Just give him a little bit of motion. You know what I'm saying? A bit of motion in the ocean, baby. Trying to think, is there anything else? Other than that, I think, yeah, like I think we're kind of going grand enough. Like we had the gold card idea yesterday, which we can incorporate in. Like I said, give you kind of like extra kind of membership perks, or explore that avenue at least. In terms of the show structure, like I said, like the ghost themed film room has basically been postponed because of the whole Iran situation. So this Monday is going to be another film room of Iran. But William was saying the second episode we could do the ghost thing. You know what I mean? But it really comes down to what I can get done tomorrow. And like I said, if I can turn it into like an actual thing where I can pop one out once a week, then we could look towards maybe reducing a day of Wheel of Madness or reducing a day of Chat and Chill. And like I said, slowly building towards that like 6 different styles or themes of show. But I don't think I necessarily have to go down that path, because I'm in the middle of kind of going, do I go with one style or do I go with multiple styles? Do I do a variety of things? Do I do just a single thing? That's why I'm kind of running with 3 different things. And if you notice with the film room, there's no open panel. With the Wheel of Madness, the open panel's already there. And then with this show specifically, it's like, can we get $50 for the open panel? And in terms of like the data, seems like the Chat and Chill is winning out over the film room. You know what I mean? And then the Wheel of Madness has its own kind of like draw to it and appeal to it and all this kind of thing as well. So even if like worst case scenario, I think the at least from a monetization point of view, it's pointing towards like an open panel. But obviously doing that day in, day out or consistently could also draw on or have that kind of negative impact, if you get me. But I do like I said, with the film room, being able to give like your own kind of in-depth analysis, take a certain podcast or take a certain dialogue and kind of like go through it and all this kind of stuff as well. So there's a lot, like I said, in terms of spaghetti that we can throw, or spaghetti that's sticking or seems to be sticking or seems to be working, all this kind of stuff. And like that's kind of a certain aspect of the job and all this kind of stuff that kind of it has its own appeal to it as well. Kind of like the puzzle, kind of like you're trying new things over here and you're waiting for other things to develop over there, and you're kind of like adding mix into it, you know. Vintage is a good. No, I was saying Vantage. Or sorry, not Vantage. Vigilante. Vigilante is the dude. He's the dude. I think it was was it the last Rob Noor? He's the dude with the glasses. He's like the lefty dude that's not kind of a lefty. You know what I mean? But Vintage is a good dude as well. Yeah, Wheel of Madness I took my charger. And it died again, so I just gave up on the night. Hey, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. And Shantae being racist, saying all you people with V's in your name look the same to me. Unbelievable, Shantae. I'm not angry, Shantae. I'm just disappointed.
My disappointment is immeasurable. And my day is ruined.
Yeah, my day is ruined. Just put me on. I'm sure Will Tard will pay 50 to feel special. Wait, what? I'm sure Will. Are you saying to put you on because you're sure retards would pay 50 to feel special? No, I think he doubled up on the Will. I think he says, I'm sure Tards will pay 50 to, you know what I mean? As in will, as in to be. Or not to be. That is the question. That is the question. You know what I mean? But like I said, just throwing different things like that out there and see if they stick. Because when you look at like the dynamic, it's important to have like one show that's basically like the film room where it's like not a lot is basically being focused on in terms of like the monetization, in terms of like giving chat quote unquote moves or kind of like things they can do and all this kind of shit, and just focus on trying to provide an interesting conversation. You know what I mean? And obviously like this grift break goals and all this kind of stuff that we can do. But that's basically like your control or your what would be the best way to describe it? Like that's your the thing you're testing on. That's your base amount, and then you basically do that against the other ones where it's like Wheel of Madness. There's a lot of different things and a lot of different options you can do versus today where it's basically one main thing, one main focus. You know? Oh, it's a shot, William. Boo this man.
Boo this man!
And I'm sure if William was here, he would say to you, JS,
Shut up, bitch!
You know what I mean? We appreciate William for all the hard work he does. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's basically where I'm at in terms of the headspace and the schedule, and like what I'm saying in terms of like ideas that I have that I'm trying to work on or throw out and things like that. But I don't really get a fucking lot of time in the day, you know? I'm trying to research and learn new things and just have basically just like some time just to fucking like me time just to relax and just fucking, you know, chill, watch a show maybe or something like that, you know? But Sunday's typically the main day where you get a lot of shit done. But anyways, like I said, we reached the end of the show, folks. Hopefully you had a good time. Let me see, is there anyone online? Is there? Yeah, I need a hero. Oh shit. We got EOD. EOD. Why are you gay? One sec, let me get this. So we're going out with the EOD. Make sure you give him a like and a sub. I think he's close to the 500 subs mark he needs. So make sure you give him a like and a sub. But other than that, folks, what we're gonna leave you off with. It's been a damn good show.
That was a damn good show. For more damn good shows, click the video over there or the link in the description box. Oh, you getting pumped up. Don't forget to red pill the morons in the comment section below. This is all BS. It's all a bunch of lies for votes. Yeah.